Chapter 636. Emperor God Tianyuan, one of the few almighties in the later stage of the ancient emperor realm in East Continent, had died. It wasn't just the army of Tianyuan divine dynasty that was shocked. All the forces that saw the scene were shocked beyond words. They were all stunned. Even the Dragon Tiger Emperor was stunned. Dragon Tiger Emperor was well aware of Emperor God Tianyuan's power, but then he had been killed so easily. This caused the Dragon Tiger Emperor to feel an endless amount of fear toward Qinyu. Apart from being wary, Dragon Tiger Emperor was also filled with murderous intent. With such strong fighting power, Qinyu was definitely not an ancient emperor from East Continent. It seemed that there was indeed an external force that had interfered with the situation in East Continent. The most likely person was an older generation ancient emperor from East Continent. East Continent was the lair of Dragon Tiger Emperor. How could he allow an external force to act so recklessly? However, such thoughts were merely thoughts. The Dragon Tiger Emperor did not attack at that moment. Even if he took action now, he would not be able to destroy Holy Dragon Sect. He had to wait for the right time. The other older generation ancient emperors from East Continent would not sit back and do nothing. Outside the imperial family, those who surrender will not be killed. Qinyu held the divine spear and walked to the top of Imperial City. He looked down at the army of Tianyuan divine dynasty that had surrounded Imperial City. Now that Emperor God Tianyuan had been killed, the territory of Tianyuan divine dynasty would naturally fall into Qinyu's hands. With Holy Dragon Sect's current foundation, they did not have enough power to guard the territory of an ancient country and a divine dynasty. Hence, Qinyu planned to subdue the experts of Tianyuan divine dynasty. After this battle, the older generation ancient emperors of the East Continent would not be so foolish as to provoke him again. After subduing them, he would be able to guard the territory of the two ancient countries and divine dynasties. Hearing Qinyu's words, the experts of Tianyuan divine dynasty looked at each other and were obviously shaken. Qin, you could even kill Emperor God Tianyuan. If he wanted to kill them, they would not be able to resist. When faced with a choice between life and death, they would naturally choose to live. The golden-robed Fu Long, Qin Guang, and the others all had resolute expressions. Not only were they members of the royal family, but they were also trusted aides of the Tianyuan divine dynasty. Naturally, the Sacred Dragon Sect would not let them off. Since you're going to die anyway, don't think you'll have an easy time either. Fu Long roared. The eight-clawed golden dragon on his golden robe rushed out. With a mighty divine might, it charged towards the people of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Against Qinyu, they naturally had no chance of succeeding. However, the people of the Sacred Dragon Sect were generally not strong. Even if they had to die, they would make the people of the Sacred Dragon Sect pay a heavy price. Die. Qinyu remained indifferent as he watched Fu Long lead the Sky Origin Spirit Dynasty's royal family cultivators. With an intention from Qinyu, numerous profound ancient runes appeared in the void with the imperial city as the center. After those ancient runes trembled slightly, mysterious ancient runes spread out from them and connected with each other, forming a monstrous ancient formation. In an instant, all the royal family cultivators of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were wiped out. With the annihilation of the royal family cultivators, the other elites of the Tianyuan divine dynasty naturally had no intention of resisting. They all knelt down in submission. After Qinyu cast a restriction, he rescued a few of the royal family cultivators who had escaped. Shortly after, he got Pan Hong and the others to bring them back to the Tianyuan divine dynasty. Soon, Pan Hong sent back news that the various regions of the Tianyuan divine dynasty had fallen into the hands of the sacred dragon sect. The takeover of the Tianyuan divine dynasty was even easier than the takeover of the seven-star ancient kingdom. At this point, Qin Yu had eliminated two enemies in the East continent. Only the Dragon Tiger Emperor was left. After receiving the news, Qin Yu, who was at the top of the Emperor's city, tilted his head and looked in a certain direction. Although the battle had ended a long time ago, the spectators in the distance had not left. Among those people, Qin Yu discovered a familiar aura. Sensing Qin Yu's gaze, the Dragon Tiger Emperor lifted his eyelids. When their eyes met, there was a faint collision of Tao techniques. That is the Dragon Tiger Emperor. Does this person intend to provoke the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect? I wonder what the Dragon Tiger Emperor will do. The spectators in the distance followed Qin Yu's gaze and quickly discovered the Dragon Tiger Emperor. Just as the spectators were discussing and wondering what the Dragon Tiger Emperor would do, the Dragon Tiger Emperor took a step forward and disappeared into the void. This caused the spectating factions to be stunned. It seemed that the Dragon Tiger Emperor was quite fearful of Qin Yu, who had just killed Emperor God Tianyuan. When Qin Yu saw this, he did not chase after the Dragon Tiger Emperor. Regardless of whether it was the seven-star ancient emperor during the invasion, the Scarlet Moon Supreme Emperor during the battle in the spiritual state, or Emperor God Tianyuan, Qin Yu had killed all of them. The reason why Qin Yu had been able to kill them on the spot was that Qin Yu had created a sealed battlefield where there was no escape. Just like this imperial city right now. Everything within a circumference of 1,000 miles had been sealed off by Qin Yu using a secret technique. Entering was easy. However, if one wanted to leave, one would have to spend a lot of effort. In the battle of ancient emperors, life and death could be decided in an instant. Not to mention the effort, it was hard to even buy some time. Hence, Emperor God Tianyuan had chosen to fight to the death with Qin Yu. He had never thought of escaping, as there was simply no time to do so. This was also the reason why Qin Yu had not chased after the Dragon Tiger Emperor. With his current power, Qin Yu was confident that he could defeat the Dragon Tiger Emperor. However, if he wanted to kill the Dragon Tiger Emperor, he would have to set up a trap, or he would have to wait until his cultivation had recovered to the peak of his previous life. When Qin Yu was at his peak, the reason why people were fearful of him was that although he had not entered the great circle of ancient emperor realm, he had the exceptional fighting power to kill an advanced ancient emperor easily. The Qin Yu of that time was not someone with his current level of cultivation that he could compare to. After the battle ended, Qin Yu returned to the imperial city and went into seclusion. Previously, when he had refined the origin blood of the primal chaos ancestor dragon, Qin Yu's cultivation had increased to the maximum. Now, after 2 life and death battles, Qin Yu's foundation had been completely stabilized, and he could raise his cultivation. Of course, Qin Yu did not have the origin blood of the dragon tribe to refine now. The origin blood of any dragon tribe member could only be devoured by the ancient battle dragon skill once, and it could not be refined repeatedly. During this seclusion, Qin Yu did not want to raise his cultivation. Instead, he wanted to refine the Netherworld Dragon Spear, and it had reached the most crucial moment. However, the current Dragon Spear could no longer be called the Netherworld Dragon Spear. This was because Qin Yu had integrated the origin blood of the primal chaos ancestor dragon into the Dragon Spear. Once it was refined successfully, it would become the primal chaos dragon spear. In the space of the ancient dragon seal, the sky-incinerating golden flame burned endlessly. Within the sky-incinerating golden flame, a black dragon spear was being refined by the divine flame continuously. One could vaguely see that there were chaotic dragon patterns on the dragon spear. An extremely terrifying aura was being emitted from the primal chaos dragon spear. Could it be that its grade is going to surpass a divine weapon? Qin Yu could feel the increasingly powerful aura being emitted from the primal chaos dragon spear, and his eyes shone brightly. Heaven domain spiritual weapons were divided into 6 ranks: yellow, black, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. Every rank was further divided into 9 grades. For example, Emperor God Tian Yuan's Emperor Sky Sword was a divine grade 9 emperor weapon, and it was extremely powerful. However, divine weapons were not the limit of spiritual weapons. Above divine weapons were immortal weapons. Chapter 637. During the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race, the major forces of the Central Region had sacrificed immortal artifacts. However, the ancient immortals had become legends, and the immortal Tao cultivation method had become a thing of the past. Hence, no one could unleash the immortal aura of an immortal artifact. It could only be used as a deterrent and was known as an immortal artifact. However, the chaotic dragon spear was different. It could be considered Qin Yu's natal spiritual artifact. If the chaotic dragon spear broke through to the immortal artifact level, Qin Yu would be able to control it completely. The terrifying power of a complete immortal artifact was not something to be trifled with. As Qin Yu waited, the refinement of the chaotic dragon spear became more and more refined. The immortal aura that it emitted started to contain the immortal Tao aura. When Qin Yu killed Emperor God Tian Yuan and waited for the refinement of the chaotic dragon spear to be completed, several ancient emperors gathered in the Central Region. The God bestowment platform in the Central Region. 6 silhouettes gathered from different places. If any heaven domain warrior saw this, they would be extremely shocked. The 6 of them were the top ancient emperors in the Sky Region. They were also the cream of the crop among the ancient emperors. The 6 of them were Emperor Quanglong, Ghost Emperor Zhentian, Tao Emperor 4 Symbols, Emperor Luanbei, Emperor Dian, and Emperor de Sunday. The 6 of them were the ancient emperors who had joined forces to ambush Qin Yu in the graveyard of the immortal gods. Ghost Emperor Zhentian, you mentioned in the secret letter that there is an opportunity that could allow us to cross the 9th realm of the martial path. What do you mean? Tao Emperor 4 Symbols spoke first. Xing Luo and the other ancient emperors also looked at Ghost Emperor Zhentian. Otherwise, Tao Emperor 4 Symbols and the other ancient emperors would not have gathered together so easily. Just like what I said. Ghost Emperor Zhentian smiled eerily. Cut to the chase. Don't keep us guessing. Xing Luo said. He had been looking for the ancient immortal token recently and did not have much time to waste on unimportant matters. All right, I'll cut to the chase. A living being from the outer region has appeared in the East Continent. Ghost Emperor Zhentian said solemnly, but there was an unconcealable joy in his voice. Living being from the outer region? Really? Alive or dead? The 4 Symbols Tao Emperor, North Monarch Luanbei, Monarch Taiyan, and the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor were startled. From a certain point of view, foreign beings were existences that had surpassed the 9th stage of the martial path. Furthermore, this news wasn't completely untrustworthy. That was because there were many records in the ancient books of the Qin realm. In the history of the Qin realm, there had been many foreign creatures, and each of them was incomparably powerful, enough to crush an era. There were even creatures from the outer realms that dominated the 9 prefectures of the heaven realm and the extraterritorial demon race. Only Xing Luo's eyes flickered slightly, but his expression didn't change much. He had interacted with people from the outer realms before. Naturally, an outer realm being wouldn't cause much of a stir. Of course it's alive. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, that creature seemed to have suffered extremely serious injuries. I once fought against it, and in my haste, I almost didn't manage to return. Ghost Emperor Gentian said with lingering fear, "If it's the East Continent, isn't it the territory of Seven Stars Ghost and Old Man Tianyuan? Didn't they notice?" Emperor Tai En was a little surprised. An outer realm being couldn't possibly appear in the East Continent without alerting anyone, right? Don't underestimate the outer realm being. I've been to its territory a few times, but I didn't notice it at all. It was only until the last time that I discovered it, for some unknown reason that I didn't know. Ghost Emperor Gentian said, "Speaking of Seven Stars Ghost and Old Man Tianyuan, have you heard about what happened in the East Continent recently?" Emperor Yuan suddenly asked. Of course we wouldn't have heard about such a huge incident in the East Continent. The four symbols Tao Emperors and the others nodded. Seven Stars Ancient Emperors, Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom had been annexed and replaced. Emperor God Tianyuan had personally led an army out, but the entire army had been annihilated. The sudden rise of the sacred dragon sect had piqued their curiosity. "Wasn't that person sent by you?" Great Sun Heavenly Emperor looked at the four symbols Tao Emperors, Ghost Emperor Gentian, and Emperor Yuan. When the Emperor Taiyan Emperor heard this, he remained calm and collected. Among the six of them, Xing Luo and Ghost Emperor Gentian were from the East Continent. Emperor Tai Yen was from the South Continent. As for Great Sun Heavenly Emperor, he was the ancient emperor of the demon race from the North Continent. The strength of the experts in the East, South, West, and North Continents was basically the same. To be able to kill a late-stage ancient emperor, only the middle ground had the ability to do so. Of course, the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor and Great Sun Heavenly Emperor were only looking at Ghost Emperor Gentian and the other two. As for Xing Luo, he was alone and had not created his own force, so he was automatically excluded. At our level, do you think it's useful to go to the other continents and snatch the resources of one or two ancient kingdoms, especially when the opponent is an ancient emperor of the same level? Ghost Emperor Gentian, four symbols Tao Emperors, and Emperor Yuan looked at each other and said slowly, "That's a little strange. What is the background of such a powerful existence that suddenly appeared?" Great Sun Heavenly Emperor and Emperor Tai Yen felt that it made sense. Just like how they wouldn't casually invade a force led by an ancient emperor, the forces of the Central Continent didn't seem to have the need to do so either. The people of the East Continent will deal with it. As long as he doesn't stop us from dealing with the beings of the outer regions, we don't have to care about his background. We'll find out in the future anyway. Xing Luo said, "Indeed, since he has appeared, it's obvious that he has plans to establish his own sect. He will definitely appear in the future." For symbols Tao Emperors said, "If that's the case, let's plan and prepare to move." Immediately, Ghost Emperor Gentian began to explain the plan that he had prepared. Half a month later, Sacred Dragon Sect, Imperial City of the Seven Stars Ancient Kingdom. Is this news true? Qin Yu, who was called out by Pam Hong and the others from his seclusion, looked at the report in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Whether it's the East Continent, the South Continent, or the Central Continent, it has been verified. There's no mistake. Pam Hong and Taishu Kong said solemnly, 6 ancient emperors working together? What are they trying to do? Qin Yu muttered to himself. Xing Luo and the other 5 had come to the East Continent together. Although he didn't know what they were up to, he had to be wary. "Master, why don't you go and lie low for a while?" Pam Hong and Taishu Kong looked at Qin Yu. They were worried that Qin Yu's identity had been discovered. Qin Yu now had the battle strength to kill the older generation ancient emperors. However, the 6 older generation ancient emperors had joined forces. More importantly, there was Xing Luo, who was as famous as Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was surrounded, it would be troublesome, judging from their actions. It doesn't seem like they're here for me. Qin Yu shook his head after reading the secret letter. If his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be just the 6 ancient emperors working together. Moreover, their whereabouts wouldn't be discovered by Pam Hong and the other forces. Back in the graveyard of the immortal god, there had been no news of the gathering of ancient emperors. Chapter 638. Master, it's better to be safe than sorry. Pam Hong said, "Don't worry. I have a backup plan. If they're coming for me, I'll find a way to escape. Now keep an eye on them. I'd like to see what they're up to." Qin Yu ordered, interrupting Pam Hong and Taishu Kong. Yes, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong could only agree helplessly. The next day, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian and the other ancient emperors found out what they were up to. Although the 6 of them did not come to the East Continent openly, they did not hide their whereabouts either. After all, in the entire 9 continents of the Heaven Realm, the 6 of them could definitely destroy any force. It was even possible for them to rule over a continent. The older generation ancient emperors of the Middle Continent and the other continents had different combat strength even if their cultivation base was the same. Otherwise, the Middle Continent would not be the strongest continent in the 9 prefectures. They went to the cold plain. Does that mean they're going for the Azure Ice Beast? Qin Yu immediately reacted. When he had moved Long Hao away from the cold plain, the Azure Ice Beast had appeared. Although he did not touch it, Qin Yu could sense the aura of the Azure Ice Beast and the Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian. It seemed like the Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian, Xing Luo, and the others had teamed up to target the Azure Ice Beast. Creatures from the other continents. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Judging from the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, the Azure Ice Beast was definitely a creature from the other continents. It was so powerful that it could severely injure the Dragon Emperor. Of course, the Azure Ice Beast must have been severely injured by the Dragon Emperor's attack. One of its beast horns was even cut off by the Dragon Emperor. The Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian must have noticed that the Azure Ice Beast was injured. That was why he had teamed up with Xing Luo and the others. Qin Yu immediately made up his mind to go to the cold plain. Xing Luo, the Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian, the 4 Symbols Tao Emperor, and the others were all in the advanced Ancient Emperor realm. They were only a step away from the complete Ancient Emperor realm. If they could obtain some kind of opportunity from the Azure Ice Beast, they might be able to reach the peak Ancient Emperor realm. This was not a good thing for Qin Yu. One had to know that although this possibility wasn't great, it wasn't impossible. They couldn't ignore it. After making some preparations, Qin Yu arranged Pan Hong and Taishu Kong's escape route and left the imperial city. Woo, woo, woo. The howling, bone-chilling wind was like a sharp blade, cutting one's skin painfully. Even an Emperor Realm Master would feel a bone-piercing chill when they came to Frozen Yu Plains. Only by stepping into the Ancient Emperor realm would one be able to use Tao techniques to resist the howling cold wind. In the depths of the snowy plains, 6 figures broke through the air and flew over. The howling cold wind and snowstorm around them couldn't harm them at all. These 6 people were none other than Star Luo and the other ancient emperors from the central region. It's very close. It should be around here. After Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. Ferocious ghost runes spread out from his body and formed ferocious evil ghosts that spread out in all directions. Those evil spirits did not seem to have a physical body. Whether it was the cold wind, the blizzard, or the earth, they could easily penetrate them. Jie, suddenly, a strange cry of an evil spirit came from somewhere, but it stopped abruptly. However, Star Luo and the other ancient emperors were powerful existences. Naturally, they detected it instantly and appeared at the place where the evil spirit had disappeared. Boom! Ghost Emperor Zhentian suddenly struck out with his palm. Monstrous ghost Qi swept out and instantly annihilated the snowy plains within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Beneath the snowfield was an underground world of glaciers. Through the layers of ice. Through the ice, one could see countless wisps of blue cold air rising from the glacier. It seemed like the glacier under their feet existed in another space and time. Roar. When Ghost Emperor Zhentian discovered the glacier under the snowy plains, a beast roar that shook the 9 heavens suddenly resounded. It was the blue cold air that seeped out from under the glacier. In an instant, a giant ice beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. With a monstrous divine aura, it suddenly suppressed Star Luo and the other ancient emperors. No wonder I felt something was wrong last time. A strange light flashed in Ghost Emperor Zhentian's eyes. He had felt something strange during their last battle. Now it seemed that the blue Qian ice beast's true body was hidden under the glacier. The giant ice beast in front of him was nothing more than a puppet formed by the ice and snow condensed by the deep blue frost energy. Let's deal with this giant ice beast. Ghost Emperor, you break this barrier. Star Luo glanced at the layer of ice beneath their feet, then charged towards the giant ice beast. The 4 symbols Tao Emperor and the other ancient emperors didn't stay idle either. They also charged out. Among the 6 of them, Ghost Emperor Zhentian was the most accomplished in Formation Tao and Boundary Tao. In the past, Ghost Emperor Zhentian was strong enough to fight Dragon God Emperor Qin head-on in terms of formations. Rumble! As Star Luo and the other ancient emperors attacked, the giant ice beast that had beaten Ghost Emperor Zhentian so badly that he almost couldn't return last time met its match. The destructive battle exploded in the void. The sky trembled violently and showed signs of collapsing and becoming unstable. As Star Luo and the other ancient emperors fought the giant ice beast, Ghost Emperor Zhentian didn't hesitate. He touched the layer of ice with both hands. Ancient ghostly runes appeared in his palms and spread out in all directions at an incredible speed. Soon, the layer of ice within 10,000 miles was sealed by the ghostly runes and turned into a mysterious ancient formation. Break. After sensing for a while, Ghost Emperor Zhentian let out a low roar. Immediately, all the ghost runes glowed. The sound of cracking filled the air. Those ghost tattoos were like blades, directly cutting into the ice layer. Soon, cracking sounds rang out as the layer of ice within 10,000 miles shattered inch by inch. Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the other ancient emperors saw the underground glacier. Let's go! Ghost Emperor Zhentian's eyes flashed when he saw the broken layer of ice recovering quickly. He immediately charged into the underground glacier. Star Luo and the other ancient emperors also smashed the giant ice beast together and entered the underground glacier. After the giant ice beast was shattered, it turned into ice and snow. However, it recovered in the next instant and chased after Star Luo and the other ancient emperors into the underground glacier. After a few breaths, the glacier recovered and a cold wind blew in, covering the layer of ice. However, as soon as the layer of ice was completely covered, a cold light flashed in the air and disappeared into the ice boundary. Roar! Roar! Ghost Emperor Zhentian and the other ancient emperors stopped in the air after charging into the underground glacier world. This was because they heard the roars of beasts as soon as they charged into the glacier world. The cold blue air in the glacier went berserk and condensed into strange blue beasts. Although the strange blue beasts weren't as big as the giant ice beast, the aura they exuded wasn't any weaker. These are all puppets. We have to find their true bodies. Tao Emperor 4 symbols and the other ancient emperors looked at the strange blue beasts with grave expressions. These strange blue beasts were probably like the giant ice beast. They couldn't be killed or sealed. If they couldn't find their true bodies, they would be in big trouble. Chapter 639. This place has a great suppressive effect on the power of Tao. The four symbols Tao Emperor's expression changed after he sensed it. The ancient Emperor realm was all about the control of heaven and earth. That was why the ancient Emperor realm's battle prowess came from Tao power. At the ancient Emperor realm, primordial energy could only be used as a supplement to Tao techniques. But now, this glacial world was actually able to suppress the power of Tao. This would greatly suppress their battle prowess. Of course, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. After all, to be able to suppress Tao power in the sky region meant that the extraterritorial being had surpassed the 9th level of the martial path. If they could take it down, they might be able to reach the peak of the great circle of the ancient Emperor realm. Thank goodness! Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian rejoiced as he glanced at the ice barrier that had been completely restored. If he had brought the Ghost Emperor Holy Islands group instead of Xing Luo and the others, they wouldn't be in trouble. They would be dead for sure. From the aura of the chilling mutated beasts in the surroundings, a late-stage ancient emperor would definitely die if he barged in. Among the 6 of them, only Xing Luo looked at the chilling beasts calmly. There wasn't the slightest hint of worry on his face. The chilling beasts were indeed dangerous, but they weren't on the same level as the Rakshasa Crown Prince and the Blood Demon. Of course, Xing Luo was so calm because he had absolute confidence in his trump card. Boom, boom, boom. While Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian and the others were discussing through voice transmission, the giant chilling beasts went berserk and attacked Xing Luo and the others with destructive attacks. That frightening power caused the empty space of the glacier world to become like the surface of the water, with layers upon layers of waves appearing. If we can't seal it and can instantly recover, then we can only destroy the chilling qi. Don't hold back anymore. Let's end this quickly. Xing Luo said as his eyes darkened. Then, a terrifying dragon's aura burst out and swept across the space. The illusory image of a berserk dragon circled around Xing Luo's body. Star Luo took a step forward, and numerous afterimages appeared as he dodged the attacks of the frosty beasts. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on top of one of the frosty beasts and punched out. Roar, accompanied by an incomparably loud dragon roar. The wild dragon around Xing Luo's body followed his fist and forcefully blasted into the icy exotic beast's body. Rumble. Immediately, a violent and deafening explosion resounded. That ice-cold exotic beast exploded into pieces. At that instant, extremely destructive ripples began to spread from the center of the explosion in an unending stream. The chilling aura that the ice beast had transformed into was annihilated inch by inch after being distorted. Fiend Star Divine Hand, Goo Demon Witchcraft, Fire Cloud Immortal Force. Seeing that Star Luo's attack was effective, the 5 Tao Emperors of 4 symbols unleashed their own ultimate moves. Incomparably violent destructive power exploded forth. Under the attacks of the Tao Emperors of 4 symbols and the others, the icy beasts were annihilated one after another. Even if a few of them recovered in an instant, they could not withstand 2 attacks. Of course, although the chilling exotic beasts were successively killed, the situation of the 6 of them wasn't much better because of this. This was because more and more chilling exotic beasts continued to gather in this world of ice. It looked as though there was no end to them. In fact, the number of chilling exotic beasts was increasing and gradually exceeded the number that they had barged into this world of ice. Come out! After unleashing a series of killer moves, Xing Luo, who was in his half-dragon form and covered in dragon scales, had a strange look in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned into a beam of light and charged towards a certain place in this world of ice. A divine, fist blasted towards a certain glacier. Crack! After withstanding Xing Luo's destructive attack, only a few cracks appeared on the glacier. Moreover, there was a vast and boundless cold aura emitting from the crack in the glacier. Accompanying the chilling aura was an aura that caused even late-stage ancient emperors to feel fear. It was as though a demon king from hell had been awakened. Ghost Emperor Gentian and the others, who were fighting against the chilling exotic beasts, felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-chilling sense of danger rose in their hearts. Bang, 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 bang. After the terrifying aura emerged, the chilling exotic beasts in this world of ice exploded one after another. They turned into chilling aura and merged with the chilling aura that was surging out. The four symbols Tao Emperor, Ghost Emperor Gentian, and the other four flashed and appeared behind Xing Luo. They looked at the chilling aura that was surging out with solemn expressions. They could sense an extremely terrifying aura from the chilling aura. It was as though some kind of heaven-defying spirit was about to charge out from the chilling aura. This aura, Xing Luo's expression changed. He seemed to have sensed something appear. Xing Luo's right hand moved, and an ancient talisman appeared in his hand. The ancient talisman looked like jade and stone. It was engraved with profound Tao runes. It looked extremely profound. An immortal treasure. Ghost Emperor Gentian. The four symbols Tao Emperor, and the others were shocked when they saw the ancient talisman. Was Xing Luo planning to use an immortal treasure to deal with this foreign creature? Wong, wong, wong. With a thought, the ancient talisman flew into the sky and charged into the surging, chilling aura. In the next moment, the ancient talisman emitted a dazzling divine light that illuminated the entire world of ice. The surging, chilling aura was also illuminated thoroughly. The scene inside was clear as day. That's Ghost Emperor Gentian. The four symbols Tao Emperor and the others focused their gazes on a certain spot in the surging, chilling aura. There was a crystalline ice beast that looked like it was made of profound ice. It stared at them with a ferocious expression. The ice beast was about 3 meters long and looked like a profound cat. Its eyes were blue, and it had 2 horns on its head. However, half of one of its horns was missing, making it look a little strange. An azure ice beast, Qin Yu, who had disguised himself in a glacier somewhere in this world of ice, immediately understood when he saw the ice beast that had lost one of its horns. Clearly, this mysterious cat-like ice beast was the extraterrestrial creature that had severely injured the Dragon Emperor, the creator of the eternal Dragon Nation. It was the azure ice beast. A strange look flashed across Qin Yu's eyes. It seemed like he had made the right decision to take the risk and come here. The azure ice beast might actually contain the opportunity to break through to the ancient emperor realm. If that was the case, he couldn't let the azure ice beast fall into the hands of Xing Luo and the others. Is this the true form of the ice beast? Ghost Emperor Gentian and the others were excited. If they could find the true form of the azure ice beast, it would be much easier for the 6 of them to deal with it. Chapter 640. Roar. The blue Qian ice beast, whose body had been revealed by the light, roared angrily towards the sky. Waves of sound waves continuously spread out. Tens of thousands of icy blades began to form in the surging frosty air. Every cold blade had a vague, twisting, cold pattern on it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then they shot toward Xing Luo's ancient Tao talisman like arrows piercing through the heart. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, echoing throughout the glacier. As expected of an outsider, Xing Luo's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He glanced at the Emperor Taiyan beside him. The Emperor Taiyan understood and formed a seal with his hands. Crack! Finally, a crack appeared on Xing Luo's ancient talisman artifact under the onslaught of countless cold blades. What terrifying power! The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others' expressions changed when they saw this. Immortal treasures were refined by ancient immortals from the immortal ancient era using divine items. Even for late-stage ancient emperors like them, it wasn't easy for them to destroy an immortal treasure. However, the Blue Qian Ice Beast was able to easily destroy the ancient Tao talisman with a mere blade of frosty air. The Blue Qian Ice Beast was stronger than they'd expected. It was no wonder that those strange cold air beasts were able to stop them earlier. Rumble! Soon, the ancient talisman immortal treasure, which had more and more cracks, exploded. Violent, destructive immortal aura swept out in all directions, covering the frosty air around the Blue Qian Ice Beast. The light that had originally illuminated the entire world of ice had also disappeared. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment, the ancient talisman exploded. The Emperor's soul divergence suddenly attacked. A ray of light pierced through the void and entered the Blue Qian Ice Beast's body, disappearing in an instant. Did he succeed in planting the secret perception curse? However, even without the light of the ancient Tao talisman, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others could still sense it. Xing Luo, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the Four Symbols Tao Emperor, and the others easily sensed the Blue Qian Ice Beast's true body without being disturbed by the frosty air. The Grand Yen Emperor Lord was the most skilled of the six when it came to tracking and concealment. That was why Star Luo had asked him to take action. Roar! The Blue Qian Ice Beast roared again, as if it had sensed the perception imprint in its body. The sound waves swept through the void like a hurricane. A ka-ka-ka icy sound appeared. The cold aura that was originally surrounding the Blue Qian Ice Beast began to gather in a crazy manner. It quickly transformed into a mysterious ice beast armor that adhered to the Blue Qian Ice Beast's body. From the looks of it, it was as if the Blue Qian Ice Beast was wearing a profound ice armor. Originally, the Blue Qian Ice Beast was only about 3 meters long. After putting on the Qian Ice Beast armor, it grew to a height of 1.5 meters. It looked majestic. At the very least, it is equivalent to the Great Circle of the ancient Emperor realm. After the Blue Qian Ice Beast appeared in the form of a profound Ice Beast armor, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the Four Symbols Tao Emperor, and the others immediately sensed the Blue Qian Ice Beast cultivation, and their expressions turned grave. A Great Circle ancient emperor had yet to appear in the heaven domain. They had late-stage ancient emperors behind them, and they roughly knew how terrifying a Great Circle ancient emperor was. Most importantly, the Blue Qian Ice Beast cultivation was only at the Great Circle of the ancient emperor realm. As for the true limit of his strength, it was still impossible for him to detect it. On the other hand, Xing Luo's expression did not change much. He was currently sizing up the world of ice. It was as if he did not care about the Blue Qian Ice Beast's terrifying cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Blue Qian Ice Beast revealed its true form, and its eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It did not waste any time and immediately attacked. The Blue Qian Ice Beast's beast armor shone brightly. Countless profound ice runes flickered, and an overwhelming amount of cold light burst out. Every ray of cold light contained an incomparably terrifying power. It seemed like it could pierce through the void and annihilate everything. If they were not in the world of ice, that kind of destructive power would have been unimaginable. If they were in the outside world, the world would have been shattered, and the void would have been chaotic. Kill! At this point, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the Four Symbols Tao Emperor, and the others naturally did not hold back. They all unleashed their mystiques and attacked the Blue Qian Ice Beast. They gathered the destructive power of their mystiques to the extreme, and then blasted it out with the greatest power. In an instant, the world of ice was once again turned into a zone of destruction. Even an ordinary ancient emperor would not be able to survive if they entered this zone. Although the blue Qian ice beast cultivation was terrifying, the sky suppression ghost emperor and the other four did not retreat. They were not afraid at all. They were able to reach where they were today because of the endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Once they had made up their minds, they would not waver. Moreover, the blue Qian ice beast's strength might indeed contain a heaven-defying opportunity that could allow them to break through to the late-stage ancient emperor realm. With such a temptation in front of them, they naturally had to give it their all. However, Xing Luo was still sizing up the world of ice. He did not interfere in the destructive battle. If one took a closer look, they would notice that there was a figure in the blue Qian ice beast size. In the depths of Xing Luo's right eye, there was a vague figure sitting cross-legged. The figure was sizing up the world of ice that Xing Luo was looking at. If one took a closer look, they would see that the figure in the depths of Xing Luo's right eye was also Xing Luo. However, the Xing Luo in the depths of Xing Luo's right eye seemed to have come through the endless void. There was an obvious space-time distance between them. I see. After sizing up the world of ice, Xing Luo's gaze fell on the blue Qian ice beast that was fighting against the sky suppression ghost emperor and the other four. A strange look flashed in his eyes. The Xing Luo figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of Xing Luo's right eye disappeared. What was that aura just now? However, Xing Luo did not discover that Qin Yu, who was hidden within the glacier, was also sizing him up with an unmoving expression. In fact, the strange look in Qin Yu's eyes was even more intense than Xing Luo's. This was because the aura that Xing Luo had released earlier had made Qin Yu's hair stand on end. It was a feeling that came from the depths of his bones. It was a feeling that he was no match for Xing Luo. Even when Qin Yu was surrounded and killed in the immortal god graveyard in his previous life, he had never sensed it. Moreover, when Qin Yu fought with Xing Luo in the ancient devil race's ancestral land, he had never sensed such a feeling from Xing Luo. What happened to Xing Luo just now? Rumble! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded. A figure was sent flying out of the chaotic battlefield. Along the way, the violent power of the Tao spread and shook the void. The person who was sent flying was the Great Sun Celestial Emperor. Even though the Great Sun Celestial Emperor had activated the demon race's bloodline in his body and was already half demonized, he was still injured. However, after taking a direct hit from the blue Qian ice beast, he was still heavily injured. Bloody wounds appeared all over his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 641. Rumble. However, the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor's attack gave the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others a chance. The four of them immediately used their trump cards and attacked the Blue Qian Ice Beast with all their might. The Blue Qian Ice Beast was forced to retreat, and its aura was obviously a little chaotic. However, compared to the injuries suffered by the Great Sun Heavenly Emperor, the injuries suffered by the Blue Qian Ice Beast were not worth mentioning at all. What a terrifying defense! We have to find a way to break its profound Ice Beast armor. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the four symbols Tao Emperors looked very serious. They had clearly seen that 70 to 80% of the might of the violent, destructive Tao technique attacks they had executed had been absorbed by the Blue Qian Ice Beast's mystic Ice Beast armor. The Blue Qian Ice Beast was only injured by 10 to 20%. This was not enough to cause any fatal injuries to the Blue Qian Ice Beast. Mad Dragon, you've been watching for so long. Have you found any flaws in this Ice Beast? The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor couldn't help but look at the Mad Dragon Imperial Emperor, Xing Luo. They all knew that Xing Luo cultivated a mystique that allowed him to see through any opponent's flaws. Xing Luo had been watching for so long, so he should have noticed something. I didn't find any flaws, but I found a more fatal weakness. A smile appeared on Xing Luo's face. The blue Qian ice beast was obviously a veteran. No matter if it was a mystique or mystique, there was no flaw to be found. However, Xing Luo had just found a fatal weakness that could kill the blue Qian ice beast. What's the fatal weakness? The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the other's eyes lit up. To be honest, even with Xing Luo's help, they didn't think it would be easy to defeat the blue Qian ice beast. As for capturing it, they would have to pay a huge price. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others naturally didn't want to pay such a huge price. After all, they were here to find an opportunity to break through to the ancient emperor realm. If their cultivation base and Dao arts were damaged because of this, it wouldn't be worth it. This ice beast's power comes from the gloomy plains, Xing Luo said slowly. The power of the gloomy plains? That can't be, right? Could it be that this ice beast isn't from the outer realm? Ghost Emperor Zhentian, the four symbols Dao Emperor, and the others were startled. Star Luo's words were beyond their expectations. They found it hard to believe that a native of the heaven realm could have such a shocking cultivation. Although I don't know what's going on, this ice beast is indeed absorbing the energy of the frozen plains. Furthermore, there's an extremely frightening energy rampaging within the ice beast's body. If it wasn't for the fact that we had to suppress the rampaging energy, I think that we would have already lost our lives here. Xing Luo said, in that case, this ice beast from another domain is injured. North Emperor Luan looked at the blue Qian ice beast that had lost a corner and was extremely shocked. Despite being injured, he was still able to resist the combined attacks of the five of them and even had the upper hand. How terrifying would it be if it was at its peak? Even if it was a creature from the outer realm, wasn't this strength a little too shocking? In other words, if we cut off the power of the ice beast and ghastly plane, it will be enough to suppress the ice beast? The four symbols Dao Emperor was also shocked, but he soon understood what Xing Luo meant by the death spot. The blue Qian ice beast had to suppress the rampaging energy within its body as long as the energy of ghastly plane was cut off. That meant that it would be attacked from both inside and outside. At that time, it wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. No wonder they set up this barrier here. So that's what they meant. Ghost Emperor Zhentian raised his head and looked at the ice barrier that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. The ice barrier wasn't just to conceal the blue Qian ice beast's presence and aura. More importantly, it was to absorb the energy of Ghastly Plain. Ghastly Plain wasn't just the largest world of ice and snow in the East Continent. In fact, no place in the Heaven Realm's 9 prefectures had more ice than this place. Let's suppress it. Ghost Emperor Zhentian, you go and destroy this barrier completely. Don't let it recover. Do it quickly, and don't let it have a chance to escape. The blue Qian ice beast's aura was getting more and more terrifying, as if it was preparing some super powerful killing technique. Xing Luo said to Ghost Emperor Zhentian, and the primordial dragon possessed him. Die. At this moment, the blue Qian ice beast spoke in human language, along with the bone-chilling voice. Ice crystal chains filled with cold air appeared from the blue Qian ice beast's beast armor. Like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy, they pounced toward Xing Luo and the others. Vaguely, the ice crystal chains formed some kind of mysterious ancient formation that enveloped them. The situation was just as Xing Luo had expected. The blue Qian ice beast saw that something was wrong and used a super powerful killing technique. The ancient formation formed by the ice crystal chains contained the extraordinary space Dao. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to suppress the entire world. roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens, Xing Luo, who was possessed by the primordial dragon, transformed into a 1,000-foot-long primordial dragon and soared into the sky with the invincible might of the dragon clan. The ice crystal chain array that was descending toward them blocked their path in midair. 4 Symbols Circuit. The Tao Emperor of 4 Symbols growled when he saw this. Thousands of Tao runes bloomed all over his body and danced in the sky, turning the space around him into a 4 Symbols ancient formation. Within the ancient formation, flowers, plants, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars, the cycle of life and death. The Tao Emperor of 4 Symbols had comprehended the Tao of the 4 Symbols of the universe. Being able to use the Tao of the 4 Symbols to create all things in the universe was extremely wondrous. No one could find a way to counter him. God suppresses the world. The North Emperor of Chaos muttered as his hands formed a seal. A sacred and inviolable aura emanated from him. The image of a god manifested behind the North Emperor of Chaos. It had a divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the image of a primordial god that the North Emperor of Chaos had obtained from a primordial divine ruin. Rumor had it that the true spirit of a god was slumbering within the image of the primordial god. Great Sun Golden Crow. The Great Sun Celestial Emperor, who was covered in blood, no longer held back. The dried blood in his body turned into dark golden flames and burned fiercely. In an instant, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor turned into a man of fire. It was as if he had condensed into a blazing sun. Within the blazing sun, a crisp chirp could be heard. One could vaguely see a golden crow spreading its wings, ready to take flight. The Great Sun Celestial Emperor had comprehended the Tao of the Great Sun. He also possessed the bloodline power of the Golden Crow clan. When the two merged, he could transform into a Great Sun Golden Crow that could destroy the heavens and earth. Heaven amplification, divine art. The Emperor Tien Emperor also transformed into a beam of light and rushed out. Among the 5, the Emperor Tien Emperor looked the most ordinary. However, the Emperor Tien's body was filled with a mysterious power. Chapter 642. The Emperor Lord of Tien had originally walked the Tao of divination. However, when he ascended to the ancient Emperor realm, his Tao changed from the Tao of divination to the art of divination. It was similar to the 4 Symbols Tao Emperor's 4 Symbols world cycle, but it was actually very different. The Emperor Lord of Tien's art of divination could not only create things, but also reverse them. In other words, it could reverse one's Tao to its origin, and also evolve it to its peak. During the battle in the graveyard of the immortal god, the Emperor Lord of Tien was the only ancient emperor who had not been injured by Qin used secret art of war dragons. Rumble. The Blue Qian Ice Beast's original plan to trap Xing Luo and the others in a profound crystal cage with a secret technique was completely ruined. The crystal cage was blocked by Xing Luo alone, while the Azure Ice Beast was blocked by the 4 Symbols Tao Emperors. They could only watch helplessly as the Tao Emperors of 4 Symbols scurried about and destroyed the formation points of the ice barrier one by one. Their cultivation has improved a lot. Qin Yu, who had completely concealed his aura, watched the battle from the shadows. He compared the strength of the 5 ancient emperors. He discovered that the 5 ancient emperors were much stronger than when they had surrounded him in the graveyard of the immortal god. Of course, the ones who had improved the most were the 4 Symbols Tao Emperors. The Great Sun Celestial Emperor and the Emperor Lord of Tien were weaker than the ancient emperors of the Central Plains. However, Qin Yu was very concerned about the terrifying aura that Xing Luo had exuded. Xing Luo's current aura was far from the terrifying aura he had exuded before. when comparing the progress of their cultivation. Qin Yu was also able to tell that, if the battle continued like this, the Azure Ice Beast's defeat was only a matter of time. As expected, after a few breaths of time, a loud explosion came from above. The ice barrier that covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters exploded, turning into fragments that danced in the air and dissipated. The whistling ice and snow swept in, obscuring everyone's vision. It's finally broken. The four symbols Dao monarchs, North Monarch Wuan, and the others were startled. This was because they could clearly sense that the aura of the blue Qian ice beast had become chaotic after the ice boundary was shattered. At this moment, even they were able to clearly sense the chaotic energy within the blue Gon ice beast's body that Xing Luo had mentioned. This is the power of the Dragon Emperor. With a thought from Qin Yu, the violent energy fluctuations coming from the blue Qian ice beast were none other than the energy left behind by the Dragon Emperor. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor had not only cut off a corner of the blue Qian ice beast, but he had also left something in its body. At this time, Qin Yu could clearly feel that something in his spatial ring was emitting a light trembling sound. This caused Qin Yu's eyes to light up, and the corners of his mouth even revealed a smile. All of you are courting death. The blue Qian ice beast once again spoke in human language. A dense, bone-chilling killing intent caused Xing Luo's group to feel a chill in their hearts. The blue Qian ice beast's blue eyes shone with a dazzling blue light that was blinding to the eyes. Xing Luo and the others felt a piercing pain in their eyes, and they could not help but retreat. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 6 rays of light that were completely blue and contained twisting frost runes attacked Xing Luo and the others at an extremely fast speed. Uft! Uft! Xing Luo and the others were immediately severely injured, and they were sent flying hundreds of miles away. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and their auras became weak and chaotic. If one could see through them, they would be able to see through them. There was a ball of blue light in each of their bodies, and it turned into billions of blue light threads that were wreaking havoc in their limbs and bones, constantly destroying their vitality. The ball of blue light was so ferocious that even the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the other late-stage ancient emperors could not withstand it. They tried their best to suppress it. This is a good chance. Qin Yu, who was hiding in the dark, saw this, and his eyes shone brightly. Right now, Xing Luo and the others were not only severely injured, but they were also severely injured. This was definitely the best time to make a move. With Qin Yu's current cultivation and the ancestral demon statue's battle strength, he definitely had a chance to kill Xing Luo and the others. Mystic Body, unseal. However, right at the moment when Qin Yu was about to move, Xing Luo suddenly let out a low shout and revealed his true body. That ancient era's wild dragon's silhouette also completely surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, Xing Luo's originally weak aura became extremely strong. Whoosh! Xing Luo, whose body was being ravaged by the blue light, took a step forward and crossed the void, charging at the blue Qian ice beast with lightning speed. Rumble! The blue Qian ice beast, who was still suppressing the ancient power of the Dragon Emperor in its body, was caught off guard and was sent flying by Xing Luo's attack. That's Qin Yu, who was about to escape from the glacier, quickly stopped when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with shock. Why you have an immortal body? The blue Qian ice beast, who had been sent flying, was also a little stunned and looked at Xing Luo in disbelief. At this moment, Xing Luo's vitality was recovering faster than the blue light was destroying it. One had to know that the blue Qian ice beast's frost divine power could easily kill the sky region's ancient emperor. Such monstrous vitality shocked even the blue Qian ice beast, who had come from another region. Master's indestructible mystic body. What's going on? Why would Master pass this mystic art to Xing Luo? No, Even if Master passed it to him, Xing Luo shouldn't be able to cultivate it without the indestructible mystic body. What's going on? The blue Qian ice beast didn't know, but Qin Yu could see the reason. The mystic art that Xing Luo was using now was Qin Yu's master's unparalleled forbidden art. It was on par with the immortal sacrifice art. It was rumored that those who successfully cultivated this forbidden art would have an immortal body. No matter what kind of injury they suffered, they would be able to recover in an instant. It wasn't something like regrowing limbs or mystic arts could compare to. The indestructible mystic body could cultivate the indestructible mystic body, which would allow one's vitality to never be extinguished. Back then, Qin Yu's master had said that this mystic art was obtained from the ancient immortal ruins. It was a pure, immortal mystic art that could only be cultivated with the indestructible mystic body. However, Qin Yu's master had obtained a wisp of the indestructible mystic body. He had refined it and cultivated it into the indestructible mystic body. Unless Qin Yu's master had destroyed his own divine body and passed the indestructible mystic body to Xing Luo. Otherwise, Xing Luo wouldn't have been able to cultivate the indestructible mystic body. 7 styles of immortal slaying. While the blue Qian ice beast was still in shock, Xing Luo suddenly charged forward again. Dazzling saber-like blades of Dao condensed and slashed at the blue Qian ice beast. This was also Qin Yu's master's mystic art. Although it couldn't compare to the immortal sacrifice art or the indestructible mystic body, it was still in the top 10. However, its power was among the best in the heaven domain. Only the heaven-burying sword immortal's heaven-burying sword art could compete with it. Chapter 643. Heaven and Earth Cage. The blue Qian ice beast did not have the time to deal with Xing Luo as the Dragon Emperor's ancient power rampaged within its body. The blue Qian ice beast roared, and countless dazzling blue lights surged into heaven and earth. The blue Qian ice beast took control of the power of heaven and earth in this world of ice, and turned it into a cage that flew toward Xing Luo, who was charging toward him. Rumble! Although Xing Luo's attack was terrifying, it could not break through the power of heaven and earth, and was stopped by the heaven and earth cage. The blue Qian ice beast turned into a ray of blue light, and was about to escape. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a ray of light flashed out of the void, and stopped the blue Qian ice beast. It was Qin Yu. After seeing that Xing Luo had cultivated the indestructible body, Qin Yu changed his mind about dealing with the 6 of them. With Qin Yu's current strength, even with the power of the primogenitor golem, he could not kill Xing Luo, who had the indestructible body. Since that was the case, Qin Yu did not want to alert the enemy. Moreover, the blue Qian ice beast was indeed an alien, and it was injured. If Xing Luo caught up to it, it might really be taken away by Xing Luo. Of course, this was not what Qin Yu wanted to see. Therefore, Qin Yu directly attacked the blue Qian ice beast. As for Xing Luo and the other 5, he would deal with them after he recovered his cultivation base. Whoosh! Qin Yu's sudden appearance stunned the blue Qian ice beast, Xing Luo, and the others. They did not expect that there would be someone hiding in the dark. However, the blue Qian ice beast was not in the mood to deal with anyone, no matter who it was. It cast the heaven and earth cage again, and prepared to escape. However, upon seeing this, Qin Yu displayed a cold smile on his face. Seal! Qin Yu shouted, and an item appeared in his hand. It was the blue Qian ice beast's broken horn. The broken horn had a seal left behind by the Dragon Emperor in the past. Before the Dragon Emperor passed away, he had set it up specifically to deal with the blue Qian ice beast. Qin Yu did not know about it in the past, but when the Dragon Emperor's ancient power in the blue Qian ice beast's body went berserk, the seal left behind by the Dragon Emperor was immediately lifted. Rumble! Qin Yu activated the seal in the broken horn, and the blue Qian ice beast's body a loud explosive sound. The Qian Ice Beast's body went berserk. Cold Ice Beast's ancient power. Qian Ice Beast. Clearly, it was a Qian Ice Beast was severely injured with it, a blow. The Qian Ice Beast to the Qian Ice Beast. With it, Qian Luo's dragon's Qian. Ice Qian with it Qian. What is it? Zhou Qian Ming to the ancient Qian Yi Luo's Luo. The Qian Ice looming, Qian Ice Beast. In the blink of an eye, the Qian Ice Beast was brought back to the Broken Horn. After successfully sealing the blue Qian Ice Beast, Qin Yu glanced coldly at Xing Luo and the others, then immediately flew away. This time, it was all thanks to Xing Luo and the others. Otherwise, even with the seal left behind by the Dragon Emperor, Qin Yu would not have been able to seal the blue Qian Ice Beast so easily. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? As the blue Qian Ice Beast was sealed, Xing Luo and the others' cold divine power was greatly weakened. Xing Luo, who had cultivated the indestructible mysterious sky body, took the lead and chased after Qin Yu. Ghost Emperor Sky Suppression, Tao Emperor Four Symbols, and the others suppressed their injuries and charged out of the void with murderous intent. They had worked hard to beat the blue Qian Ice Beast to this extent. Now, someone dared to snatch food from their mouths. This person must be tired of living. However, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the Four Symbols Tao Emperor, and the others rushed out of the world of ice. The moment they returned to the cold plains, they immediately felt the world around them changing rapidly. This feeling made the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others' expressions change. In the next instant, they appeared on an isolated island. In front of them was Xing Luo, who had been the first to chase after them. A teleportation array. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor's face twitched. His expression was extremely gloomy as he spoke with a murderous aura. In that instant, they had sensed it. Obviously, the person who had snatched the blue Qian Ice Beast had set up a teleportation array at the entrance of the ice layer. As soon as they rushed out, it would immediately activate and teleport them away. Not many people in the 9 prefectures in the Heaven Domain have such attainments in the array Tao, right? The Four Symbols Tao Emperor looked at the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and asked, one should know that they were among the top ancient emperors in the Heaven Domain. To be able to teleport all of them to this small island in an instant, they did not know where they were. Such attainments in the array Tao were probably not much weaker than the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor. Even if they were prepared in advance, there should be no more than 3 people in the Heaven Domain who could do this except for me. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor nodded. The Four Symbols Tao Emperor and the others looked at each other when they heard this. This meant that those 3 people were the most suspicious. As long as they could find them, they might be able to find the blue Qian Ice Beast. Of course, this is only on the surface. It's hard to say if there are people hiding in the dark. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor sighed. Since the other party had a way to capture the blue Qian Ice Beast right under their noses and teleport all of them away in an instant, it was impossible. If that was the case, it would be almost impossible to find them now. Whether or not they are here, we have to investigate first. The Great Sun Celestial Emperor said viciously. He was the most severely injured in this battle. If he did not gain anything, it would be a great loss. You guys go and find that ice beast. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Xing Luo, who was flying in the sky above the island, seemed to have confirmed the location. After he said that, he flew away. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor and the others were not surprised by this. Apart from dealing with the Dragon God Emperor, Qin Yu, they had never seen Xing Luo care about anything else. At this moment, somewhere in the East Continent, the void trembled. A ray rune spread out, and a figure appeared. It was Qin Yu, who had captured the blue Qian ice beast. Qin Yu instantly sensed his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately flew away. As for Xing Luo and the others, Qin Yu did not know where they would be teleported to. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was skilled in the Array Dao. If it was a two-way teleportation formation, it was highly likely that he would discover them and send them back. After leaving the teleportation formation, Qin Yu did not immediately return to the Holy Dragon sect. Although the blue Qian ice beast was suppressed in the Dragon Emperor's seal, it did not give up on resisting. He could not be careless. Several days later, Qin Yu entered into an ancient, desolate wilderness forest. He set up layers upon layers of barriers and entered the ancient divine dragon seal space. After setting up layers of seals, Qin Yu took out the broken horn of the blue Qian ice beast. Roar! When Qin Yu slightly loosened the spirit formation, a soul-shaking beast roar immediately resounded, causing one's heart to tremble. Shortly after, a distorted seven-colored radiance appeared. The blue Qian ice beast actually charged out of the seal of the broken horn with difficulty. Chapter 644. You are not part of the dragon tribe. How did you get the seal of the sinister dragon? After the blue Qian ice beast rushed out, it did not try to break through the seven-colored light. It just stared coldly at Qin Yu. Ancient dark blue runes fluctuated within those dark blue eyes, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at them. Sinister dragon? Kiki, the emperor of the dragon tribe, has become a sinister dragon in your mouth. You really dare to say that? Qin Yu chuckled, looking at the blue Qian ice beast that even the seal of the dragon emperor could not suppress. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. A frog at the bottom of a well. Even the Shenron tribe, which has the purest divine blood, would not dare to call themselves the emperor of the dragon tribe. That sinister dragon only has a little divine blood, and it dares to call itself the emperor of the dragon tribe? Hearing Qin Yu's words, the blue Qian ice beast cannot help sneering disdainfully. It seems like you are very familiar with the situation in the outer region. Why don't we have a good talk? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Qin Yu was also extremely curious about the outer regions, especially the location where Fairy Shuelan was located. It was very clear that she was located somewhere in the outer regions. Talk about what? Although the blue Qian ice beast could kill Qin Yu, who was only an ancient emperor, with a single slap when it was at its peak. But now, it could not suppress the ancient power of the Dragon Emperor in its body and was being destroyed. It was also sealed and could not escape. Even if it did not want to talk, it could only talk. You know this place? With an intention from Qin Yu, surging dragon aura swept through the ancient dragon god's seal and formed a world. It was a world of ice and snow. Under the world of ice and snow, there were countless ice and snow castles floating in the sky. This was the place where Qin Yu had last seen Fairy Shuelan. Without a doubt, if he knew this place, he would definitely be able to find Fairy Shuelan. This is... The blue Qian ice beast's expression changed slightly. Its blue eyes flashed with uncertainty as it looked at Qin Yu. It seems like you know this place. Where is this outer region? Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he asked, What's in it for me if I tell you? The blue Qian ice beast pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. What benefits do you want? Qin, you also knew that the azure ice beast was not one of those savage beasts that had yet to develop intelligence. It would not be easy to deal with it. Disperse the power of the monstrous dragon in my body, then release me. Not only will I tell you where this place is, I will also give you a fortuitous encounter that will allow you to break through the limits of this domain's Tao in the future. The blue Qian ice beast said straightforwardly, Sure, but you have to tell me the news first. Given your cultivation level, once the ancient power of the Dragon Emperor is dispelled, the Dragon Emperor seal is gone, and you can fly as high as you want. I don't want to come back. Not only will all my efforts be for naught, you might even be in mortal danger." Chinyu said indifferently, "It seems that we can't trust each other." The blue ice beast said coldly, "If it were to tell Chinyu all the information he knew, then it would be useless. At that time, it would be wishful thinking to expect Chinyu to let it go. How about this? Let's each take a step back. You tell me where this domain is, and I will disperse the ancient power of the Dragon Emperor in your body. How about that?" Chinyu seemed to have thought for a long time before suggesting such a plan. "Sure." The blue Qian ice beast stared at Chinyu for a while and finally nodded its head. To it, the power of the monstrous dragon in its body was like the undying will power of the Buddhist region. No matter how it tried to refine it, it could not get rid of it. The blue Qian ice beast knew that this dragon power contained the resentment of the monstrous dragon. The stronger the resentment of the monstrous dragon, the stronger the dragon power. As long as it could disperse this dragon power, it would be difficult to seal it with just this layer of rainbow light. Chinyu took a step forward. Yuan Qi gathered in his right palm and touched the blue Qian ice beast. Crack, crack. The moment they touched, the Yuan Qi palm froze. When the blue Qian ice beast withdrew its ice power, the Yuan Qi palm returned to normal. Next, dragon blood boiled in Chinyu's body. Vaguely, a majestic dragon roar could be heard. After a while, the blue Qian ice beast's blue eyes suddenly flashed with a dazzling light. It could clearly feel that the rampaging power of the monstrous dragon in its body was rapidly dissipating. "You should tell me where this is. Don't try to lie to me. It won't do you any good," Chinyu said coldly. "If I'm not wrong, this ice castle should be the snow region, where the snow tribe is." Hearing Chinyu's threat, the blue Qian ice beast's eyes flashed fiercely. Snow region? Snow tribe? Fairy Shualan. Chinyu's mind fluctuated. He was rather excited. From the sound of it, this blue Qian ice beast should not be speaking nonsense. Although he did not know if the news was true, at least he had a clue about Fairy Shualan. Rumble! While Chinyu was lost in thought, the blue Qian ice beast suddenly went berserk. Violent cold light exploded, freezing the void inch by inch. Even the rainbow light on the broken horn slowed significantly. It looked like it could no longer suppress the blue Qian ice beast. "Do you really think I will disperse the ancient power of the Dragon Emperor in your body?" Seeing the blue Qian ice beast about to break through the rainbow light seal, Chinyu's lips curled in a cold smile. Chinyu could not tell if the blue Qian ice beast was telling the truth. Therefore, he could only use the old method to search its soul. "Die!" The blue Qian ice beast roared angrily. A ray of blue light pierced through the void and punched a big hole in Chinyu's body. However, no blood flowed out, and Chinyu did not seem to notice it. Even his expression did not change. This is the blue Qian ice beast, which was originally incomparably wild and violent with a murderous aura, was suddenly startled when it saw this scene. Immediately, it seemed to have discovered something as its eyes abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle. "Have you realized it? Too bad. It's too late. This is the thousand layers illusory world. If you had realized it at the beginning, you might have been able to break free. But now, Kiki..." Chinyu, who had a big hole in his chest, laughed eerily. Immediately, the blue Qian ice beast realized that everything in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon had become distorted. Malicious ghosts wreaked havoc, gods descended, and ancient immortals preached. Everything was real and illusory at the same time. The blue Qian ice beast was mesmerized, unable to extricate itself. Fortunately, I did not release the seal to subdue it. Within the ancient seal of the mystical dragon, Chinyu was relieved to see the blue Qian ice beast in the thousand layers illusory world. Once he had thought of subduing the blue Qian ice beast and released it, even with the ancient power of the Dragon Emperor, it would not be able to suppress the blue Qian ice beast. Fortunately, when the blue Qian ice beast appeared, its attention was on Qin Yu, and it did not notice the Thousand Layers illusory world. Otherwise, Qin Yu doubted that the Thousand Layers illusory world that he had seen in the Immortal Trove could trap the blue Qian ice beast's mind. Fortunately, the blue Qian ice beast was completely subdued. Even if it knew that it was in an illusory world, it could not break free. Chapter 645. The blue ice beast had struggled in the Thousand Layers illusory world for several months. Only then did it break free from the suppression of the Dragon Emperor's ancient energy and the seven-colored seal. The blue Qian ice beast needed to absorb the frost energy of the frost plane to maintain its cultivation during this period of time. Not only did it not absorb the frost energy, but it also had to suppress the dragon energy in its body and resist the seven-colored seal. It was easy to imagine how much energy the blue ice beast had to consume. If it wasn't for the blue ice beast's strong foundation, it would have collapsed a long time ago. Looking at the blue ice beast's weak aura, Qin Yu pondered for a long time. In the end, he gave up on the idea of using a secret technique to control the blue ice beast. After all, the blue ice beast's cultivation was in the 9th stage of the martial path. Qin Yu wasn't sure if the secret technique he grasped in the heaven domain could control the blue ice beast. If something were to go wrong, then the risk of sneaking into the frost plane this time would be completely wasted. Furthermore, Qin Yu wanted to verify the authenticity of the snow region and snow race that the blue ice beast had told him. Qin Yu immediately activated the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal and used the immortal Ancient Shenren's power to strengthen himself. Shortly after, the Primal Chaos Killing Art and the Immortal Extermination Ancient Diagram appeared and enveloped the blue ice beast. Roar, roar, roar. Even though it was exhausted, the blue Qian ice beast was still able to unleash a terrifying power at the critical juncture of life and death. It was enough to kill a late-stage ancient emperor. However, the blue ice beast's final struggle didn't last long under the combined attacks of the immortal ancient Shenron and the immortal extermination ancient diagram. Finally, the blue ice beast was split into two by the immortal extermination ancient diagram. The beast soul was suppressed by the immortal ancient Shenren's power. With the beast soul, Qin Yu didn't have to be so cautious anymore. He directly used his emperor's soul to search the beast's soul. Soon, Qin Yu obtained a large portion of the blue ice beast's memories. However, the divine abilities and secrets of the blue Qian ice beast clan had been destroyed for some reason, and he could not find any of them. Fortunately, Qin Yu also cared a lot about the secret of the blue Qian ice beast. From the blue Qian ice beast's memories, Qin Yu learned that the blue Qian ice beast was originally from the snow region. As for why it had come to the heaven region, he still did not know. However, what he had said about Shui Yu and the Snow Clan wasn't a lie. The place where Qin Yu had seen Fairy Shuolan in the past was the Snow Clan in the snow region. This made Qin Yu feel relieved. Once the matters in the Tian region were settled, they could go to the Shui region. As for the way to leave the heaven realm and head to the outer realm, Qin Yu had already found out from the blue Qian ice beast's memories. Qin Yu even knew the method to cross the 9th stage of the martial Dao, although it was still extremely difficult to break through the limits of the late ancient emperor realm. It had given Qin Yu a clear path. Qin Yu was very glad that the Azure Ice Beast hadn't been taken away by Xing Luo and the others. Otherwise, Xing Luo and the others would have most likely obtained the method to cross the 9th stage of the martial Dao. After crushing the blue Qian ice beast's soul and scattering it, Qin Yu extracted the pure bloodline of the blue Qian ice beast. According to the blue Qian ice beast's memories, Its clan seemed to be the descendants of a pure divine beast in the snow region. This was evident from the blue Qian ice beast's disdain for the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, Qin Yu completely extracted the bloodline power of the blue Qian ice beast and sent it into the primal chaos dragon world for the dragon souls, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon to refine. Qin Yu's eternal dragon currently had 5 dragons: the primal chaos dragon, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, the purple lightning heaven incinerating dragon, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, and the phantom illusion dragon. However, among these 5 dragons, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon and the phantom illusion dragon had not submitted to Qin Yu. They were only controlled by Qin Yu with the soul dragon art. Therefore, Qin Yu only gave the dragon souls, the primal chaos ancestor dragon, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, and the purple lightning heaven incinerating dragon to increase their cultivation and potential. As for the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon and the phantom illusion dragon, Qin Yu no longer needed their battle strength given his current cultivation. Therefore, he directly refined the 2 dragons and merged their dragon blood and dragon bones with the dragon souls. This made the dragon souls' bodies even more sturdy. After absorbing the bloodlines of the primal chaos ancestor dragon and the blue Qian ice beast, the dragon souls, the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, and the purple lightning heaven incinerating dragon were all undergoing some kind of transformation. His cultivation was also rising at a speed that could be clearly felt. When they came out of seclusion, they would definitely have improved by more than 1 level. Even the primal chaos ancestor dragon, who was severely injured after Qin Yu refined the dragon vein, had his aura strengthened rapidly. When the primal chaos ancestor dragon's cultivation recovered to its peak, Qin Yu would have the strength of 2 late-stage ancient emperors. In addition to that, he could also slay late-stage ancient emperors. His strength was even more terrifying. While Qin Yu was refining the blue Qian ice beast to strengthen the cultivation of the dragons in his body, the eastern continent, which seemed calm on the surface, was actually filled with undercurrents. Eastern continent, heavenly immortal cliff, and ancient pavilion. For figures had gathered. If the experts of the eastern continent were here, they would be astounded. These 4 figures were the strongest ancient emperors of the eastern continent. Each of them could easily shake the entire eastern continent with a stomp of their feet. Long Hu, martial monarch, why have you gathered us here? An old man with a goatee and a robe covered in lightning said coldly. This old man in a thunderous robe was called the Thunderclap Emperor. Among the late-stage ancient emperors in the eastern continent, his strength was ranked in the top 5, and his cultivation was extremely terrifying. I believe all of you have already guessed the reason why I have gathered all of you here. The leader of the 4 was the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect Master, the Dragon Tiger Emperor. He smiled at the Thunderclap Emperor and the other 2. Are you referring to the Sacred Dragon Sect? An imperious-looking man with a crown on his head and a golden robe with dragons on it said, with squinted eyes. This dignified man was the sacred master of the Royal Sacred Dynasty, the ancient emperor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Are all of you not interested in the Sacred Dragon Sect that has occupied the territories of 2 ancient emperors? The Dragon Tiger Emperor laughed eerily. The Sacred Dragon Sect is not to be trifled with. Although we do not know if the 7-star ancient emperor died in the hands of the Sacred Dragon Sect, Emperor God Tian Yuan was indeed killed by them. A young voice sounded. It was a young man with a young face and a sword in his hand. His aura was terrifying. The heaven-battling God Emperor was the master of the heaven-battling God dynasty. Although he looked young, he had lived for 2,000 years. He could be said to be one of the oldest ancient emperors in the eastern continent. Indeed, if he can kill a late-stage ancient emperor with his own strength, Why should we provoke him for no reason? The Thunderclap Emperor said indifferently, if the Dragon Tiger Emperor had asked them to discuss the opportunity to reach the limits of the ancient Emperor realm, they would be more than happy to do so. However, they were not interested in dealing with the Sacred Dragon sect. Chapter 646. Sacred Dragon sect expanded rapidly and swallowed Seven-Star Ancient Kingdom. Then, they provoked Tianyuan Divine Dynasty and killed Emperor God Tianyuan. They shocked East Continent. The ambition of the person controlling Sacred Dragon sect is obvious. Do you all think that you can stay out of this? Dragon Tiger Emperor's tone was eerie. Why? Are you sure that the person behind Sacred Dragon sect is an external force that wants to invade? Ancient Emperor Huangji asked. The heaven-battling god Emperor also looked at the Dragon Tiger Emperor. I don't know who it is yet. However, after the invasion of the other realms, the spiritual state was unified, and wars broke out in the East Continent. Many late-stage ancient emperors died one after another. From these incidents, it's clear that someone wants to imitate the spiritual state and stir up trouble in the East Continent. Dragon Tiger Emperor said eerily. Ancient Emperor Huangji, Thunderclap Emperor, and Heaven-battling Emperor God looked at each other and felt that what Dragon Tiger Emperor said made sense. At their level, they no longer had much interest in expanding their territory's resources. However, if someone was plotting against them, they would not tolerate it. Therefore, we have to work together to kill Sacred Dragon sect's ambition. This will warn the external forces not to interfere with East Continent. The Dragon Tiger Emperor hurriedly said, let's not spread this matter. Let's see if Sacred Dragon sect has any plans to invade. If they do, the four of us will work together to eliminate the person hiding in Sacred Dragon sect. Thunderclap Emperor said after pondering for a while. Heaven-battling Emperor God and Ancient Emperor Huangji nodded in agreement. They didn't want to recklessly start a fight with a powerful being who could kill a late-stage ancient emperor. That works too. Dragon Tiger Emperor nodded helplessly. At this moment, Dragon Tiger Emperor missed Seven-Star Ancient Emperor and Emperor God Tianyuan. They had gone through life-and-death situations together, and they had a close relationship. If Seven-Star Ancient Emperor and Emperor God Tianyuan were the two of them, they would have worked together. Just as he was thinking this, the Dragon Tiger Emperor's expression suddenly froze. Seven-Star Ancient Emperor, Emperor God Tianyuan, Supreme Emperor Chiyu. Thinking of this, the Dragon Tiger Emperor couldn't help but have a horrifying thought. In the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain, the fights between the major forces had never stopped, and the fall of ancient emperors was a common occurrence. However, the death of a late-stage ancient emperor was something that had never happened even during the foreign invasions. In normal times, it would be even rarer. But now, in a short period of time, 3 late ancient emperors had perished. More importantly, these 3 people were the ones who had ambushed the dragon god Emperor Qinyu in the immortal god graveyard 1,000 years ago. Could they be? Impossible. His soul had already dissipated 1,000 years ago. There's no way it's him. Although the Dragon Tiger Emperor tried his best to deny it, this thought still lingered in his mind. This caused the Dragon Tiger Emperor to feel even more uneasy. Eastern Continent, Holy Dragon Sect, Imperial City. Master, you're finally back. Hearing the commotion in the transfer hall, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong immediately flew over. Qin Yu had left for several months. This caused Pan Hong and Pan Yu to be extremely worried. Did anything happen during this time? Qin Yu was in a good mood, as he had not only tricked Xing Luo and the others, but also obtained the location of Fairy Shualan. Nothing happened in the sect, but, Master, we received a piece of news. Pam Hong said, What news? Qinyu asked casually. The immemorial, immortal ruin has appeared in the Western continent. Taishu Kong said solemnly. Immemorial, immortal ruin. Qinyu's footsteps paused. No wonder Pam Hong and Taishu Kong were so serious. This was because the method to remove the curse on Long Hao required the immemorial, immortal soul. After searching for so long, it finally appeared. Where is the immemorial, immortal ruin in the Western continent? Qinyu's eyes flashed with a bright light. This is the detailed address. However, although the immemorial, immortal ruin has appeared several times, it hasn't completely stabilized yet. The news of the immortal ruin's appearance has already spread, and countless experts will gather there. Pam Hong quickly handed an ancient map to Qinyu. I'm going to the Western continent. You guys continue to stay in the Imperial City. If there are any invaders during this period, retreat immediately. Feather took the map and immediately teleported away after giving the order. Pam Hong and Taishu Kong had already prepared several teleportation portals to the Western continent. After teleporting several times, Qinyu arrived at the Western continent. The Western continent was the place where thousands of monsters resided. There were all kinds of monsters here. In addition, monster cultivators with monster bloodlines also appeared in the Western continent. Human martial artists were rarely seen. As for the human race cultivators, they were all Emperor realm cultivators. Otherwise, if an ordinary human were to appear here, they would most likely be devoured in an instant, leaving not even their bones behind. The thousands of monsters in the Western continent were already fighting among themselves, let alone creatures of other races. However, during this period of time, in the central region of the Western continent, the monster Emperor's divine mountain that stretched for millions of miles, countless human martial artists had gathered. There were even the descendants of the god tribes in the divine land that were extremely rare. Di Zong Serpent Emperor, Three-Eyed Demon Wolf King, Thousand-Eyed Ghost Spider Emperor, Divine Beast, Heavenly Dog King, Six-Winged Frost Centipede. After Qinyu arrived, he glanced around and saw many famous monsters in the Western continent. Each of them had a powerful background, and their cultivation was extremely shocking. However, what Qinyu was looking for was not them, but they're here. Suddenly, Qinyu's eyes narrowed and fell on a figure. It was a middle-aged man who was 30 feet tall and wearing a royal robe. Although this person was in the shape of a human, the soaring monster chi on his body was undoubtedly revealed. He was a peerless monster. This transformed monster was one of Qinyu's enemies in his previous life, Monster Saint Wang Di. He was also Qinyu's only enemy in the Western continent. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Qinyu's eyes. Since he had come to the Western continent this time, Qinyu naturally did not mind killing Monster Saint Wang Di when he had the chance, so that he would not come to the Western continent to seek revenge in the future. Now that the chaotic dragon tribe had absorbed the bloodline of the Azure Ice Beast, their Yuan Qi had recovered by more than half. Their combat strength was comparable to a late-stage ancient emperor, together with the ancestor demon statue and Qinyu himself, 3 against 1. As long as Qinyu encountered Monster Saint Wang Di, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Of course, at this time, Qinyu still did not act rashly. Other than the various monsters in the Western continent, many of the other continents in the heaven domain, even the descendants of the god tribes in the divine land, who had never interfered in external affairs, had come. Qinyu did not reveal his strength yet. As time passed, the news of the appearance of the immortals spread like wildfire. More and more people gathered at the venue. Many late-stage ancient emperors who had been in seclusion appeared. Chapter 647. Rumble. On this day, it was accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. Layers of dark clouds gathered in the core region of the Shifter Emperor's divine mountain, covering the sky and the sun. Thunder rumbled and thunder rumbled. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Even an existence at the level of an ancient emperor would feel fear and trepidation in the face of such a vast pressure. It was as if an immortal spirit from the primordial era was coming back to life in the rumbling thunder. The immortals are about to appear. Countless cultivators gathered around the Shifter Emperor's divine mountain. When they saw the increasingly powerful thunder and the terrifying aura, they were all shocked. Even the ancient emperors were the same. In other words, compared to the emperor realm, the ancient emperors valued the opportunity of the immortals more. They all hoped to obtain the opportunity to make a breakthrough in their stagnant cultivation. On the other hand, the peak late-stage ancient emperors were unaffected. Various ancient ruins would often appear in the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain. Naturally, they had explored countless ruins and encountered various opportunities. However, an opportunity that could help them break through the limits of the ancient emperor realm had never appeared before. Therefore, although they were looking forward to it, their emotions were not as strong as before. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. A 1,000-foot large divine thunder suddenly struck the Shifter Emperor's divine mountain from the rumbling thunder. But strangely, the Shifter Emperor's divine mountain was not destroyed. This was because at the place where the 1,000-foot large divine thunder struck, a stone door that was tens of thousands of feet tall had appeared out of nowhere. The 1,000-foot large divine thunder struck like a bell, causing a crack to appear on the stone door. However, divine lightning continued to descend from the sky, bombarding the sacred gate without stopping. The crack on the stone door grew bigger and bigger, and finally it opened completely. Immediately, a burst of colorful immortal light bloomed from behind the stone door. This is immortal chi. It is indeed a pure immortal aura. There must be a supreme immortal opportunity in the immortals' world. Feeling the power of the immortal light, the countless cultivators gathered around were extremely excited. They rushed toward the stone door in a frenzy. The scene was so magnificent that it was like 10,000 swords returning to their home. That said, not everyone rushed out immediately. Although the ancient emperors were agitated, they did not move. They just stood there quietly, waiting for the stone door. Qin, you naturally didn't rush out. Qin, you sensed that the stone door contained an extremely terrifying restriction that had yet to disperse. If he rashly barged in now, even his life might be in danger. As for those who rushed in first, they would have to be lucky enough to come back alive. Puff, puff, puff. As expected, the people who rushed over were all shocked. Regardless of whether they were from the demon clan or the human clan, the moment they passed through the stone door, they were crushed into a bloody pulp by an invisible force. Their souls were completely destroyed. This scene caused the fanatical expressions of the warriors who were charging at the back to be doused with a bucket of cold water. All of them were terrified to the point their souls almost left their bodies. They were like a pack of startled beasts, and they immediately fled in all directions. No one dared approach the stone door again. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a whistling sword light appeared. Chinyu's expression changed. He focused his gaze and saw a figure rush into the stone door like a bolt of lightning. The invisible force of the stone door seemed to be immune to the figure, allowing him to barge in unscathed. This scene made the ancient emperors who had been watching coldly from the sidelines unable to sit still. They all moved toward the stone door. They had thought that no one would be able to pass through the stone door, which was why they had waited calmly. However, now that someone had entered, they naturally could not remain calm. Judging from the aura of the immortal world, there might really be an ancient immortals opportunity from the immortal ancient era. Sky, Burier Sword Saint. Qin, you also gradually approached, but there was a strange look in his eyes. The sword-light figure who had barged into the stone door was Sky Burier Sword Saint. However, Sky Burier Sword Saint's cultivation was clearly a level higher than when they had met in the extraterrestrial demon clan's Forbidden Land. Although he had not reached his peak, he was already comparable to an ordinary late-stage ancient emperor. He did not know if it was because the immortal technique he had obtained was too outstanding or because he had obtained a powerful opportunity in the extraterrestrial demon clan's Forbidden Land. However, Qin, you could see why Sky Burier Sword Saint had been able to pass through the stone door unscathed. This was because Sky Burier Sword Saint's immortal chi fluctuations had offset the restrictive force of the stone door. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there were already ancient emperors who had lost their patience and went forward to test the stone door. In the end, a mid-stage ancient emperor was severely injured, and several early-stage ancient emperors were directly destroyed by the restrictive force of the stone door. Even a late-stage ancient emperor could not withstand it, and was forced to retreat. This scene caused the gathered cultivators to be even more shocked. If even a late-stage ancient emperor could not barge in, then what kind of existence was that sword light that had barged in earlier? Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu's figure flashed and rushed toward the stone door like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding martial artists who did not dare to try again looked over. Ancient battle dragon art. The moment Qin Yu stepped through the stone door, he immediately felt a terrifying immortal force restriction pressing down on him from all directions. It was as if it was going to crush him completely. It was no wonder that those who had entered earlier had all exploded and died. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. However, Qin Yu did not panic at all. He immediately activated the ancient battle dragon art. A faint dragon roar came from his body, and the battle dragon true origin swept out. In an instant, the immortal force restriction that had been pressing down on Qin Yu seemed to have come into contact with something terrifying and immediately dispersed. With a flash, Qin Yu's figure disappeared behind the deep abyss-like stone door. What's going on? He went into... What did he do just now? I didn't see it, but there must be some trick. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to barge in continuously. Qin Yu's intrusion caused the tens of thousands of martial artists that were originally planning to continue watching to burst into an uproar once again. If one more person entered, it meant that the treasures inside would be divided up. That true origin fluctuation just now, while the gathered martial artists were in an uproar, Demon Saint Wang Di, who had a solemn expression, had a strong look of surprise in his eyes. Just now, he had sensed the battle dragon true origin from Qin Yu's body, which had not appeared for thousands of years. In the entire heaven domain, only one person could use the battle dragon true origin, and that was the Dragon God Emperor, who had ruled the heaven domain in the past. However, the Dragon God Emperor had died in the immortal god graveyard long ago. How could the person who had appeared now have the battle dragon true origin fluctuation on him? Could it be that he had obtained the legacy of the Dragon God Emperor? Thinking of this, Demon Saint Wang Di's eyes became even more strange. Compared to the opportunities in the immortal world, he was more interested in the legacy of the Dragon God Emperor. Chapter 648. Back then, the Dragon God Emperor was the existence closest to the limit of the ancient emperor in the entire sky domain. Judging from the battle prowess of the Dragon God Emperor, it was very likely that he had reached the limit of the ancient emperor. After all, in the battle of the graveyard of the immortal god, the 13 ancient emperors had joined forces to set up a monstrous killing array, and each of them had the battle prowess of an ancient emperor. Even so, the Dragon God Emperor had almost turned the tables and escaped. This showed how strong the Dragon God Emperor was in the past. At this time, Qin Yu, who had entered the stone door, appeared in a gray world. In the gray world, there were various ancient buildings of various colors. However, they were all in tatters, full of the baptism of time. Far away in the distance, within the gray mist, there was a colossal creature that had appeared. After Qin Yu took a closer look, he found that it was a huge ancient city. The city was tens of thousands of feet high, like a giant beast that covered the sky, and gave people a great sense of oppression. Qin Yu flew over and found that although the city had not collapsed, the buildings in the city were also in the same state. Most of them had collapsed and were dilapidated. Chirp, chirp. Qin Yu was sensing the fluctuation of the immortal qi in the ancient immortal ruins when a familiar chirp sounded. Qin Yu was stunned, and then he flicked his finger, and a purple divine light appeared. It was the baby immortal phoenix. However, the baby immortal phoenix used to be chubby and only the size of a palm. Now it was 5 feet tall, and purple light flowed all over its body. Its eyes contained supreme divine power, and it gave people a sense of oppression. This baby immortal phoenix was gradually leaving its infancy stage. It is already at the peak of the Emperor realm. Seeing that the baby immortal phoenix had awakened from its seclusion and reached the peak of the Emperor realm, Qin Yu could not help but be amazed. It was worthy of being a pure descendant of a divine beast. Its talent was simply too terrifying. Chirp, chirp. After the young immortal phoenix appeared, it rubbed against Qin Yu in an extremely intimate manner. Then it spread out its wings and carried Qin Yu. It turned into a purple light and flew toward the depths of the ancient immortal ruins. Qin Yu stood steadily on the young immortal phoenix. He didn't know why the young immortal phoenix, which had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm, was still unable to speak. But Qin Yu had a contract with the young immortal phoenix, so he could understand what the young immortal phoenix meant. The young immortal phoenix sensed an extremely strong immortal energy fluctuation in that direction. The immortal energy fluctuation was even more terrifying than the immortal energy restriction at the entrance. However, the strange thing was that Qin Yu, who had already reached the ancient Emperor realm, did not sense anything. This made Qin Yu extremely surprised. Logically speaking, his cultivation level was far above the infant immortal phoenix's, so he shouldn't have been unaware. The immortal phoenix cub's speed was comparable to the ancient emperor's. After flying for an incense stick's worth of time, they stopped at an ancient palace. Outside the palace, there were 8 ancient yin-yang altars. They formed an 8 trigrams formation and protected the palace. 8th stage of divine heaven. I see. After taking a look, Qin Yu finally understood why he couldn't sense the immortal energy fluctuation. Because these 8 altars were the famous divine formations of the immortal ancient era. Each altar was equivalent to a heaven and earth. When the altars were stacked, they formed 8 heavens and earth. It was impossible for ordinary people to sense the immortal energy fluctuation in the palace through 8 heavens. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but look in surprise at the young immortal phoenix, who was staring at the palace excitedly. Under such restrictions, the young immortal phoenix could actually sense the immortal energy fluctuation. His perception was simply too astonishing. Could this be the remarkable power of the immortal phoenix tribe? Chirp, chirp. After bringing Qin Yu to the palace, the young immortal phoenix kept rubbing against Qin Yu, trying to get Qin Yu to break the 8 heavenly restrictions. Obviously, although the young immortal phoenix could sense it, it didn't have enough power to break the divine formation of the immortal ancient era. Qin Yu smiled, and the runes on his palm flickered, and the spiritual array disk appeared. Then dragon roars resounded, and an 8 trigrams divine seal appeared on Qin Yu's palm. It was the Battle Dragon 8 trigrams seal. Qin, you had seen the 8 heavenly divine formations in the immortal treasury before. Although he didn't master it, he had some understanding of how to break it. Crack! After a few dozen breaths, the 8 trigrams divine seal on Qin Yu's palm trembled, and a corner of the 8 heavenly restrictions was broken by Qin Yu. He could clearly sense that the restrictive pressure of the 8-layer divine heaven array had dropped by several levels. Crack, crack. Then Qin Yu followed suit, and the other 7 altars were also broken one by Qin Yu. Finally, the ancient divine palace appeared in front of Qin Yu and the young immortal phoenix. As the 8 heavenly restrictions were broken, the divine palace contained a monstrous immortal power, and like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage, it soared into the sky and swept across the sky. Whoosh! A purple light flashed, and the young immortal phoenix immediately rushed into the divine palace. Qin Yu took a step forward and followed closely behind the young immortal phoenix. The divine palace was filled with strands of chaotic qi, and each strand of chaotic qi contained a little immortal qi. Roar! Sensing the chaotic qi, the chaotic ancestor dragon in the chaotic dragon realm let out a dragon roar. Qin Yu was startled. Soon after, with an intention, an extremely frightening devouring power appeared. All the chaotic qi in the divine palace was sucked into his body and sent directly into the chaotic dragon realm for the chaotic ancestor dragon to absorb and refine. At this time, the young immortal phoenix that had entered the divine palace came before a statue that was holding a jade bottle. The statue was covered with mysterious immortal runes, and it emitted a vast immortal power. Qin Yu looked at the statue with a serious expression. The statue gave Qin Yu the feeling that it was not a dead object, but an ancient immortal that looked down from the 9 heavens. Its eyes were indifferent, as if it was looking at an ant. This sort of feeling caused Qin Yu to feel extremely uncomfortable. He frowned and immediately activated the ancient battle dragon art. The immortal power that the statue gave Qin Yu immediately disappeared, and when he looked at it again, it was an ordinary statue. The young immortal phoenix did not seem to be affected by the immortal power of the statue. It flapped its wings and flew into the jade bottle in the statue's hand. Immediately, multicolored celestial light bloomed from the jade bottle. Qin, you could clearly see that the immortal light that had appeared had all entered the young immortal phoenix's body, causing the young immortal phoenix's body to undergo some kind of rapid transformation. The young immortal phoenix originally had the innate divine power of a divine beast, and now, after the immortal light had entered its body, the innate divine power it emitted became even more terrifying and shocking. Seeing that the young immortal phoenix seemed to be unable to refine the colorful immortal light in a short time, Qin Yu wandered around the divine palace. Although the immortal might emitted by that divine statue no longer possessed the slightest bit of pressure toward Qin Yu, this divine palace was still filled with an extremely frightening immortal might. This meant that there must be places in the divine palace where the fluctuations of immortal power were hidden. Qin Yu searched the divine palace. Chapter 649. After venturing deeper into the palace, Qin Yu came to a stop in front of a mural. That mural was carved. The content of the mural was that of 9 deities fighting against a single immortal. The immortal figure's appearance was blurred. It seemed to be a woman, surrounded by an immortal glow and immortal music. However, her eyes were extremely cold, as if she was looking down on all living things. The 9 deities consisted of humans, beasts, and demons. Even though they came in different shapes and sizes, their god force was surging, and their abilities were enough to suppress the world. The ancient deities and deities fought against one another, causing the heavens and earth to crumble, and the people to perish. The mural seemed to contain some kind of power. Although it was only a painting, when one looked at it, it was as if one had personally witnessed the world-ending battle, and one's soul faintly showed signs of being torn into pieces. Luckily, Qin Yu immediately executed the ancient battle dragon art to nullify the terrifying power. However, even though the ancient battle dragon art had nullified the power, Qin Yu still had the same feeling when he looked at the mural again. In other words, even though the ancient battle dragon art was able to nullify the power of the mural, it was unable to suppress the immortal aura directly like the statue. It was obvious that the immortal aura contained in the mural was significantly stronger than the statue. Is this real? After looking at it with rapt attention for a long time, Qin Yu finally managed to see some clues from the mural. The mural was not carved, but a powerful being who had suppressed the immortal shadows and deities of the great battle and turned them into the mural. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Without a doubt, the immortal figure was most likely an ancient deity from the immortal ancient era. The power of the 9 deities was extraordinary too. It had surpassed the power of the ancient deities. If Qin Yu was not mistaken, the battle had taken place between the late stage of the ancient deities and the early stage of the deities. Qin Yu once read in the ancient records that the heavenly Tao had undergone a great change during the immortal ancient era. It was no longer possible to become an immortal through the immortal path. Since then, the God path was born, and the deities defeated the immortals, ending the immortal ancient era. That was a glorious era where all Daos could become deities. It was also a chaotic era where ancient immortals fell and deities lost their lives. However, what really shocked Qin Yu was the person who had sealed the immortal shadow and the 9 deities into the mural. What kind of cultivation would it take to suppress an ancient, immortal, and 9 gods of the primordial era and turn them into murals and carve them in the palace? Thinking of this, Qin Yu could not help but look at the divine statue where the infant immortal phoenix was. Could it be that the divine statue was responsible for this? After pondering for a long time, Qin Yu discarded all the messy thoughts in his mind. His eyes flickered. Since there was an ancient immortal sealed in the mural, perhaps Qin Yu did not need to go elsewhere to find the immortal soul he needed. More importantly, Qin Yu had already seen the abnormality of this mural. It should not be difficult to crack the seal of this mural. Immediately, Qin Yu began to study the way to crack the seal. Time passed slowly as Qin Yu studied the way to crack the seal and the infant immortal phoenix's transformation. Swoosh, swoosh. After a few hours, Qin Yu's ears twitched slightly. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air. There was a powerful fluctuation of Tao skills. It seemed that the restriction at the entrance of the immortal world had completely dissipated. The martial artists who had gathered at the entrance had probably entered. In the next moment, a group of demonic cultivators with towering demonic qi entered the palace. This symbol. Qin Yu turned around and looked at the demonic cultivators who had entered. His eyes flashed coldly. The symbol on their clothes was the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect, the overlord of the West Continent. The Demon King Holy Sect was the force established by Demon Sage Wang Di in the West Continent. Qin Yu did not expect that the people of the Demon King Holy Sect would come knocking on his door before he had even gone to look for Demon Sage Wang Di. Second Elder, that is, Divine Beast Immortal Phoenix. Look at its terrifying aura. It must be a pure-blooded descendant of a divine beast. After the demonic cultivators of the Demon King Holy Sect entered, their attention immediately fell on the infant immortal phoenix. After all, the infant immortal phoenix's divine beast aura had an innate suppressive effect on the demonic bloodline of the demonic cultivators. It made them feel extremely uneasy. Of course, after confirming that it was indeed a divine beast, the demonic cultivators of the Demon King Holy Sect were ecstatic. A pure-blooded descendant of a divine beast was no less than an opportunity for them. As long as they could refine their bodies with the immortal phoenix's bloodline and absorb the power of the immortal phoenix's bloodline. Their demonic bloodline would undergo a qualitative transformation. At that time, regardless of whether it was their cultivation or their potential, they would undergo a tremendous change, as if they had been reborn. A human? There's actually someone who arrived before us. Could this person be one of the two who entered the immortal world first? Second Elder, look at that mural. That seems to be what the Demon Emperor is looking for. That's great. It was only at this moment that the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect, noticed Qin Yu's presence. After they sized up Qin Yu, intense killing intent emerged in their eyes that were surging with demonic aura. In the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain, the human race not only occupied the Middle Continent, which was the most resource-rich continent, but also the other 8 continents, except for the West Continent. This was why the demonic cultivators of the West Continent were extremely hostile towards the human race. Moreover, the Demon King Holy Sect was the first to enter the immortal world. The only ones who had entered before them were the 2 who had used some unknown method to enter the immortal world first. Moreover, the mural was a treasure that the Demon Emperor had ordered them to find. It seemed like the mural contained the opportunity to enter the immortal world. At the thought of this, the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect, were filled with killing intent. There was a mid-stage ancient emperor and 3 early-stage ancient emperors in their group. With such a lineup, they could easily suppress an early-stage ancient emperor. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as the sky-splitting divine spear appeared in his hands. Immediately, Qin Yu walked towards the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect. With every step Qin Yu took, profound formation runes appeared on the ground. The formation runes spread out and covered the entire palace hall in an instant. He sealed himself here? When the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect, saw Qin Yu sealing the hall, a look of confusion appeared in their eyes. Qin Yu was clearly in a disadvantageous position. Yet, why did it seem like he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop? Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Yu moved. He turned into a ray of divine light and charged towards the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect. Wherever he passed, the void trembled. Kill! When the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect, saw this, they didn't care about what Qin Yu wanted to do. Since Qin Yu didn't want to escape, they were happy to oblige. In an instant, demonic chi filled the air as the demonic cultivators of the Demon King, Holy Sect, charged towards Qin Yu. Originally, they were in human form, but they had more or less demonic characteristics. This was a sign that their demonic bloodline was pushed to the extreme. Clearly, they were going all out to kill Qin Yu. Chapter 650. Die. As Qin Yu was concerned about the ancient immortal soul in the mural, he unleashed his full strength. When the spear stabbed out, demonic chi swept out and covered the entire divine palace, blocking everyone's vision. It was as if an Archean demon had come into being, and its power was terrifying. Oh no, he's a late-stage ancient emperor, almighty. Damn it, let's retreat. The demonic cultivators from the Monster King's sacred sect, who were charging towards Qin Yu with murderous intent, turned pale. At this moment, they finally understood why Qin Yu wanted to seal off the entire palace hall before attacking them. Qin Yu indeed possessed the power to catch them all in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, they were too slow to react. Before they could break through the boundary of the divine palace, Qin Yu had joined forces with the ancestor demon statue and started a massacre. Not long after, the Tao of destruction filled the void, and the thick smell of blood filled the divine palace. The experts from the Monster King's sacred sect had all died in the hands of Qin Yu and the ancestor demon statue. After keeping the ancestor demon statue and dispelling the demonic chi in the divine palace, Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the divine palace sealed by the boundary. In the distant void, a figure was flying over at an extremely fast speed. Qin Yu sensed the aura of that person, and the cold light in his eyes intensified, and his killing intent soared. Immediately, Qin Yu used the Dragon Qi derivation secret technique, and 8 Dragon Qi clones entered the ground and merged into the 8 ancient divine altars around the divine palace, disappearing without a trace. Swoosh! In an instant, the figure in the distance appeared outside the divine palace. That person was one of the 12 ancient emperors who had besieged Qin Yu 1,000 years ago, Demon Saint Wang Di. Demon Saint Wang Di's gaze swept across the divine palace, which clearly had traces of a great battle. His nose twitched, and his murderous eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, Demon Saint Wang Di already knew that the experts from his sect who had been sent to explore this direction had all died in the hands of Qin Yu. This person, Demon Saint Wang Di, stared at Qin Yu with incomparable ferocity, as if he wanted to skin Qin Yu alive. However, the demonic qi pressure that had yet to dissipate within the large hall caused Demon Saint Wang Di to not act recklessly. This was because from the remnant demonic aura, Qin Yu's cultivation had undoubtedly reached the advanced ancient emperor realm. I heard that some time ago, a grand demon appeared in the spiritual state and killed the senior D-Zun of the South Continent. Could it be you? Beast Saint Wang Di said coldly after exchanging glances. The demonic qi that filled the divine palace was extremely strange. Among the ancient emperors of the demonic path in the heaven realm, the only one that Monster Saint Wang Di hadn't met was the ancient emperors of the demonic path who had suddenly unified the spiritual state. Since you know it's me, why don't you scram? You want to die? Qin Yu put his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently at Demon Saint Wang Di. In his eyes, killing Demon Saint Wang Di was just a matter of waving his hand. Humph! This is the West Continent, the territory of the demon race. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Demon Saint Wang Di obviously didn't expect Qin Yu to be so arrogant. The corner of his eye twitched, and his face darkened. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, even if your ancestors crawl out, they won't be able to save you. Qin Yu indifferently said those words, and then proceeded to walk toward the mural. From what the experts of the Demon King's sacred gate had said, Demon Saint Wang Di obviously knew about the existence of the mural and seemed determined to get it. Since that was the case, Qin Yu decided to beat them at their own game and let Demon Saint Wang Di see the mural. This way, Demon Saint Wang Di would definitely not let it go. And once Demon Saint Wang Di entered the divine palace, that's the 9 gods deity extermination painting, it's really here. As expected, Demon Saint Wang Di, whose face was incomparably gloomy, immediately noticed Qin Yu looking at the mural. This made Demon Saint Wang Di's pupils shrink to the size of needles. His breathing quickened, as if he was extremely excited. In the West Continent, or even the entire heaven domain, there were probably less than 5 people who knew about the origin of the immortal world. And Demon Saint Wang Di was one of them. This ancient immortal relic was left behind by a peerless demon emperor in the primordial era. That demon emperor entered the Tao with God, but he also mastered immortal arts. In the history of the 9 continents, he was the only one who could master immortal arts and use God power. He could shake the ancient immortals and kill gods. At that time, he could be called the strongest in the 9 continents. Unfortunately, that demon emperor seemed to have been severely injured when he was exploring a forbidden area in the heaven domain. In the end, he died here. Before he died, he left behind his last words and a divine painting in the immortal world. That divine painting was of an ancient immortal and 9 gods that the demon emperor had suppressed in the past, according to the demon emperor. As long as the divine painting refined the ancient immortal and gods, it would produce unparalleled merit, and could even directly enter the immortal realm. Demon Saint Wang Di didn't know if the Nine Gods deity extermination painting had refined the ancient immortal and nine gods. But there was one thing he had to do. This divine painting was related to whether Demon Saint Wang Di could surpass the limit of the ancient emperor. The demon race had a very long lifespan, and a late-stage ancient emperor demon race's lifespan was even longer. But no matter how long it would eventually run out. And Demon Saint Wang Di could be said to be entering his twilight years. Therefore, this Nine Gods deity extermination painting was related to his life. Demon Emperor's divine cauldron. Demon Saint Wang Di didn't hesitate at all. A dazzling divine light shot out from his right palm and into the sky. In that divine light, there was a faint pressure of immortal power. It was very mysterious. Qin Yu, who had been paying attention to Demon Saint Wang Di, turned back to look at the divine light and narrowed his eyes. After the divine light shot into the sky, it suddenly expanded rapidly and became a huge, three-legged divine cauldron thousands of feet long. Countless ancient runes were carved on the divine cauldron. Those ancient runes weren't demon runes or divine runes, but immortal runes that only the ancient immortals knew. As Demon Saint Wang Di pointed his finger, those immortal runes all glowed. The faint immortal power became even more terrifying and tyrannical. Then, the three-legged divine cauldron fell from the sky with heaven-shaking divine power, directly suppressing the entire divine palace. We have the same idea. Looking at Demon Saint Wang Di, who was staring at him coldly, Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Demon Saint Wang Di's idea was indeed the same as Qin Yu's. Not only did he want to get the Nine Gods deity extermination painting, but he also wanted to kill Qin Yu here to prevent the news of the painting from leaking out. After all, many people in the 9 states of the heaven realm knew about the existence of the Nine Gods deity extermination painting. If those people knew about this, it would not be a good thing for Monster Saint King Di. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but since you found your way here, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Demon Saint Wang Di stepped down from the sky, his body surging with demon qi. Mystical demon runes surfaced on his skin. Each of the demon runes contained an immortal and godly aura. Yes, immortal power and divine power. At this moment, Demon Saint Wang Di's aura fused perfectly with the Demon Emperor's divine cauldron. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. Chapter 651. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Qin Yu was a little surprised as he looked at Beast Saint Wang Di, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger. Back in the immortal god graveyard, Beast Saint Wang Di had almost died in his hands. At that time, Beast Saint Wang Di did not take out the Demon Emperor cauldron. However, for Qin Yu, the result would not change even if Beast Saint Wang Di did not have the Demon Emperor cauldron's power. From the moment demonic Saint King Emperor crossed the boundary of the 8 altars, demonic Saint King Emperor would undoubtedly die. Bang! Beast Saint Wang Di, who was descending from the sky, was no longer in his human form after landing in the hall. He had revealed his true form. Beast Saint Wang Di's true form was the ancient heaven-devouring beast. It was an extremely rare beast with great potential. There was once an ancient heaven-devouring beast that had reached its peak and slaughtered the azure dragon, white tiger, and the other divine beasts of the 4 spirits, dominating an era. Beast Saint Wang Di had not purified his bloodline to the extreme, and his cultivation was far from the ancient heaven-devouring beasts that were rumored to have left their names in the heaven region. However, Beast Saint Wang Di, who had revealed his true form, was 10 feet tall like a giant. With the power of the Demon Emperor cauldron, the aura he emitted seemed to be able to suppress the gods and demons of the 9 heavens. Die! Beast Saint Wang Di did not hesitate at all and suddenly attacked. He clenched his hands into fists, and demonic runes covered his fists. They were like two huge millstones, carrying endless divine power as they rushed towards Chinyu. Wherever the fists passed, the void of the divine palace became distorted, as if it could not bear the power. Heavenly demon dominates the world. With a thought, Chinyu did not move. Instead, he summoned the primogenitor devil statue. Immediately, a monstrous demonic aura with rolling demonic power met Beast Saint Huangdi head-on. The terrifying attacks unleashed by the two of them caused the entire divine palace to violently shake. Violent and destructive shockwaves swept out in all directions. Chinyu was originally worried about the safety of the baby immortal phoenix, but he did not expect that when the statue was attacked, a layer of demonic light would appear. A layer of multicolored immortal light automatically appeared, blocking the terrifying shockwaves unleashed by the ancestor demon statue and monster Saint King D. Devil Chi, you are from the ancient demon clan. After exchanging blows, the Monster King Holy Land couldn't tell that the ancestor demon statue didn't have any life force. However, he could sense the shocking, berserk power of the ancient demon clan within the ancestral devil statue. The ancestor devil statue did not pay any attention to monster Saint King D and immediately pounced forward. It was not afraid of death, and each of its moves was fatal. It was completely willing to trade injury for injury and life for life. Now, unlike when he fought the Red Moon Sovereign in the spiritual state, no one was watching. Therefore, Chinyu didn't use a secret art to conceal the aura of the ancient demon race within the ancestral devil statue. This would allow the ancestral devil statue to unleash its full power. Could it be that this lunatic really doesn't want to live and only wants to drag me down with him? The primogenitor demon statue's reckless fighting style made the demon Saint King D a little troublesome. If not for the power of the demonic Emperor Divine Cauldron, demonic beast sage Huangdi would have been defeated. It's finally over. After a long battle between the ancestral devil statue and demonic beast sage Huangdi, Chinyu's expression suddenly changed, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Immediately, Chinyu, who didn't participate in the battle, quickly formed a series of mysterious ancient seals with his hands. Then, a soft trembling sound suddenly sounded from outside the divine palace. That's sensing something. Demonic beast sage Huangdi turned around, and his expression changed drastically. The ancient altar in front of the divine palace lit up with a sacred light, and then turned into a barrier that covered the entire divine palace. At this moment, demonic beast sage Huangdi clearly sensed that the power of the demonic Emperor Divine Cauldron had weakened significantly. This shocked demonic beast sage Huangdi. From the battle strength of the ancestral devil statue, if he didn't have the power of the demonic Emperor Divine Cauldron, he would have lost without a doubt. More importantly, demonic beast sage Huangdi clearly sensed that the moment the barrier appeared, the demonic Emperor Divine Cauldron seemed to be isolated in another world. Even after fusing with the origin blood essence, demonic beast sage Huangdi's perception of the demonic Emperor Divine Cauldron became weaker and weaker. But at this moment, another altar lit up and a second barrier appeared, followed by a third, and then a fourth. Boom! When the fifth barrier appeared, demonic beast sage Huangdi completely lost control of the demonic Emperor Divine Cauldron. This made demonic beast sage Huangdi feel a strong sense of danger. The reason for that was because he had already sensed that the layers of barriers that had appeared had completely separated this place into several worlds. It was already impossible for him to escape at this moment. Whoosh! When he saw the ancestral devil statue charging at him again without fear of death, demonic beast sage Huangdi's gaze turned and fell on Chinyu. Although it was a little strange, demonic beast sage Huangdi felt that only by killing Chinyu could he escape this crisis. Whoosh! Immediately, demonic beast sage Wang Di turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu. His origin blood essence, the primordial heaven-devouring technique, appeared and turned into a vortex that enveloped Qin Yu. Heaven-devouring dragon seal. Qin Yu did not panic in the slightest. As the surging dragon aura boiled, he suddenly threw a punch. A malevolent dragon seal condensed on his fist. He opened his mouth and bit at the vortex. Hong Long. The two of them suddenly collided, fighting in a stalemate in the void, annihilating each other. This is the secret art of the battle dragon. Seeing this scene, demonic beast sage Wang Di's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. The secret art of the battle dragon was similar to the true essence of the battle dragon. In the entire heaven region, only one person knew it. Could it be? Seems like you have recognized it. Green dragon scales appeared on Qin Yu's skin as he entered the Azure Dragon battle, the Heaven State. His aura suddenly surged. This caused demonic beast sage Wang Di's face to turn pale with fright. Previously, Qin Yu had used the heaven-devouring dragon seal to cancel out his origin blood essence with his early ancient emperor cultivation. Now that he had entered the Azure Dragon battle, the Heaven State, his cultivation had increased to the level of a late ancient emperor. Did he still have a chance of winning? Most importantly, there was a late ancient emperor ancestor demon statue at the side, eyeing him covetously. How are you still alive? How in the world did you survive? Demonic beast sage Wang Di stared at Qin Yu, his pale eyes filled with disbelief. At this time, you still have the time to care about how I survived. Qin Yu did not want to waste any more time and immediately rushed out. The ancestor demon statue also turned around and pounced. The two of them surrounded demonic beast sage Wang Di, giving him no chance to escape. If you want me to die, don't even think about living. Demonic beast sage Wang Di's eyes were blood red, and his expression was ferocious. His Tao art and true essence turned into violent destructive waves. Rumble! Immediately, Demon Saint Wang Di exploded with a loud bang, turning into a destructive shockwave that swept out in all directions. Playing such tricks, Qin Yu sneered. With a thought, the immortal extermination ancient diagram appeared and covered the entire space in the main hall. In an instant, the destructive Tao art power that swept through the entire hall was annihilated by the murderous intent of the immortal extermination ancient diagram. Whoosh! Demonic beast sage Wang Di's beast soul power, which was hiding in the Tao art power, was also completely destroyed. One of the 12 ancient emperors was killed. Chapter 652. After killing beast Saint King Di, Qin Yu put away the immortal extermination ancient painting and withdrew the murderous intent in the hall. As for the demon emperor divine cauldron, it immediately flew away after beast Saint King Di's death as if it had a spirit. Qin Yu ignored the demon emperor divine cauldron. He had many treasures on him now, so the demon emperor divine cauldron was dispensable to him. Qin Yu glanced at the divine statue holding the baby immortal phoenix. He pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve. A divine light appeared and sucked the baby immortal phoenix and the divine statue into the ancient seal of the dragon god. With the immemorial battle dragon art suppressing the divine power of the divine statue, Qin Yu was not worried that the divine statue would change. Then, Qin Yu came to the mural of the 9 gods deity extermination ancient painting. Break! Qin Yu, who had already seen some clues, slammed his palms on the mural with divine runes. Immediately, mysterious divine runes spread out and covered the entire mural in an instant. Sizzle! Sizzle! A moment later, the mural of the 9 gods deity extermination ancient painting trembled slightly as if it had sensed the invasion of an external force. Every track on the mural flickered with dazzling light. The celestial shadow, and the 9 deities seemed to have woken up too. A tremendous amount of celestial force burst out from them. At that moment, Qin Yu felt that the entire divine hall had frozen. If the 8 heavenly formations outside the divine palace had not been activated, the area of the immortal ancient ruins would have been greatly sealed. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that after so many eras, there are still people among them who have not passed away? Qin Yu immediately used the immemorial battle dragon art to reduce the terrifying aura. Even so, Qin Yu's expression was still solemn, and his heart was filled with fear. The energy waves emitted by the 9 gods' deity extermination ancient painting gave Qin Yu the same terrifying feeling he had when he first entered the immortal treasury. However, Qin Yu could clearly sense the aura of the primordial immortal soul in the terrifying aura. There was no doubt that there was a primordial immortal soul in this mural. Since he had confirmed the existence of the primordial immortal soul, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't cower at this time. Roar! With a thought, the green dragon scales on his body flickered with green light as he entered the 8 trigrams transforming dragon state. He transformed into a peerless Shenron and rushed into the murals flickering with celestial light. Boom! The moment he entered, Qin Yu felt as if he had passed through layers of time and space. His consciousness felt as if it was floating in the sky. When Qin Yu came back to his senses, he found himself in a desolate battlefield. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks, emitting a terrifying devouring power. The scorching sun in the sky was like a huge fireball that was about to be extinguished, becoming rather dim. On the ground below, mountains and rivers collapsed. The earth shattered, and all living beings were annihilated. It was like the end of the world. Is this the world in the murals? After Qin Yu saw it, the shock in his eyes grew even stronger. It seemed that the Demon Emperor had not only sealed the ancient immortals and gods in, but had also directly sealed the space where they fought. Such a method was truly earth-shattering. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment when Qin Yu was sizing up the ancient battlefield, numerous auras that caused one's soul to feel fear were surging forth from all over the ancient battlefield. Qin Yu instantly sensed it and looked over. He saw that in the distant sky, 9 monstrous giant figures had condensed and were exuding a world-destroying divine power. Those 9 giant figures were the 9 gods that Qin Yu had seen on the murals before. There were humans, beasts, demons, and demons. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 9 gods seemed to have sensed Qin Yu's existence and immediately swept towards Qin Yu with monstrous divine power. Seeing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Dragon chi surged from his body, and there was even a faint chaotic dragon chi surrounding him. The demonic chi of the ancestor demon statue was also violent, and its power was extremely shocking. But suddenly, as the battle dragon true essence and Tao technique in his body merged, Qin Yu instantly reacted. After the immemorial battle dragon technique was activated, the 9 deities that had arrived before Qin Yu with a speed as fast as teleportation had turned illusory and transparent at this moment. Although the oppressive divine power was still present, the 9 gods were only condensed from the resentment of the battlefield. As long as one's mind was firm, they would not be affected in the slightest. Could it be? Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he calmly looked around. Whoosh! The next moment, those 9 deities' legacies suddenly smashed into Qin Yu's body. Practically at this moment, a ray of light that was hard to see with the naked eye appeared behind Qin Yu. It shot straight toward the back of Qin Yu's head. Dong! However, Qin Yu, who had already sensed it, immediately turned around and punched out. Following a loud crash, a violent and destructive wave of Tao technique swept across the place. Qin Yu, who had executed the 9 esotericas of the battle dragon, the heaven-battling azure dragon, and the 8 trigrams transforming dragon, and was supported by the force of the primordial chaos ancestor dragon, was knocked dozens of feet back. At the place where Chinyu had just punched, the space rippled like waves, but the ray of light floated in the air without any damage. This feeling is a little strange. Chinyu frowned slightly when he saw the flickering immortal light. For some reason, when Chinyu made contact with the ray of light, he felt that his Dao technique did not cause any damage to the ray of light at all. It was as if his Dao technique had directly penetrated the ray of light. As for the thud just now, it sounded like the battle dragon true essence had collided with the ray of light. Whoosh! At this moment, the ray of light flickered slightly and flashed toward Chinyu again. Ha! This time, Chinyu was fully focused as he fired his Dao technique and true essence at the ray of light with great precision. The outcome was the same as before. Chinyu was knocked flying once again, while the ray of light shuddered slightly. However, this time, Chinyu was able to tell that the ray of light was indeed able to penetrate his Dao technique. In other words, his Dao technique was useless against the ray of light. Chinyu could only rely on the battle dragon true essence. Although the situation was like that, Chinyu's expression seemed to have relaxed a bit. This was because he had circulated the immemorial battle dragon art in that instant. You could clearly feel that the battle dragon true origins power had increased by a lot under the circulation of the immemorial battle dragon art. It was also the reason why the ray of light shuddered slightly. Whoosh! As Chinyu was about to make his move, a figure appeared from the ray of light. It was a woman in white, surrounded by immortal light and exuding a sacred immortal aura. She was looking at Chinyu indifferently. The ancestor demon statue, which had been charging forward with its killing move, seemed to be frightened by the immortal aura of the woman in white and stopped in midair. The ancient demon chi within the ancestor demon statue was completely suppressed by the immortal aura of the woman in white, and its abilities were greatly reduced. She's still alive. Chinyu looked at that white-clothed woman. The shock in his eyes grew even more intense. The woman in white was the immortal figure in the deity extermination painting of the 9 gods. As for the 9 deities that were originally pouncing toward Chinyu, the moment they came into contact with Chinyu, they all dissipated. Only unreconciled grievances were surging through the heaven and earth. It seemed that ancient immortals were still a level stronger than gods. At the very least, the lifespan of an ancient immortal far exceeded that of a god. This was evident from the current situation. Chapter 653. This vital energy is the power of an immortal king? Has the legacy of the war dragon immortal king been inherited? When Chinyu was condensing his killing move, the white-clothed woman who appeared did not immediately launch a sneak attack like she did before. Instead, she lowered her head to look at her right hand in astonishment and muttered to herself. To be precise, it was the battle dragon vital energy that was trapped in her palm. Immediately, the lady in white lifted her head. Her eyes shone brightly as she sized up the battle dragon vital energy on Chinyu. War Dragon Immortal King. Archaic battle dragon art. Chinyu was stunned when he heard this. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and his heart was in turmoil. He had read about immortal kings before. It was rumored that they were the kings of all immortals during the immortal ancient era. Could the archaic battle dragon art be a cultivation technique left behind by an immortal king? Recalling that the archaic battle dragon art could counter all kinds of immortal energy restrictions, Chinyu felt that this was possible. Did this mean that the secret hidden in the depths of the immortal trove was the war dragon immortal king? No, one of the immortal king tokens is in my hands. Without the 8 great ancient immortal tokens, it is impossible to inherit the legacy of an immortal king. However, Why would the taboo immortal king of the war dragon immortal king appear? That white-clothed woman seemed to be talking to herself. However, she also seemed to be questioning Chinyu. Immortal King token? Are you referring to the ancient immortal tokens? Chinyu immediately reacted. He secretly used the Immortal King token that the Blood Devil had given him. Indeed, among the remaining 4 ancient immortal tokens, the ancient immortal token that had not moved was in the hands of the lady in white. This discovery caused Chinyu to be overjoyed. From the words of the woman in white, his previous guess was 80 to 90% correct. The secret of the war dragon immortal king was indeed hidden in the immortal trove. It might even be the legacy of the war dragon immortal king, just as the lady in white had said. Thinking of the legacy of an immortal king, Chinyu felt a fire in his heart. Could you be the descendant of the war dragon immortal king? The lady in white suddenly said after sizing up Chinyu for a long time. Descendant of an immortal king? Chinyu did not agree with this statement. In this life, his soul was reincarnated. His parents were members of the Qin clan, and the Qin clan didn't have any outstanding bloodline. As for his previous life, he was born as a medicine slave. Although he had reached the peak by chance, he did not seem to have any outstanding talent. I'm asking you, what's your relationship with the Battle Dragon Immortal Emperor? Seeing that Chinyu had remained silent, the white-clothed woman raised her eyebrows slightly, and a monstrous immortal aura pressed down on Chinyu. It doesn't matter, Chinyu said coolly. Although he was facing an ancient immortal, Chinyu did not show much fear. Chinyu's confidence came from the immemorial battle dragon art. The woman's immortal aura was greatly weakened by the ancient battle dragon art. Moreover, when the white-clothed woman appeared, Chinyu could feel a terrifying seal descending on the space and suppressing the white-clothed woman. Although the white-clothed woman could resist the seal, her strength would definitely be weakened again. This also gave Chinyu the confidence to face off against the white-clothed woman. The immemorial battle dragon art is an unparalleled immortal technique created by the war dragon immortal king. It can suppress the heaven-punishing dragon tribe and even immortal dragons. Without the immortal king tokens, you can't enter the immortal trove. If you have no relationship with the war dragon immortal king, how could you have obtained the immortal technique of the war dragon immortal king? Hearing what Chinyu said, that white-clothed woman did not believe Chinyu's words and asked repeatedly. I obtained the immemorial battle dragon art from the immortal trove. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Hearing the white-clothed woman's words, Chin, you also knew that she knew about the immortal trove. He did not hide anything and spoke plainly. However, Chinyu did not care whether the white-clothed woman believed him or not. You can enter the immortal trove left behind by an immortal king. Without the immortal king tokens, the white-clothed woman's indifferent eyes were filled with surprise. I only entered the periphery of the immortal trove. As for the core area, no one has entered yet. As Chinyu spoke, he was thinking about how to get the ancient immortal token from the white-clothed woman. Although Chinyu was not afraid of the white-clothed woman, she was an ancient immortal after all. It would not be easy to get the ancient immortal token from her. No one has entered the immortal trove yet. Chinyu's words caused the white-clothed woman's astonished eyes to flash with a dazzling light. From Chinyu's weak cultivation, it did not seem like he had obtained the legacy of an immortal king. After all, the war dragon immortal king had suppressed the heaven-punishing immortal king single-handedly. Even if he had only obtained a small portion of his legacy, it would be enough to dominate a region. Junior, why don't we make a deal? After a long while, the white-clothed woman looked at Chinyu and said something that surprised Chinyu. Deal? What deal? Chinyu was not in a hurry to make a move. other than the murderous intent from the white-clothed woman at the start, he could not sense any murderous intent from her at all. Of course, it could also be that the white-clothed woman had concealed her murderous intent so well that Chinyu could not sense it. "I'll bring you into the immortal trove left behind by an immortal king, and let you inherit the immortal king's legacy. However, you have to give me an immortal treasure from the immortal king's legacy," the white-clothed woman said. "From the sound of it, this deal seems to be beneficial to me." Hearing that, Chinyu became alert in his heart. "What are you trying to say?" The white-clothed woman could naturally tell that Chinyu was implying something. The immortal trove has always been in the heaven region and has not disappeared. Moreover, you only need 8 ancient immortal tokens to enter the immortal trove. In that case, why do I need you to bring me into the immortal trove? Chinyu chuckled. This white-clothed woman was an ancient immortal who had survived from the primordial age. Within the seal, Chinyu was not afraid of her. However, once they left the seal, Chinyu was not confident that he could deal with this white-clothed woman. "Although I don't know what your relationship with the War Dragon Immortal King is, the soon Immortal King token of the 8 Immortal King tokens is in my hands. If you can't gather all the tokens, how can you obtain the War Dragon Immortal King's legacy?" As the white-clothed woman spoke, immortal light flashed in her right hand. A ball of immortal chi condensed into an ancient immortal token. However, this ancient immortal token was very different from the 4 ancient immortal tokens in Chinyu's hands. The ancient immortal token was surrounded by immortal marks and shone with immortal light. The front of the token was carved with the ancient word Sun, which contained boundless immortal might. The back of the token was carved with a green Shinran. It was lifelike, as though the real Shinran was being suppressed. Sun, could it be that the 8 ancient immortal tokens are named after the 8 trigrams? Chinyu sized up the ancient immortal token with the word Sun, and a thought flashed across his mind. Chinyu had this thought a long time ago. This was because the 4 ancient immortal tokens that he had obtained seemed to resonate with the 8 trigrams War Dragon seal. However, he had not been able to prove it. Chapter 654. "Now, are you willing to make the deal?" The woman in white asked again. "The Sun word ancient immortal token is indeed in your hands now. However, it will be different in a while." Chinyu snapped out of his daze and made a decision. "Why? Do you intend to snatch the Immortal King token from my hands?" When the woman in white heard this, her red lips curled into a smile, as though she was amused. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Before he even finished saying those words, Chinyu, with a resounding dragon roar, suddenly broke through the sky and rushed out. At this moment, the primogenitor devil statue, which had been frozen in place, suddenly charged forward. The ancestor demon statue had no sentience. It had only been stunned instinctively. Now that it was controlled by Chinyu, it naturally attacked with all its might, unafraid of death. Chinyu not only wanted the ancient immortal token, but also the immortal soul of the woman in white. KH. However, what surprised Chinyu was that the woman in white did not react to the destructive attacks of Chinyu and the ancestor demon statue. She had a disdainful smile on her face, and her immortal aura floated in the air. "Destroy!" Chinyu's eyes flashed, and his attacks became even more ferocious, showing no mercy. Whoosh! In that instant, Chinyu and the ancestor demon statue's attacks landed on the woman in white. However, the strange thing was that the attacks of Chinyu and the ancestor demon statue passed right through the woman in white, leaving her completely unscathed. What's going on? Spatial power? Chinyu turned back to look at the smiling woman in white, who was looking at him as though he was a clown. He did not continue to attack recklessly. However, upon closer inspection, Yu was even more confused. There were no space-time ripples on the woman in white. Then, how had the woman in white done it just now? One had to know that the battle dragon true energy had been useful against the light that contained the woman in white. And now, even the battle dragon's origin energy had been pierced through. Although my cultivation has been weakened to the extreme, I'm still not someone you can attack with your cultivation of the 9th stage of the martial path. Aren't you looking down on someone who comprehended the immortal Tao? The smile on the woman's face disappeared, and her eyes returned to indifference. If she was at her peak, even with this seal, and even if Yu cultivated the primordial battle dragon art that could restrain the immortal Tao, she would only need to flick her fingers to crush Yu to death. Is the 9th stage of the martial Tao useless? If that's the case, after Yu muttered in his heart, he attacked again. This time, there was a vast explosion of divine power. Everything within a radius of 10 million miles immediately turned into a surging sea of divine power that could destroy everything. Since the 9 primordial gods were able to resist the white-clothed woman, the primordial divine power should be effective against her. In the end, Yu was once again disappointed. The white-clothed woman, who was surrounded by the violent divine power, was not injured at all. Divine power? You're going to walk the path of divine cultivation? The white-clothed woman looked at the divine power mark on Yu's palm in surprise. Let me give you a piece of advice. The path of divine cultivation is nothing but a crooked one. You won't be able to attain the immortal Tao, entering the heavenly Tao through martial Tao, and then using the heavenly Tao to comprehend the immortal Tao is the orthodox path. The white-clothed woman gently waved her sleeve, and the primordial divine power surging in the surroundings was immediately dispelled without a trace. Divine cultivation is a crooked path. Behind martial Tao, is it the heavenly Tao, the immortal Tao? The white-clothed woman's simple words made Yu think of a vast amount of information. Putting aside the primordial divine power, the Rakshasa crown prince that Yu had seen together with Xing Luo in the extraterritorial devil clan's forbidden grounds was clearly not of the heavenly domain's Tao. Could the Rakshasa crown prince be someone who'd comprehended the heavenly Tao? You can think about the deal yourself. Call me when you've made up your mind. If you don't want to, then you can stay here forever. Immortal light flickered around the white-clothed woman as she spoke, and she vanished from the spot. Stay here forever. Yu's expression shifted as he hurriedly extended his senses, only to discover that the entrance to the mural he'd entered through had disappeared as well. This is going to be troublesome. Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the boundless ancient battlefield. There was no doubt that the disappearance of the mural entrance had something to do with the white-clothed woman. The spatial seal here could even trap the primordial god and the white-clothed woman who'd stepped into the primordial immortal realm. Given Yu's current cultivation, it wouldn't be easy for him to break free. However, Yu didn't give up. He quickly flew through the ancient battlefield in search of an exit. However, after flying through the ancient battlefield for more than 2 months, Yu finally gave up. Even if he used the remnant scroll of the Great Fate technique and consumed the power of the Stars of Providence in the Fortune Seal, he was still unable to break free. Yu could only vaguely sense where the white-clothed woman had disappeared, but he couldn't sense the entrance to the sealed space. This was the first time Yu's Stars of Providence had failed to work. It seemed that the mural entrance, controlled by the white-clothed woman, was the only exit. However, this also made Yu rather curious. Since the white-clothed woman controlled the entrance, why didn't she leave through the mural? Could it be that she couldn't leave? This thought caused countless thoughts to flash through Yu's mind. He was completely at a disadvantage against the white-clothed woman, and he couldn't defeat her. As for time, the white-clothed woman had been sealed here for several eras, probably hundreds or thousands of years. It was just the time for her to take a nap. Qin Yu, on the other hand, didn't have that much time to waste here. Therefore, if the white-clothed woman really couldn't leave the mural, that was the only way Qin Yu could take the initiative. At this thought, Qin Yu immediately summoned the white-clothed woman. "What? You've thought it through so quickly?" The white-clothed woman appeared out of nowhere like a spirit. "I can agree to the deal, but I have two conditions." Qin Yu said. "Speak." The white-clothed woman said. "First, you have to give me the Sun Immortal King token first." Qin Yu said. He had to get the ancient immortal token first. "Sure." The white-clothed woman was very straightforward. With a flick of her finger, the ancient immortal token floated before Qin Yu. Wong wong wong. Qin Yu kept the Sun Immortal token in his Sumeru ring and placed it together with the other ancient immortal tokens. Qin Yu immediately sensed that the other 4 ancient immortal tokens had all started to violently tremble. Immediately after, the 4 ancient immortal tokens underwent an obvious transformation. The surface layer peeled off, and immortal inscriptions appeared. Immediately, the 4 ancient immortal tokens became similar to the Sun Immortal token. On the back of each ancient immortal token was a Shanran with different expressions. On the front of each ancient immortal token was an ancient character, namely Qian, Ken, Zhen, and Li. These 8 ancient immortal tokens are indeed related to the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams. The transformation of the 4 ancient immortal tokens confirmed Qin Yu's guess, and the ancient immortal token that the blood demon had given Qin Yu was the Qian ancient immortal token. Chapter 655. The 8 trigrams had many meanings. However, in the 8 trigrams, Qian represented the heavens. This was also the reason why the Qian ancient immortal token was the most important ancient immortal token and could sense the location of other ancient immortal tokens. When the 4 ancient immortal tokens on Qin Yu underwent a metamorphosis, outside the ancient immortal ruins, the 3 ancient immortal tokens that were scattered outside also underwent a metamorphosis. Heaven region, divine continent. On top of a towering mountain, there were countless waterfalls and spiritual fog. It was like a dreamy paradise. At the peak of the mountain, there was a stone pavilion. Within the stone pavilion, 3 figures were sitting cross-legged. The 3 of them sat in a circle in a tripartite formation. They were surrounded by mysterious immortal marks. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that 2 of the 3 were the Jiang clan siblings who had returned from reincarnation. As for the last one, it was the Jiang clan siblings who had brought the Spirit King back from the forbidden grounds of the extraterritorial devil race. Or, rather, the corpse of the Spirit King. Wang. All of a sudden, the Jiang clan siblings who had their eyes closed opened their eyes with a flicker. Jiang Yuan flipped his palm, and an ancient immortal token appeared. It was the Zhen ancient immortal token. What a pure wave of immortal energy. Brother, what happened? Jiang Qingyu's eyes shone with 7 colors. After sensing it, her eyes shone brightly. I don't know. However, it seems like the Immortal King token does contain immortal affinity. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly. However, his eyes shone brightly. It was rumored that the Immortal King token was created by an ancient immortal in the primordial age. It contained an opportunity to become an immortal. It seemed like the rumors were true. Heaven region, middle ground. In an ancient palace that was blood-red as though it was watered with fresh blood, a figure surrounded by a terrifying aura took out an ancient immortal badge with a thought. The ancient immortal token in his hand was the DUI ancient immortal token. This person was one of the ancient emperors of the middle ground who had plotted against the extraterritorial devil race, the blood fiend spirit emperor. Qian Kuan 8 trigrams. The rumors are true. There are really 8 ancient immortal tokens. The blood fiend Spirit Emperor saw that some seal on the ancient immortal token had been broken. His blood-red eyes that were filled with intense killing intent were burning with passion. Heaven region, demon continent. On a barren land, a figure descended from the sky. His expression changed, and an ancient immortal badge appeared in his hand. It was the Kun ancient immortal token. The seal of the immortal seal has been broken? Does this mean that someone has already gathered the remaining immortal king tokens? His murmurs were filled with unconcealable ecstasy. This person was the strongest sovereign in the 9 prefectures of the sky domain, the Mad Dragon Sovereign, Xing Luo. Why? Have you found traces of that blood elementalist? At this moment, another figure descended from the sky. It was the Luosha Crown Prince who had been working with Xing Luo. There are no traces of the blood elementalists. However, the immortal king tokens are behaving strangely. Xing Luo's eyes were filled with joy as she handed the ancient immortal token to the Luosha Crown Prince. Ha! If that's the case, we don't have to waste any more effort to find that blood elementalist. The Luosha Crown Prince's eyes flashed with excitement. Heaven region, West Continent, immortal ancient ruins. The second condition is that I need to borrow your immortal soul. Qinyu, who was unaware of the changes in the other ancient immortal tokens in the outside world, raised his second condition. When he raised this condition, Qinyu was on high alert. Compared to the immortal king tokens, this condition would probably make the white-robed lady more wary. I can't agree to this condition. You should be able to tell that I'm just a strand of my immortal soul. If I give it to you, I will dissipate immediately. As Qinyu had expected, the white-robed lady rejected him directly. However, there is another immortal soul in the outside world. Immediately after, the white-robed lady's words took a turn for the worse. There are still living ancient immortals in the immortal ancient ruins. Qinyu was shocked to hear this. There were actually 2 ancient immortals who had survived from the primordial age in these ruins. No, that immortal soul has already lost its consciousness. It will probably dissipate completely in a few thousand years. Don't think that anyone who has entered the immortal realm can be like me. If not for the fact that I was severely injured in the immortal trove, how could I have fallen into the demonic emperor's trap? The white-robed lady said plainly. From her words, it wasn't hard to deduce that she had a strong background even among the ancient immortals. If that's the case, then our deal is complete. Let me out. Qinyu's motive for entering was the primordial immortal soul. As long as he had the primordial immortal soul, the ghostly curse in Longhao's body could be broken. I can't let you out yet. The white-robed lady shook her head when she heard this. Why? Qinyu narrowed his eyes. I agree to your conditions, but I don't have any guarantees. The white-robed lady said. What do you mean? Although Qinyu asked, he had an answer in his heart. It was likely that the white-robed lady really couldn't leave the sealed realm. As you can see, I've been sealed here after the Beast Emperor set me up. Even if I reach the ancient immortal realm, I won't be able to live forever. The reason why I've been able to live until now is not only because I've obtained a fortuitous encounter here, but also because I've directly transformed into an immortal soul body to extend my lifespan. However, because of this, I have to rely on this sealed realm to survive. Once I leave, I'll dissipate. That white-clothed woman took a glance at Qinyu and then said in an extremely magnanimous manner, You're worried that I'll go back on my word after leaving this place? Qinyu said calmly, You're worried that I'll harm you if I leave. I'm also worried that you'll go back on your word in the future. The white-robed lady said. So, what do you want me to do? Qinyu pondered for a moment and said he already knew that the white-robed lady wasn't easy to deal with, so he wasn't too surprised. Hand over a wisp of your origin god soul. The white-robed lady opened her hand. A yin-yang formation appeared in her palm. The white-robed lady's immortal soul entered the white half of the formation. This is the yin-yang immortal curse. Qinyu looked at the yin-yang immortal formation and saw the white-robed lady's immortal soul enter the white half of the formation. He immediately recalled. He had seen this immortal curse in the immortal treasury before. This was an immortal contract that used the origin god soul of both parties to form an yin-yang immortal curse. Once the contract was broken, a terrifying immortal punishment would be inflicted. Qin, you didn't know what kind of immortal punishment there would be. However, one thing was for sure. This was an immortal curse that restricted ancient immortals. Even ancient immortals wouldn't dare to break it. This showed how terrifying the immortal punishment of this immortal curse was. Seeing that Qinyu recognized the yin-yang immortal curse, a look of surprise flashed across the white-robed lady's eyes. The ancient immortal era had been several eras since then. In the current martial era, ancient immortals had disappeared without a trace. Qinyu actually recognized the yin-yang immortal curse. This naturally caused the white-clothed woman to feel astonished. It seemed like even if Qinyu wasn't related to the battle dragon immortal emperor, it wasn't a coincidence that he had obtained the ancient battle dragon art. Chapter 656. After pondering for a moment, Qinyu sent a wisp of his origin spirit into the woman's yin-yang immortal curse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The yin-yang immortal curse turned into two beams of immortal light, one white and one black, and separated. The black immortal light that had entered Qinyu's origin spirit fell into the woman's hand. The white light that had entered the woman's immortal soul drifted to Qinyu. The two of them formed a contract. At the moment when the contract was formed, an ecstatic expression flashed through that white-clothed woman's eyes. Qinyu, who had noticed that scene, narrowed his eyes. The primordial immortal soul is in the southwest direction, about 30,000 miles away. However, you'll have to hurry because someone is already there. After the white-clothed woman put away the black celestial spell, she waved her sleeve. In the void, a virtual ancient map appeared. It was the 9 gods deity extermination painting in the divine palace. Farewell. Qinyu nodded and passed through the virtual ancient map in a flash. In the next instant, Qinyu returned to the painting in the divine palace. Qinyu had obtained the ancient immortal token, learned many martial arts secrets, and learned the whereabouts of the primordial immortal soul. However, Qinyu wasn't sure if it was a good thing to make a deal with the woman in white, although he didn't sense any killing intent from the woman in white. However, Qinyu felt that the white-clothed woman possessed malicious intentions the entire time. Whoosh! While Qinyu was pondering, the 9 gods deity extermination painting on the wall turned into a beam of light and entered Qinyu's Sumeru ring. Needless to say, Qinyu knew that the woman in white was controlling the 9 gods deity extermination painting. Let's get the primordial immortal soul first. After pondering for a while, Qinyu didn't think too much about it. With his current strength, he didn't have any means to fight the woman in white, so there was no point in thinking too much about it. At the very least, before he gathered all 8 ancient immortal badges and entered the immortal vault, the woman in white would not do anything to harm him even if she was plotting something. Therefore, right now, it was more important to find the primordial immortal soul and resolve the ghost curse in Longhao's body. If he missed this opportunity and someone else beat him to it, then who knew how long he would have to wait before he could find the primordial immortal soul again. Swish, 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 swish. Immediately, Qinyu dispersed the 8 dragon energy clones outside of the divine palace and walked out of the divine palace. However, after glancing at the 8 ancient altars, Qin Yu executed a secret technique to detain them and put them away. Even Qin Yu would find it difficult to set up an exact copy of this 8 heavenly gods formation, so it would definitely be useful in the future. Soon after, Qin Yu directly used the power of the ancestral demon golem to boost himself, turning into a beam of demonic light that shot toward the southwest like a bolt of lightning. With the ancestral demon statue's late-stage ancient emperor cultivation, it covered the distance of 30,000 miles in no time. Rumble! Before Qin Yu even got close, he heard a deafening explosion in the distance, and the entire sky shook at this moment. This wave of energy, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Accompanying the explosion were waves of immortal spell energy waves that were stronger than the last. The immortal spell energy waves were clearly divided into two. One was violent and terrifying with a strong aura, but scattered messily. The other was obviously faint and weak, but condensed into a single point with astonishing explosive power. It was precisely because of this that the two waves of immortal spell energy were evenly matched. Qin Yu was no stranger to the faint and weak immortal spell energy waves. It was the immortal spell inheritance that Sky Burier Sword Immortal had obtained. During the Battle of the Spiritual State, Sky Burier Sword Immortal had originally chosen Qin Yu to inherit the immortal spell inheritance. In the end, he had been scared away by the primordial battle dragon art, which was why Sky Burier Sword Immortal had obtained it. However, under such careful observation, Qin Yu discovered that the two waves of immortal spell energy waves were on a completely different level compared to the woman in white. It didn't mean that the woman in white had the strength to suppress the two waves of immortal spell energy. Instead, it meant that the immortal spell energy pressure emitted by the woman in white was far above the two waves of immortal spell energy waves. Could it be that the ancient immortal realm also had a more detailed division of realms? After sensing for a moment, Qin Yu concealed his aura and quietly flew closer. Not long after, a huge battle was taking place on a huge lake that was thousands of miles wide. A giant that was 200 feet tall and condensed from the lake water was unleashing violent attacks. Every time the water giant attacked, destructive immortal spell energy waves would splatter in all directions. It caused the void of the ancient ruins to ripple and distort like the surface of the water, but it didn't tear the void apart. It could be seen that this ancient ruin was enveloped by an extremely powerful force. In the lake giant, there was a palm-sized dark blue glowing object that looked like a crystal. The light it emitted was immortal light, and the crystal-like glowing object was the primordial immortal soul. The opponent of the water giant was a sword cultivator holding a pitch-black ancient sword. Just as Qin Yu sensed, it was the Sky Burier Sword Immortal who had entered this ancient ruin first. Qin Yu had been trapped by the woman in white for 2 months, so the Sky Burier Sword Immortal should have arrived here long ago. The surroundings of the huge lake were filled with traces of battle and chaotic space. It was likely that this wasn't the first time the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had fought with the water giant. Sky Burier Sword Technique, Burial of Immortals and Demons. Suddenly, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal let out a loud cry. A gigantic, pitch-black ancient sword that was tens of thousands of feet long condensed on the 9 swords. Then, it slashed down with destructive power. Qin Yu was a little surprised. This technique was obviously not the Sky Burier 3 swords, but it was also derived from the Sky Burier 3 swords. It seemed that the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had greatly improved his Sky Burier Sword technique after entering the immortal-seeking ancient road. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the primordial immortal soul suddenly emitted immortal light. A huge whirlpool appeared in the huge lake, and the vast lake water condensed, making it hundreds of feet long. Boom! Then, a fist blasted out. The void trembled as violent immortal energy swept out. The Sky Burier sword, Immortal's gigantic sword that was slashing down from the sky, shattered as the void trembled rapidly. Immortal energy swept out recklessly, affecting the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Whoosh! The Sky Burier sword, Immortal's expression changed slightly, and he immediately flew away on his sword without hesitation. Almost at this moment, the water giant that was hundreds of feet tall suddenly smashed down with its fist. The fist pierced through the void and suddenly struck the place where the Sky Burier sword, Immortal had been standing. If the Sky Burier sword, Immortal hadn't reacted quickly and immediately flown away on his sword, he would have suffered a devastating blow. The Sky Burier sword, Immortal, who was flying on his sword, looked back at the water giant. Without hesitation, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distant sky. It seemed that he had to think of another way to deal with the water giant's primordial immortal soul. Whoosh! As the Sky Burier sword, Immortal fled, the water giant that was hundreds of feet tall collapsed with a loud bang. Immediately, it was as if a majestic rain fell, and the lake water scattered over a radius of thousands of feet. The dark blue, crystal-like, primordial immortal soul turned into a ray of blue light and fell into the lake. Chapter 657. Bam, 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 bam. However, just as the primordial immortal soul fell into the lake, 8 ancient altars with vast divine power descended from the sky and suppressed the giant lake. Then, as the runes trembled violently, layer after layer of barriers enveloped the entire giant lake. It was none other than the 8-layer divine heaven formation that enveloped the entire lake. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a golden fireball like a blazing flame suddenly appeared, penetrating the 8 layers of barriers and falling into the giant lake. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Immediately, astonishing steam rose and blocked everyone's vision. In just a few breaths' time, the 1,000-mile-wide lake was burned and evaporated, turning into a 1,000-mile-wide deep pit. In the deep pit, the deep blue, crystal-like, primordial, immortal soul floated in the air, exuding a terrifying immortal power. Qin Yu withdrew the heaven-incinerating golden flames on his body and revealed his true form, looking indifferently at the primordial immortal soul. Compared to the relentless pursuit of the buried Sky Sword Immortal, the primordial immortal soul didn't immediately attack Qin Yu. Its deep blue light flickered continuously, as if it was probing Qin Yu's background. Qin Yu glanced at it and understood. It seemed that the primordial immortal soul had lost its intelligence, but it still instinctively sensed the danger on Qin Yu. Azure Dragon fights the heavens. 8 trigrams transform into dragon. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. As the majestic dragon aura boiled, he immediately entered the Azure Dragon fights the heavens state, his body covered in mysterious azure dragon scales. Behind him, the silhouette of an enormous divine dragon with vast and mighty divine might appeared. At the same time, the ancestor demon statue and the primal chaos ancestor dragon also increased their power on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's aura skyrocketed at this moment. It was extremely terrifying. Sky-devouring dragon seal. With a flash of light, Qin Yu immediately charged out. In front of Qin Yu, a ferocious dragon seal dozens of feet long appeared, bearing its fangs and claws at the primordial immortal soul. Rumble! As it sensed the danger on Qin Yu, the primordial immortal soul instinctively counterattacked, emitting a dazzling blue light. When the blue light came into contact with the earth in the deep pit, the earth quickly gathered towards it, and in an instant it turned into an earth giant. Bang! With a punch, the immortal power and earth power exploded, sending the sky-devouring dragon seal flying. Not only can it control the water, but it can also control the earth. Qin Yu's eyes flash with a strange light, but he does not stop attacking. Roar! After the divine dragon's silhouette behind Qin, Yu let out a resounding dragon roar. It started to revolve around Qin Yu. Soon after, divine light exploded from Qin Yu's palm. The heaven-splitting divine spear appeared. Divine runes also filled his entire body. He had used both the Heavenly War Emperor transformation and the Undying Stone Emperor's seal. The 5 elements Tao, Chaos Tao, Slaughter Tao, Thunder Tao, Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Mystique, Apocalyptic Divine Thunder, Bloodthirsty Hell Mystique, and other dragon mystiques. They were all used at this moment, condensing into the Shenren's shadow that surrounded Qin Yu. Boom! At this moment, the primordial immortal soul that had turned into an earth giant took the initiative to attack Qin Yu. The enormous fist that was like a lofty mountain suddenly smashed toward Qin Yu with an unparalleled divine might. Under that frightening immortal light, even the air in the space was being squeezed and exploded. Qin Yu was completely unable to escape. Immemorial Battle Dragon Art. Seal. Qin Yu immediately operates the Immemorial Battle Dragon Art and dispels the frightening pressure around him that makes him feel as if he is unable to breathe. Then, the divine spear in Qin Yu's hand turned into a bolt of lightning. At this moment, the giant Shenren's shadow that had condensed all of Qin Yu's mystiques merged into the sky-devouring divine spear and blasted out. Rumble! Immediately, the sky-devouring divine spear and the earth giant's fists collided. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The 1,000-mile deep lake pit expanded rapidly with a circle of terrifying air waves. In the blink of an eye, it became tens of thousands of miles wide. Wherever the wave of air passed, everything dissipated. Crack! As the airwaves raged, a clear cracking sound could be heard. It was the sky-devouring divine spear in Qin Yu's hand that had shattered the earth giant's fists and pierced directly between its eyebrows. There was the dark blue, crystal-like, primordial immortal soul there. Bang! Sure enough, accompanied by an explosion, a dark blue light was sent flying from between the earth giant's eyebrows. It was the primordial immortal soul. However, although it was sent flying, the primordial immortal soul did not suffer any damage. Even though the sky-devouring divine spear was a divine artifact, it still could not hurt the primordial immortal soul that was surrounded by immortal Tao power. If it were not for the battle dragon art that had restrained and weakened the power of the primordial immortal soul, Qin Yu would not have been able to send the primordial immortal soul flying. As expected, although the primordial battle dragon art can suppress immortal power, Tao power is completely useless in front of immortal power. The battle dragon's true yuan is too weak and cannot cause fatal damage. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as he sized up the primordial immortal soul. Even a powerful being in the late stage of the ancient emperor realm would have no chance of surviving that move of his. However, the primordial immortal soul was only sent flying. It seemed that ordinary methods could not deal with the primordial immortal soul, although the primordial immortal soul could not hurt Qin Yu, who was using the primordial battle dragon art. However, such a stalemate was not the result that Qin Yu wanted. Boom, boom, boom. The primordial immortal soul that had been sent flying was like a demonic beast that had gone berserk. Raging waves of immortal power appeared one after another. Each wave was stronger than the last, and it was brewing an incomparably destructive attack. Ha! Qin Yu growled when he saw this. He circulated the primordial battle dragon art to the maximum and formed hand seals with both hands. Spots of white light appeared from all the pores on his body and gathered on Qin Yu's hand seals. Forbidden art, immortal sacrifice. Qin Yu's eyes were cold and indifferent as he pointed at the primordial immortal soul that was bursting with destructive immortal power. Immediately, the white speck of light that had condensed on Qin Yu's hand seal flashed through the air like a meteor. It did not have any power and appeared to be ordinary and mediocre. Crack! However, the moment the primordial immortal soul that had gathered the destructive immortal power to attack made contact with the white light, the condensed immortal power collapsed. Even a tiny crack had appeared on the deep blue crystal, as expected of a secret art passed down by Master. Chinyu's eyes flashed. He did not let go of this opportunity and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. As he rushed out, countless white lights appeared on Chinyu's pores again. Chinyu had used the immortal sacrifice art again and suddenly pointed at the primordial immortal soul. Buzz! Buzz! This time, the primordial immortal soul was not sent flying. Instead, it was suppressed by countless ancient runes that spread out from the immortal sacrifice art. The ancient runes contained the primordial battle dragon's true yuan and were enough to suppress the primordial immortal soul that had been severely injured. Chapter 658. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a terrifying sword power appeared. A dazzling black sword light slashed toward Chinyu without warning. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, in the middle of the attack, the black sword glow suddenly split into 9, faintly forming a 9-sword killing formation that surrounded and attacked. Is this the 9-palace demonic sword that Master has comprehended? Is Burier, sword deity, still here? Chinyu, who was about to cast multiple sealing techniques to suppress the Taigu immortal soul, was startled. He immediately threw the Taigu immortal soul into the 9 gods deity extermination painting in his Sumeru ring. He thought that the woman in white should be able to suppress the Taigu immortal soul with her means. Break! At the same time, Chinyu was multitasking. The sky-splitting divine spear condensed again, and a vast dragon power swept out. 9 spears pierced the void in a row. Rumble! There was a loud noise. The black sword light that broke through the void collapsed and turned into countless destructive sword chi that swept out in all directions. Although the destructive sword radiance contained supreme celestial force, it immediately collapsed under the suppression of the primordial war dragon. As for the Tao art and true essence it contained, it was annihilated under the enhancement of the Ancestor Demon statue and the Chaos Ancestor Dragon. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. After neutralizing Burier Sword Deity's attack, Chinyu stood with his spear and looked calmly at a certain spot in the void. Since Burier Sword Deity had been here all along, it meant that Burier Sword Deity knew all his secret techniques during his battle with the Taigu immortal soul. Moreover, from the 9-palace demonic sword that Burier Sword Deity had used, it was more to test his identity than a sneak attack. This sword technique could be said to have been comprehended and created by Chinyu's master. However, Chinyu, Xingluo, and the others did not cultivate the sword Tao, so Burier Sword Deity had obtained it. I'm curious, where did you get these divine powers and secret techniques? In the void that Chinyu was looking at, ancient light patterns appeared and condensed into a 5 elements ancient formation. Behind the 5 elements ancient formation, a figure appeared. That person was none other than Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal. With the appearance of the Sky Burier Sword Deity, the 5 elements ancient formation turned into an ancient talisman with 5 dim stars that floated down. Looking at the immortal patterns on the ancient talisman, there was no doubt that it was an immortal talisman. Heaven-bearing Sword Immortal had obtained the immortal power inheritance, so he was naturally able to activate immortal treasures and other items. Senior Buried Heaven, long time no see, looking at Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who was sizing him up with rapt attention, Chinyu knew that his identity had been exposed. Putting aside the 9 esoteric battle dragon, the forbidden art of sacrificial immortal was personally taught to him by Chinyu's master, Xiantian Senzin. As Xiantian Senzin's only good friend, Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal had no reason not to recognize Chinyu. It really is you. I didn't expect that you, who was rumored to have mysteriously disappeared, would actually become a reincarnator. When Sky Burier Sword Immortal heard Chinyu's words, he was completely sure of Chinyu's identity. Chinyu was the only one who knew his title, mastered the forbidden art of sacrificial immortal, and could easily break the 9 Palaces killing sword. One had to know that apart from Chinyu's master had not even taught the forbidden art of sacrificial immortal to Xing Luo. Of course, more importantly, Chinyu's unsealed soul fluctuation had exposed his identity. Yeah, I didn't expect that we would meet as reincarnators. When I recognized you in the spiritual state, I still couldn't believe it. Chinyu chuckled. How did you become like this? Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal's eyes flashed as he asked. However, Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal vaguely had an answer in his heart. After all, he had carefully investigated the mystery of Chinyu's disappearance. Well, it's a long story. Before that, I want to know if my master was well before you reincarnated. Chinyu asked rhetorically. When Chinyu first recognized Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal, he was quite worried about his master's safety. However, that was because Chinyu's cultivation was weak, and he didn't trust anyone, so he didn't dare to meet Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal. Now that Chinyu had regained the ancient emperor realm, he naturally wasn't so afraid. I'm afraid not. Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal said slowly. What happened? The corner of Chinyu's eyes twitched. Since you can suppress the Taigu immortal soul, you must know something about the outer realms, right? Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal pondered for a moment before saying, I heard that the 9 states of the heaven realm and the extraterritorial demon race are only one realm. Outside the 2 is the outer realms, which is extremely vast and has countless realms. Chinyu said, this information was obtained from the memory of the Azure Ice Beast by Chinyu. The snow region that Fairy Shualan went to was one of the realms in the universe. The heaven region was also one of them. We went through a lot of hardships and finally crossed the limit of the 9th level of the martial path on the Immortal Inquirer Ancient Road and stepped into a new level of martial path. In the end, we went to a place called the Sea Region and cultivated there for more than 100 years. Our cultivation kept increasing, and we finally gained a firm foothold until we provoked the Sea God Palace of the Sea Region and were forced to leave the Sea Region. Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal's eyes were filled with nostalgia. The Sea Region? The Sea God Palace? Chinyu noted it down. Of course, your master and I escaped the Sea Region together and avoided the Sea God Palace's pursuit. In the end, we met someone unexpected. Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. Unexpected? Who? Chinyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Xing Luo. Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal looked at Chinyu, whose pupils shrank after hearing his words. He had basically confirmed his guess. Back then, Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal and Chinyu's master, Xiantian Senzin, had thought that Chinyu would be the one to follow them and step out of the heaven region. Unexpectedly, Xing Luo was already in front of Chinyu, and Chinyu, who had been missing for a long time, had fallen to such a state. After Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal had reincarnated, he had investigated Chinyu. He knew that Chinyu had reached the peak of the heaven region and was at least a late-stage ancient emperor. Chinyu, who had reached such a level, would not reincarnate for no reason. After all, no one in the heaven region had mastered the reincarnation Tao. Even those who had reincarnated did not know how to reincarnate and awaken. Therefore, no one would risk the risk of eternal death to touch the slim chance of reincarnation. Therefore, the only possibility for Chinyu to reincarnate was that something had happened to Chinyu that forced him to reincarnate. And most likely, Chinyu's death had something to do with Xing Luo's reincarnation. Xing, Luo has been to the outer realm. Qin Yu was excited. After reincarnating, he saw that Xing Luo had not broken through the 9th stage of the martial path. He had always thought that Xing Luo had never left the heaven region. But now, it seemed that what had happened to Xing Luo was far beyond his imagination. When he thought about how Xing Luo had learned his master's indestructible, heavenly profound immortal body, Qin Yu suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. Could it be, I don't know why Xing Luo went to the outer realm and brought a group of outer realm experts to attack us? Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal's words confirmed Qin Yu's guess. Why? Although he had been ambushed and killed by Xing Luo, Qin Yu still found it hard to believe that Xing Luo would do such a disgraceful thing. Because of the immortal treasury, Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal said word by word. Chapter 659. Does Xing Luo want to enter the deity treasure again? Qin Yu was startled. That's right. You and your disciples are the only ones in the history of the Qianyu region who have entered the deity treasure and come out alive. Although I don't know how you came out alive, you must have relied on your master's power, right? Sky Burier Sword Deity nodded and said, the deity treasure had existed since the beginning of the history of the Qianyu region. The 9 states of the Qianyu region had experienced countless disasters and changes, but the deity treasure still existed. No one knew its secrets, and no one could destroy it. In the history of the heavenly domain, just based on the records of various ancient books, the number of experts who entered the heavenly domain to explore was as numerous as the carps crossing the river. There were even overlords from other regions who snuck in to explore the secrets of the deity treasure. However, no one who had triggered the restriction of the deity treasure, whether they were Qianyu region warriors or overlords from other regions, had come out alive. This precedent had been broken by Xiantian Shenzhen and Qin Yu's 4 disciples. Does Xing Luo want to use Master's bloodline divine power? Hearing Sky Burier Sword Deity's words, Qin Yu immediately understood. Qin, you didn't know where his master came from. However, Qin Yu was sure that his master was the same as his second senior sister, Ning Qianma. They weren't human, or rather, their bloodline wasn't human, because his master, Xiantian Shenzhen, had a bloodline divine power that could see the future. Of course, although this ability had many limitations, it was definitely an extremely powerful divine power. When the 5 of them entered the deity treasure, they were able to break the outer restriction of the deity treasure and come out unharmed. It was because Qin Yu's master used his bloodline divine power to see that someone would break the restriction of the deity treasure in the future and copy the secret technique to enter the deity treasure. Even so, Qin Yu's master couldn't break the restriction of the core of the deity treasure and could only leave with Qin Yu and the other 3 disciples. Qin Yu didn't know the reason before, but after learning the secret of the ancient immortal token from Blood Demon, he understood. Without the 8 ancient immortal tokens, Qin Yu's master couldn't break the restriction even if he saw the way to break it. Although Xing Luo offered many benefits, your master still refused his request and didn't want to enter the deity treasure again. So Xing Luo attacked us. We're already exhausted from being hunted down by the sea god's palace, so it's difficult for us to deal with Star Luo and the others' attacks. My deity treasure was killed at the critical moment. Your master's master used reincarnation seal. At the critical moment. Otherwise, if my soul were to fall into the hands of Xing Luo and the others, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. As for your master, I was hunted down by the Star Luo sect several times after my reincarnation. I learned from him that your master managed to escape with a secret magic. However, Xing Luo said that even though your master managed to escape with his life, his fate was worse than death. Burier's master, voice Japanese style. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. This news made Qin Yu even angrier than when Xing Luo had ambushed him. Back then, he and Xinglua had been herb slaves. Although they had gotten rid of their status, they wouldn't have had their current achievements if they hadn't become disciples of their master. But Xinglua had betrayed his master in order to enter the deity treasure. It was intolerable. Qinyu, although your current strength is comparable to a late-stage ancient emperor, you shouldn't look for Xinglua before you recover to your peak. I have a feeling that Xinglua is very strange and dangerous. I'm afraid his cultivation isn't as simple as a late-stage ancient emperor. Seeing Qinyu's overflowing killing intent, burying Heaven's sword, Immortal pondered for a moment, and then said, "Strange." Burier's words reminded Qinyu of Xinglua's terrifying aura during the battle of the Azure Ice Beasts. Indeed, compared to 1,000 years ago, there were many strange things about Xinglua now. This was also why Qinyu hadn't attacked them in the frozen plains and exposed his identity. Speaking of which, your physical body wasn't destroyed before you reincarnated, right? Suddenly, Sky, Burier's sword, Immortal seemed to have thought of something, and an extremely grave expression appeared in his eyes as he spoke. Physical body. Back then, I was ambushed by Xinglua and the 12 ancient emperors of the celestial domain in the graveyard of the immortal god. I was in a desperate situation in that battle, so I self-destructed. Qinyu said. That was why Qinyu had seized the opportunity to let the dragon soul take the dragon god's ancient seal into the endless void and stop Xinglua. Why are you suddenly asking this? After saying that, Qinyu felt strange. Heaven-burying sword, Immortal should have already confirmed his identity. So why did he still ask this question? Because I saw someone who looked exactly like you in your previous life in the Sky Demon Race's forbidden ground, Burier's sword, Immortal said slowly. Someone who looked exactly like me in my previous life? Qinyu was stunned. He had also gone to the Sky Demon Race's forbidden ground, so why hadn't he run into that person? Could he have seen him in the sea of demonic qi formed by the origin demon veins? However, although that person's appearance was exactly the same as yours, the fluctuation of his soul was completely different from yours. Furthermore, his cultivation was also astonishingly powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he ignored us back then, and if it wasn't for the fact that we managed to escape quickly, I'm afraid that we would have died at his hands. Burier's sword, Immortal's heart palpitated at the thought of meeting someone who looked exactly like Qinyu in the sea of demonic qi. Even someone as strong as the blood demon and the Rakshasa crown prince had been directly suppressed by that person's aura. Could someone have disguised themselves as me? Qinyu frowned. Even he didn't believe that explanation. After all, he had died 1,000 years ago, and there were very few in the celestial domain who still remembered him, who would deliberately disguise themselves as him, for no reason. That person shouldn't be in disguise. I didn't sense any ripples from him. Burier's sword, Immortal shook his head slightly. That was why he suspected that someone had taken over Qinyu's body. That's strange. I clearly self-destructed my body back then, and it was completely destroyed. Those people shouldn't have been able to reform my body even if they used a secret art. Qinyu muttered to himself, puzzled. More importantly, Burier's sword, Immortal had said that the person's cultivation was frighteningly strong. Even if he hadn't targeted them, they might have died. That meant that the person's cultivation wasn't as simple as a late-stage ancient emperor. Could he be someone like the blood demon and the Rakshasa crown prince, someone who had surpassed the 9th level of the martial path and ascended to the heavenly Tao? But why would someone like that disguise themselves as him? What's going on? The more Qinyu thought about it, the more confused he became. He couldn't figure it out at all. At this time, Qinyu suddenly recalled the details of the battle in the graveyard of Immortal God that he had learned from the memories of the 7-star ancient emperor, Emperor God Tianyuan. In that battle, Qin Yu had not only self-destructed his body, but he had also completely burned his ancient emperor god soul. His soul had been scattered, and Xing Luo and the others didn't have a chance to search his soul. Therefore, Qin Yu shouldn't have been able to reincarnate back then. So why would he awaken his memories after reincarnating for 1,000 years? Chapter 660. After pondering for a long time, Qin Yu dispelled these messy thoughts. For Qin Yu, the most important thing now was to recover his cultivation and deal with Xing Luo. As for the person who looked exactly like him, he would have a chance to do so in the future. Senior, do you also want the primordial immortal soul? Soon after, Qin Yu asked the burying heaven sword immortal. That's right. Back in the spiritual state, I received the inheritance of heavenly Qilin Saint Immortal and walked the path of ancient immortals. But now, the Tao of the heavenly domain has changed greatly, and immortal Qi has been replaced by spiritual Qi. If I want to walk the path of ancient immortals, I have to obtain the ancient immortal Qi. Sky Burier Sword Immortal didn't deny it, and nodded. I don't need the ancient immortal Qi, just the power of the immortal soul. Once I refine the immortal soul, I'll give you the immortal Qi and insights it contains. Ever since he learned about the immortal treasure and Zhanlong's inheritance, Qin Yu had lost interest in ordinary ancient immortals. If Long Hao didn't need the power of the immortal soul to dispel the ghost curse in his body, Qin Yu would have given the primordial immortal soul to Sky Burier Sword Immortal. After all, he and Sky Burier Sword Immortal had a common enemy. All right. Sky Burier Sword Immortal was naturally happy with this outcome. To be honest, he didn't know what to do with the primordial immortal soul. He had fought it countless times in the past 2 months, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to it. That was why he pretended to flee when he sensed someone approaching. He wanted to see if he could take advantage of the situation. To his surprise, the person who showed up was Qin Yu. Qin Yu's consciousness entered the 9 Gods Deity Extermination painting. The situation inside was just as Qin Yu had expected. The primordial immortal soul sealed by Zhanlong's true essence was completely suppressed by the woman in white. You owe me a favor this time. Sensing Qin Yu's soul power, the woman in white waved her sleeve and tossed the primordial immortal soul out of the 9 Gods Deity Extermination painting. Thank you. With the help of the woman in white, Qin Yu felt much more relaxed. Qin Yu immediately began to refine the primordial immortal soul. Although the primordial immortal soul was sealed, it was still resisting with all its might. Unfortunately, under the dual suppression of the woman in white and the primordial battle dragon art, Qin Yu quickly extracted the power of his immortal soul. This is the immortal power being suppressed. While Qin Yu was refining, Heaven's Burial Sword Immortal, who had been guarding Qin Yu but didn't get too close so as not to cause any misunderstandings from Qin Yu, was shocked. Even though he had yet to fully comprehend the power of the ancient immortals and had yet to embark on the path of the ancient immortals, he still had a long way to go. Even so, Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal had only been hunted down and suppressed by Star Luo a few times when he had just awakened. When the buried Heaven's Sword Immortal broke through to the ancient emperor realm, even a late-stage ancient emperor would find it difficult to suppress him. But now, the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Yu directly suppressed the immortal power in his body. This was the first time Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal knew that his celestial force could be suppressed. He found it hard to believe. Condense. After a total of 5 days and 5 nights, Qin Yu finally managed to completely refine that immemorial immortal soul. With a thought, the frozen Long Hao appeared from the ancient dragon seal. As a precaution, Qin Yu had brought Long Hao with him on this trip to the West Continent. After dispersing the layer of ice on Long Hao's body, Qin Yu tapped Long Hao's forehead with his left finger and held the refined immortal soul with his right hand. The three formed the tripartite formation. As Qin Yu used the secret technique, the power of the primordial immortal soul continuously poured into Long Hao's forehead with Qin Yu's body as a medium. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a while, Long Hao's body suddenly trembled, and sinister, twisted ghost runes appeared all over his skin. The ghost runes started from Long Hao's forehead and spread all over his body, completely sealing him. This was the immortal devouring ghost curse that the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor had placed in Long Hao's body. Sizzle! When the immortal devouring ghost curse was triggered, in the depths of Long Hao's soul, a wisp of sword intent that contained supreme sword power spread out and protected Long Hao's soul from being devoured by the immortal devouring ghost curse. This is the sword intent of the eternal sword tomb. The Sky Burier Sword deity, whose immortal power was suppressed by Qin Yu, sensed the fluctuation of the sword intent, and his eyes shone brightly. The Sky Burier Sword deity was the strongest sword immortal expert in his era. Naturally, he had explored the eternal sword tomb that countless sword cultivators yearned for. However, because he sensed great danger in the depths of the eternal sword tomb, the Sky Burier Sword deity did not completely explore the eternal sword tomb. However, the Sky Burier Sword deity was well aware of the terrifying sword intent of the eternal sword tomb. There was no doubt that the sword intent that Long Hao emitted came from the eternal sword tomb, and it probably came from the deepest part of the eternal sword tomb. This surprised the Sky Burier Sword deity. This was because Long Hao's cultivation was only at the peak of the divine grade. How could he come out alive from the eternal sword tomb with such a cultivation? A mere ghost curse dares to block the power of an ancient immortal? Do you really think you can devour an immortal? Qin Yu sneered when he sensed the strong backlash from the immortal devouring ghost curse in Long Hao's body. Although the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was strong, he was only at the late-stage Ancient Emperor realm and had not crossed the limit of martial arts. Even if the secret skill that he created was modified by the ancient immortal forbidden skill, it could not be compared to a real immortal magic skill. However, the primordial immortal soul that Qin Yu had refined was the soul of a real ancient immortal. Therefore, as the power of the ancient immortal spread, the immortal devouring ghost curse that permeated Long Hao's flesh, blood, meridians, and bones gradually melted away like snow in spring. At this time, the sword intent that Qin Yu was quite wary of played a protective role. Qin Yu, who did not have to worry about anything happening to Long Hao's soul, could annihilate the immortal devouring ghost curse without restraint. Immediately, he clearly felt that the power of the immortal devouring ghost curse in Long Hao's body was disappearing at a rapid speed. As the ghost curse was dissolved, Long Hao, who was only at the Divine Emperor realm, was like an awakened giant beast. His aura became more and more terrifying. Soon, he had broken through to the Ancient Emperor realm from the Divine Emperor realm and was still getting stronger. When half of the immortal devouring ghost curse was dissolved, Long Hao's cultivation had reached the mid-stage Ancient Emperor realm. This discovery made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows slightly. At this rate, when the immortal devouring ghost curse completely dissipated, Long Hao's cultivation would most likely reach the late-stage Ancient Emperor realm. It was no wonder that Long Hao dared to challenge the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor. However, what really made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows was the reason for Long Hao's cultivation to become stronger. It was actually the sword intent. Originally, he could only feel a little of the sword intent, but as Long Hao's cultivation became stronger, it also became more and more powerful. This was the reason why Qin Yu found it difficult to deal with. After all, the sword intent was entrenched in Long Hao's soul. The stronger the sword intent, the more difficult it would be to disperse it. However, at this time, Qin Yu did not care about this problem. After all, what was fatal to Long Hao was the immortal devouring ghost curse. Although he did not know why the sword intent appeared in Long Hao's body, Judging from the fact that it had been protecting Long Hao's soul against the invasion of the immortal devouring ghost curse, it should not be harmful to Long Hao for the time being. Chapter 6, 61. Crack. It took an entire month to dissolve the immortal devouring ghost curse. When the last wisp of the immortal devouring ghost curse was dissolved, a ferocious ghost curse appeared between Long Hao's eyebrows. However, the ghost curse only appeared for an instant before it was suddenly shattered. It turned into ghost chi and scattered in all directions amidst a faint sound of unwillingness. Boom! With a thought from Qin Yu, the primogenitor devil statue guarding beside him suddenly attacked. A huge demonic seal, filled with demonic might, whizzed past and annihilated the ghostly chi. Soul Dao ripples could be faintly sensed from the scattered ghost chi. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yu had the ancestral devil statue completely annihilate the ghostly aura to prevent any unforeseen events from occurring. Whoosh! The moment the immortal devouring ghost curse was dissolved, at the center of the heavenly domain, in the central continent, a terrifying divine might suddenly descended upon a gigantic island that was floating in the void. Then a beam of black light filled with ghost chi fell from the sky and entered the forbidden area of the island like lightning. It was a bone palace built with a skull that was thousands of feet tall. In the center of the bone palace, a figure was sitting cross-legged and surrounded by ghost chi. He seemed to be healing himself. Suddenly, his eyes opened. This person was Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian. The black light filled with ghost chi fell in front of Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian and was directly absorbed by him. Long Hao's immortal devouring ghost curse was dissolved. A moment later, shock flashed in Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's eyes. Someone in the heavenly domain could dissolve his immortal devouring ghost curse. One had to know that even Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian was not 100% sure that he could dissolve the immortal devouring ghost curse, because the primordial immortal soul needed to dissolve the immortal devouring ghost curse was too difficult to find. Could it be that someone had found the primordial immortal soul? But even if that person had found the primordial immortal soul, how did that person know the secret technique to dissolve the immortal devouring ghost curse? Could it be, suddenly, an unbelievable thought appeared in Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's mind. There was indeed one person who had dissolved the immortal devouring ghost curse in the 9 continents of the heavenly domain. That was Qin Yu, the master of Dragon God Emperor. However, Qin Yu had already lost his life 1,000 years ago. Or could it be that Qin Yu was still alive? Who is it that is hiding in the shadows? Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He wanted to go and find out. Unfortunately, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was severely injured in the battle with the Blue Qian Ice Beast. Although several months had passed, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian had only recovered slightly from his injuries. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian couldn't leave the island even if he wanted to find out what was going on. With his current injuries, if his enemies were to find out about it, he would be in danger. Ding! However, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian didn't give up just like that. He immediately rang the bell in his hand. Emperor Zhen Tian. Immediately, a dozen figures Emperor Zhen Tian's appeared. Go and investigate something. No matter how much it costs, you must find out. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian ordered. If he couldn't find out the truth, he wouldn't be at ease. West Continent, immortal ancient ruins. Inside the 8th divine heaven, it's starting to merge. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed when he saw the sword intent on Long Hao's body growing stronger. Just as he had expected, Long Hao's cultivation had reached the peak of the late-stage ancient emperor realm. This obviously showed exactly how terrifying and shocking the sword insight in the soul between Long Hao's brows was. More importantly, although the immortal devouring ghost curse had been dissolved, Longhouse still hadn't woken up. Qin, you just realized that the sword intent had gradually merged with Longhou's soul. It was no wonder that the sword intent had been protecting Longhou's soul when the immortal devouring ghost curse invaded. The two had become one. Qin Yu had no choice but to continue using the power of the blue ice beast's horn to freeze Long Hao. This sword intent contains the aura of the sword tomb's spirit of the ancient sword tomb. Sky Burier sword deity flew over when he saw that Qin Yu had dissolved the ghost curse. Ancient sword tomb's spirit of the ancient sword tomb? Qin Yu was stunned. It was his first time hearing about the ancient sword tomb's spirit of the ancient sword tomb. Qin Yu had been to the ancient sword tomb in his previous life. However, he wasn't interested in the ancient sword tomb since he didn't cultivate the sword Dao. Therefore, he didn't explore it too deeply. I've been to the ancient sword tomb before. There's an extremely ancient sword intent in the deepest part of the tomb. That sword intent contains intelligence. I don't know if the ancient sword tomb has already gained intelligence or if that sword intent has already gained intelligence. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. That sword intent can control the power of the ancient sword tomb. That's why I call it the sword tomb's spirit. Sky Burier, sword deity, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Long Hao. Is there a way to dissolve it? Qin Yu asked. Earlier, he had already used a secret skill, but there was nothing he could do. That was because once he tried to dissolve that sword intent, it would affect Long Hao's soul. If he used force, he wouldn't be able to expel that sword intent at all. That was why Qin Yu continued to freeze Long Hao with the blue ice. This time, he even aimed at his soul. As long as it was invaded by an external force, that sword intent would automatically resist. Qin Yu's action could ease the fusion between the sword intent and Long Hao's soul. After all, once the fusion was complete, it would be extremely difficult to expel it again. With my sword Dao skills, I can only suppress it at most. I'm afraid that I'll have to go to the ancient sword tomb and find the sword intent origin to know how to dissolve it. Sky Burier sword deity said, Looks like I'll have to find time to go to the ancient sword tomb. Qin Yu muttered to himself. Judging from the power contained within the sword will, it was likely that the eternal sword tomb was not as simple as a divine weapon. After all, it was just a sword intent, but it had raised Long Hao's cultivation to such a terrifying level. Immediately, Qin Yu put the frozen Long Hao into the ancient dragon seal. Then, he gave Sky Burier sword deity the immortal qi and comprehension he had obtained from the Taigu immortal soul. After Sky Burier sword deity refined the immortal qi and comprehended it, the two of them wandered around the immortal ancient ruins. This immortal ancient ruins was definitely the oldest ancient ruins in the Qinyan realm. There might be some opportunities left behind. Could this be the legendary 9-star immortal divine pill? Deep in the ruins, in an ancient palace, after Qin Yu broke through the layers of restrictions and entered, he obtained a spirit pill that shone with starlight from the ancient cauldron. It was like a star in the night sky. This spirit pill contained extremely pure divine power and immortal power fluctuations. It was quite extraordinary. Qin Yu picked up the spirit pill. After carefully confirming it, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. This spirit pill shining with starlight was the 9-star immortal divine pill. This pill was extremely famous during the era of gods. It was refined using the essence of the stars in the 9 heavens, fusing the power of ancient immortals and gods. Although the era of gods and the ancient immortals had already become a thing of the past, however, there were still gods who wanted to reach the level of ancient immortals in an attempt to reach the legendary immortal realm of eternal life. Because of that, the 9-star immortal divine pill had appeared. According to ancient records, in ancient times, there were indeed gods who used this pill to become ancient immortals. Chapter 662. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the Ancient Emperor realm. This elixir suits you perfectly. Buried Sky Sword Deity glanced at the 9-star immortal divine elixir without much interest. He had obtained the pure inheritance of an ancient immortal and walked the pure path of an ancient immortal. Other than immortal chi, immortal herbs, and other immortal items, he was not interested in any other divine treasures. Refining other powers recklessly would do more harm than good. This was also the reason why Buried Sky Sword Deity had taken the risk to sneak into the forbidden land of the extraterritorial demons despite knowing how dangerous it was. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to obtain immortal chi. Qin did not immediately refine the elixir and put it away. The entrance to the immortal ancient ruins had disappeared without him knowing. Qin did not want the elixir to disappear halfway and be trapped in the 9 deities' deity portrait again. After that, Qin and the heaven-burying sword immortal searched through the entire ancient remnants before leaving. After leaving the ancient ruins, Buried Sky Sword Deity and Qin agreed to explore the eternal sword mound together before leaving separately. At this time, the news of Beast Saint Wang Di and his subordinates dying in the ancient ruins spread. The West Continent was in an uproar as countless forces fell into chaos and war. Qin did not interfere in the West Continent's turmoil. To him, the other forces in the West Continent had nothing to do with him now that Beast Saint Wang Di was dead. He did not have the leisure to interfere with the forces in the West Continent. However, Qin did not leave the West Continent immediately. After finding a secret and safe place, he laid down a barrier and entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Refine. The ancient battle dragon art was activated as Qin swallowed the 9-star immortal divine elixir. In an instant, a vast amount of star power filled Qin body. Specks of starlight floated out from the pores of Qin entire body. They revolved around his body, forming an extremely dense nebula. At this moment, Qin looked as if he was in an endless starry sky. Rumble! It didn't take long for Qin to release a series of loud noises that sounded like the surging of a raging river. The aura emanating from Qin body rose steadily at this moment. It was as if an ancient god was about to descend into the world, and his might was earth-shattering. Finally, after Qin completely refined the 9-star immortal divine pill, Qin expression changed. Qin early ancient emperor cultivation base had broken through to the middle ancient emperor realm. The surging power of the Tao flowed within the ancient seal of the divine dragon, boiling and rolling. Qin opened his eyes, which flashed with a dazzling light. Although he had only broken through from the early ancient emperor realm to the middle ancient emperor realm, Qin strength had undergone a complete transformation. If Qin used the green dragon battling the heavens now, he would no longer need to use all sorts of methods to trap late-stage ancient emperors. After breaking through, Qin continued to absorb the pure dragon chi from the ancient seal of the divine dragon to consolidate his cultivation base. Only when he used the immemorial battle dragon art to suppress and refine the dragon blood to break through did Qin not need to worry about any repercussions. He didn't even need to consolidate his foundation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A few days later, Qin who was absorbing the dragon chi to consolidate his cultivation base, suddenly had a change in expression. This is Qin flipped his right hand, and a token appeared in his hand. At this moment, the token was covered with ancient divine runes, and it trembled continuously. Something happened to the sacred dragon sect. Qin eyes narrowed, and he immediately left the ancient seal of the divine dragon. He rushed towards the teleportation formation and disappeared in an instant. That token was the one he had left for Pam Hong and Taishu Kong. Only when the sacred dragon sect was in danger would the two of them activate the token's restriction. East Continent, Sacred Dragon Sect, Imperial City. Figures with powerful auras gathered above the Imperial City, and they all looked solemnly into the distance. In the distance, countless figures had sealed off the monarch city, leaving it impenetrable. The leaders of the Imperial City were Pam Hong and Taishu Kong. Behind the two of them were several experts from the great martial world, as well as the martial artists from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, who had set up the restriction. It wasn't just the Sacred Dragon Sect. No one in the entire East Continent had expected this. After the Sacred Dragon Sect had destroyed the seven-star ancient kingdom and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, they had risen to power. The Dragon Tiger Emperor, the Thunderclap Emperor, the Ancient Emperor of the Royal Realm, and the Sky-Battling Celestial Emperor. The four almighties of the older generation in the East Continent had actually joined forces to besiege the Sacred Dragon Sect. This had put the Sacred Dragon Sect in a desperate situation. The four almighties of the ancient emperors joining forces was something that had never happened in the history of the East Continent. This caused the surrounding large factions to once again raise their heads in anticipation. After all, other than the Dragon Tiger Emperor's Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, the other three ancient emperors' forces were not related to the two ancient kingdoms that the Sacred Dragon Sect occupied. When the Sacred Dragon Sect was destroyed, they would naturally benefit from it. It seems that the things that happened a while ago were all done by the four great powers in the dark. Pam Hong's expression was solemn and a little vexed. Previously, rumors had spread throughout the East Continent that the Sacred Dragon Sect was an external force that had the ambition to dominate the entire East Continent. There were even many mysterious people who claimed to be the Sacred Dragon Sect that had caused the destruction of many sects in the East Continent. Pam Hong had originally thought that someone was using their name to cause trouble outside, so he had only sent people to investigate in secret. In the end, he had not expected that the Dragon Tiger Emperor and the other three major forces were secretly targeting them. Senior brother, the teleportation array that Master left behind has been unsealed. We can leave at any time. Taishu Kong quietly walked to Pam Hong's side and transmitted a message to him. All right. Pam Hong nodded slightly. To them, assisting Qin Yu in avenging the 12 ancient emperors was the most important task. As for the survival of the Sacred Dragon Sect, it wasn't that important. However, at this moment, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong's expressions changed slightly as an ancient token appeared in each of their hands. A line of small words appeared on the ancient tokens. Master is back. When Pam Hong and Taishu Kong saw this, their eyes flickered with joy. Their uneasiness immediately disappeared. As long as Qin Yu was around, they had nothing to worry about. I am the Dragon Tiger Emperor, and I am here to pay a visit to the Sacred Dragon Sect Master. Please show yourself. A figure appeared from the group of people with terrifying auras. It was the Dragon Tiger Sovereign, who was standing in the air. The Thunderclap Emperor, the Ancient Emperor, and the Sky-Battling Emperor also stepped forward and stood side by side. My Sacred Master isn't in a position to receive guests right now. Please return. Pam Hong's figure flashed as he stood on the Imperial City's peak and spoke through the restrictions. We have come from afar. At the very least, you should let your Sacred Master come out and meet us. Since the Dragon Tiger Emperor and the other three had come together, they naturally wouldn't leave so easily. My Sacred Master doesn't have time right now. Why must the four of you be so overbearing? When it's convenient for my Sacred Master in the future, he will personally visit you one by one. A cold light flashed in Pam Hong's eyes. When he visited in the future, he would kill them one by one. It seems like the information is true. The Sacred Dragon Sect Master isn't in the Sacred Dragon Sect. When the Dragon Tiger Emperor heard this, he looked at the Thunderclap Emperor and the other two. Since that's the case, let's first annihilate the Sacred Dragon Sect. Let's see which force in the East Continent dares to be a lackey of the outside forces in the future. The Thunderclap Emperor's body flickered with lightning, and his eyes were indifferent. Chapter 6, 63. Kill. The Dragon Tiger Emperor, the Ancient Emperor, and the Fighting Sky Emperor gave the order coldly when they heard the Thunderclap Emperor's words. Rumble! It was the experts of the four superpowers. They were attacking the barrier of the Holy Dragon Sect's imperial city under the lead of their respective ancient emperors. As for the Dragon Tiger Emperor and the other three ancient emperors, they did not take any action. Without Qin Yu overseeing the Sacred Dragon Sect, there was no need for them to act. They could easily destroy it. Of course, there was another reason why they did not take any action. They were wary of Qin Yu's strength. After all, to be able to kill a late-stage ancient emperor by himself, Qin Yu's strength was not to be underestimated. Although the four of them had teamed up, they did not dare to let their guard down. They maintained their peak condition and were prepared to suppress Qin Yu, who could appear at any time. Sect Master. Based on the strength of the four superpowers, we will not be able to hold on for long. Is the Holy Master not back yet? Seeing the ferocious attacks of the four superpowers, the people of the Holy Dragon Sect panicked. They did not have the vigor they had when they took down the seven-star ancient country and the Tianyuan divine dynasty. The barrier of the imperial city was set up by the Holy Master. It will not be easy for them to break it. Pass down the order. Everyone is to guard their positions. If anyone escapes, kill them. Pan Hong sneered as he looked at the four superpowers. As long as Qin Yu returned, these four great powers would become turtles in a jar. Only death would await them. The Holy Master has already predicted this, so he has already made arrangements. You don't need to be so worried. Once this battle is over, the Holy Master will reward those who have contributed greatly. At that time, it won't be difficult for you to be crowned as kings. Pan Hong's face was black, while Tai Shu Kong played the good cop. He comforted the martial artists of the Holy Dragon Sect. Indeed, Tai Shu Kong's words boosted the morale of the martial artists of the Holy Dragon Sect. After all, Qin Yu was an almighty who could kill Emperor God Tianyuan. It was rumored that he had a strong background. He might have a way to deal with this crisis. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Sacred Dragon Sect's experts worked, all kinds of spirit crystals and immortal stones appeared and merged into the ancient array. The imperial city's barrier, which seemed to be on the verge of collapse, began to recover at an astonishing speed. What Pan Hong said was not empty words. In order to prevent the late-stage ancient emperor from invading and give the two of them time to teleport away, Qin Yu had set up the ancient immortal design. Once it was activated, even a late-stage ancient emperor would find it hard to destroy it. As for the middle-stage ancient emperors, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break the barrier in a short period of time. If there was an endless supply of energy, the restrictive barrier would become even more powerful. At this point, the four great divine empires had joined forces to besiege the Sacred Dragon Sect. They were in a stalemate with the Sacred Dragon Sect. The battle seemed to be very difficult to end in a short period of time. This situation had exceeded the expectations of the countless observing factions in the distance, causing them to be extremely envious. After all, the Holy Dragon Sect was merely a border martial arts force. It was impossible for them to have such a shocking foundation. The countless spirit crystals and immortal stones that were flowing into the barrier must have been plundered from the seven-star ancient kingdom and the Sky Yuan divine dynasty. Everyone, can you see what kind of divine design this is? How could it be so powerful. The ancient emperor, who wore a crown and a golden dragon robe, looked at the stalemate between the siege and the city. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Even the imperial city's core palaces' barrier wasn't as powerful as this. However, the sacred dragon sect had set up a barrier that spanned tens of thousands of miles around the imperial city. It was impossible to accomplish such a feat without a heaven-defying array Tao attainment. It seems to be a divine design from the primordial era, the 9-palace origin protection array. The Thunderclap Emperor, who had a goatee and wore a Taoist robe, squinted his eyes as he recognized it. Within the imperial city's boundary, there were 9 ancient arrays that shifted and intertwined with each other, scattering all the attacks. The 9-palace origin protection array was lost in the primordial era. Even if it was found, there aren't many people with such array Tao attainment in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. Those old fellows aren't to be trifled with. The sky-battling emperor, who was holding a battle sword, raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like the sacred dragon sect's master was more powerful than they had imagined. Could he really be from the central continent? Those old fellows aren't to be trifled with, but we aren't pushovers either. Since they've already interfered with the power structure of the East Continent, they're still trying to take us down one by one. Even if they're not to be trifled with, we can't pretend that we didn't see it. If this continues, the same fate as the 7-star ancient kingdom and the Sky Yuan divine dynasty will befall us. The Dragon Tiger Emperor said eerily, ever since he suspected that Qin Yu, who had killed Emperor God Tian Yuan, was related to the Dragon God Emperor, the Dragon Tiger Emperor had become furious. The Dragon Tiger Emperor was burning with impatience to get rid of the sacred dragon sect. Hence, he sent people to disguise themselves as the sacred dragon sect's people to massacre the surrounding forces. He even sent people to gather information from the various forces and purposely left traces of the sacred dragon sect's people. Thus, the fake Holy Dragon sect was plotting against the East Continent's forces. It was precisely because of the Dragon Tiger Sovereign's actions that the Thunderclap Emperor and the other 2 decided to join forces to destroy the sacred dragon sect. Since that's the case, let's not just watch from the sidelines. Let's make a move. The Thunderclap Emperor took a step forward when he saw that the 4 factions were still unable to break through the Holy Dragon Gate's barrier after so long. Rumble! Immediately, an earth-shaking thunder exploded. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with rolling thunder covering the sky and covering the sun. The martialists in the imperial city felt the sky suddenly darken as a terrifying pressure enveloped their hearts. This caused the members of the sacred dragon sect, who had regained their morale after seeing that they had blocked the alliance army of the 4 great factions, to panic once again. The moment a late-stage ancient emperor took action, the sacred dragon sect's aura was suppressed to rock bottom. Don't relax, defend. Even Pam Hong and Taishu Kong looked extremely solemn. The Thunderclap Emperor was a famous emperor realm almighty in the East Continent. Even among the late-stage ancient emperors, the Thunderclap Emperor's strength was considered top-notch. 8 Desolation Lightning Strike. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the Thunderclap Emperor, who was standing under the lightning that filled the sky, suddenly pointed his finger. It was as if the sky had been torn apart. Amidst the rolling thunder, a ferocious and terrifying lightning beast suddenly swooped down. It was as fast as lightning and instantly bombarded the peak of the imperial city. Rumble! The entire imperial city shook violently at this moment as countless buildings in the city collapsed. The 9 paths ancient formations in the barrier were under great pressure and showed signs of instability. Chapter 664. What a terrifying power! As expected of the Thunderclap Emperor, who is unrivaled among the senior emperors. It seems that even if the Sacred Dragon Sect master appears, he will not be able to save the Sacred Dragon Sect. The Thunderclap Emperor's attack had caused the Sacred Dragon Sect's great protective array to tremble. This caused countless spectators in the distance to suck in a breath of cold air. The Thunderclap Emperor's cultivation was above Emperor God Tian Yuan's. Slash! All of a sudden, a surge of battle intent appeared. Following a blinding golden light, 1,000-foot-long sword radiance tore through the void and slashed at the boundary of the Holy Dragon Sect's imperial city. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp, cracking sound could be heard from the Sacred Dragon Sect's imperial city's boundary. The people of the Sacred Dragon Sect, who were burning spiritual crystals and divine stones to restore the power of the 9-Palace Origin Protection Array, turned pale. They turned their heads and saw a figure with soaring fighting spirit appear on their west side. In front of that person, a crack that was a few hundred feet wide appeared on the imperial city's boundary. That person was none other than the heaven-battling god Emperor. The Thunderclap Emperor's attack had caused the imperial city's boundary to be on the verge of collapse. Now that the heaven-battling god Emperor had attacked with his invincible sword Tao of battle intent, the barrier was immediately broken. Roar! Roar! After the fighting Heaven Emperor's attack, a dragon roar and a tiger roar could be heard, shaking the heavens and earth. The image of an ancient evil dragon and an immemorial fierce tiger appeared behind the Dragon Tiger Emperor. As the Dragon Tiger Emperor threw out a punch, the evil dragon and fierce tiger intertwined with each other and punched out. Rumble! Under the continuous attacks of the 3 late ancient emperors, the imperial city's boundary was shattered. The imperial city's barrier completely exploded, turning into a violent and destructive attack wave that swept out and destroyed tens of thousands of lands. At that moment, the people of the Sacred Dragon Sect were exposed to the combined forces of the 4 forces. The martial artists of the Sacred Dragon Sect turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. They could not hide their fear. When they saw the power of the imperial city's boundary, they still had some hope. However, after the attacks of the 3 ancient emperors, the hope in their hearts was completely extinguished. Furthermore, even at this time, Qin Yu still hadn't appeared. This caused them to be unable to resist in the slightest. Peerless imperial might. Seeing the imperial city's enchantment shattered, the ancient emperor, who had already gathered his supreme royal might, didn't stop there. He immediately unleashed a destructive attack. He uttered a roar as a giant hand made of Dominator Providence descended from the sky. Under the fearful and despairing gazes of the Holy Dragon Sect and the others, Shao Chen abruptly descended. Looking at the might of that palm strike, the people of the Holy Dragon Sect would definitely die if they were hit. Even those in the middle stage of the Ancient Emperor realm would not be able to survive. Bang, 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 bang. However, just as the Holy Dragon Sect was at the brink of destruction, the ground suddenly exploded. 8 beams of divine light shot into the sky and appeared around the Holy Dragon Sect's imperial city. Rumble! The 8 divine lights were the 8 ancient altars. After the 8 altars appeared, an ancient barrier appeared. With a deafening explosion, the ancient emperor's descending palm of imperial providence was blocked by the barrier. This is Master is back. Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong, who had grave expressions on their faces, were overjoyed when they saw this scene. At this moment, the only person who would help them was naturally Qin Yu. As expected, a figure emerged from the ground along with the 8 altars. He's finally appeared. The Dragon Tiger Emperor, Thunderclap Emperor, and the other 3 turned their heads and looked over. Killing intent filled the air. After being surrounded for so long, the main character had finally appeared. Seal. Qin Yu, who had appeared, formed a seal with his hands. His eyes were cold as he bellowed. The 8 ancient altars began to tremble as layers of barriers appeared in an instant. The 8 heavenly heaven array was formed. The dragon tiger emperor and the others were completely enveloped. What's this fluctuation? This array can affect space. I'm afraid it's an extremely rare spatial divine array. Is this guy trying to kill us all in one fell swoop? They sensed that the 8 heavenly heaven array had trapped all of them. The thunderclap emperor, the ancient emperor, and the heaven-battling divine emperor were all sizing up Chinyu with flickering gazes. Chinyu's actions caused them to be unable to understand him. They had 4 late ancient emperors on their side. You was simply courting death if you wanted to fight them alone. This feeling, impossible, absolutely impossible. His soul has been completely destroyed. It's impossible for him to still be alive in this world. However, among the 4 great ancient emperors, the Dragon Tiger Emperor, who had put forth all of his effort to organize this joint attack, upon seeing Chinyu, his pupils abruptly shrunk. He was in disbelief. It wasn't the first time he had seen Chinyu. When Emperor God Tianyuan had been killed, he had looked at Chinyu from afar. However, the current Chinyu was completely different from the Chinyu from back then. The aura that Chinyu was exuding made the Dragon Tiger Emperor feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he was facing the Dragon God Emperor in the past. There was a sense of danger that made his hair stand on end. That was why the Dragon Tiger Emperor was so shocked. Although he wanted to kill Chinyu and Sacred Dragon Sect because of his suspicions, he didn't want his suspicions to come true. When he thought about how Chinyu was the Dragon God Emperor, the Dragon Tiger Emperor lost half of his fighting spirit. Just as well, I don't have to look for you again. After the 8 heavenly heaven array was set up, Chinyu looked at the 3 ancient emperors indifferently. He then looked at the Dragon Tiger Emperor. As for the other 3 ancient emperors, Chinyu wasn't interested in them. However, he couldn't let the Dragon Tiger Emperor go. Chinyu had a strong obsession with the 12 ancient emperors and Star Luo. The stronger the obsession, the stronger the motivation for Chinyu to become stronger. Correspondingly, if the obsession was too strong and couldn't be resolved, it could give birth to a heart demon. Thus, compared to the Thunderclap Heavenly Emperor and the other 2 invaders, the Dragon Lake Emperor was Chinyu's primary target. Master, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong immediately flew over when they saw Chinyu. This is the 8 heavenly heaven arrays transformation Tao and killing array. Lead the experts of your sex and kill them all. Chinyu moved his finger and sent 2 ancient tokens into Pam Hong and Taishu Kong's foreheads. With these 2 divine command plates, they would be able to move about freely in the 8-layer immortal heaven formation array and not fall into Chinyu's traps. In fact, Chinyu had already teleported back. The reason why he hadn't appeared was because he was setting up killing arrays in the 8 heavenly heaven array. After this battle, Chinyu would leave the eastern continent. Therefore, the 4 invading forces had become the targets of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Since destroying the 7-star ancient kingdoms and the Tianyuan divine dynasty wasn't enough, they would use the forces of the 4 ancient emperors as a blood sacrifice. Let's see which force in the eastern continent would dare to covet the Sacred Dragon Sect in the future. Yes, Pam Hong and Taishu Kong flew back with killing intent. They gathered the experts of the Sacred Dragon Sect and flew into the 8 heavenly heaven array. Now it's your turn. Chinyu stepped into the air and moved his right hand. A divine spear with chaotic dragon patterns appeared. It was the completed chaotic dragon spear. Chapter 665. He really wants to take on 4 of us. Seeing this, the thunderclap martial monarch let out a cold grin as the lightning around him exploded. Regardless of where Chinyu came from, he was simply courting death for daring to challenge 4 ancient emperors of the older generation by himself. Since he's tired of living, Let's send him on his way. The heavenly battling god Emperor's battle intent surged like a volcano. The stronger the battle intent, the more terrifying the aura of the heavenly battling god Emperor became. All the martial artists within a radius of 10 million miles felt their hearts palpitate intensely. No wonder he could kill the heavenly origin emperor. The ancient emperor, who had gathered his sovereign Tao providence but was easily blocked, had a look of surprise in his eyes. Qin Yu's strength was far more terrifying than the aura he had displayed. The sovereign Tao providence that he had comprehended was the accumulation of thousands of years' worth of sovereign Tao providence. Even if he hadn't gone all out, how could it be so easily dealt with? Of course, in this sort of 4 versus 1 situation, even if Qin Yu had some ability, he did not believe that he would be able to create any waves. Dragon Tiger Emperor, what's wrong? The Thunderclap Emperor and the other two finally realized that there was something wrong with the silent Dragon Tiger Emperor, who was staring at Qin Yu with a grave expression. The Dragon Tiger Emperor had been the one behind the plan to destroy the sacred dragon sect. The Dragon Tiger Emperor had always been enthusiastic about destroying the sacred dragon sect. Why did he reveal such an expression when he saw the sacred dragon sect's leader? It seemed like the Dragon Tiger Emperor wasn't just wary of the sacred dragon sect's leader. He was even a little afraid of him. This person's cultivation is strong and can't be underestimated. Everyone go all out. The Dragon Tiger Emperor shuddered and regained his senses. He looked at the Thunderclap Emperor and the other two and calmed himself down. Although Qin Yu's aura was similar, he didn't have the overwhelming aura that the Dragon God Emperor had in the past. Even if he was the Dragon God Emperor in the past, he wouldn't have the heaven-defying cultivation that he had in the past. Now that it was 4 against 1, the Dragon God Sovereign felt a little more confident in his chances of winning. What? You know this person? The Thunderclap Emperor and the other two immediately noticed the anomaly of the Dragon Tiger Sovereign, and their expressions changed. Don't tell me that the Dragon Tiger Emperor is using us as a blade. Previously, when Emperor God Tian Yuan led Tian Yuan Shin dynasty to suppress sacred dragon sect, I passed by him. This person has shocking attainments in array doctrine. Even if a late-stage ancient emperor was trapped, it would be difficult for him to escape. On the other hand, he can advance and retreat as he pleases. So, it's best that we don't be careless. If he escapes today, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace in the future. The Dragon Tiger Emperor's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained the same. He was indeed prepared to attack the sacred dragon sect because of his suspicions. If the Thunderclap, Martial Monarch, and the others were to betray him, it would serve as a deadly blow to him. In the Dragon Tiger Emperor's heart, he didn't have the slightest chance of winning against Qin Yu. With the 4 of us working together, how could he possibly escape? Dragon Tiger Sovereign, you think too highly of him. The heaven-battling God Emperor said indifferently, his battle intent soaring like a rainbow. Ancestor Devil Statue. At this moment, Qin Yu's thoughts moved. Billowing demonic chi surged, and the Ancestor Devil Statue appeared. Vast demonic might swept across the heavens and earth, frightening everyone. Now that the 8 heavens of the heavens had been deployed, the outside world couldn't see the scene within the heavens of the heavens. Even the sacred dragon sect and the 4 great god dynasties could only vaguely see Qin Yu and the other 3. This was because they were in different heavens. Hence, Qin Yu could release the Ancestor Devil Statue without any scruples, and the Ancestor Devil Statue wouldn't be detected by others. After all, Qin Yu had used the Ancestor Devil Statue to attack Xing Luo outside the ancient demon clan's ancestral land. After Qin Yu's encounter with the sky-burying sword deity, he felt that it was better not to meet Xing Luo. He wanted to wait for his cultivation to recover to its peak before looking for Xing Luo and killing him in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. Demonic Qi? Extraterritorial demon clan? No, this is the demonic Qi of the ancient demon clan. Could this person not be a cultivator of the heaven domain, but a member of the ancient demon clan? The Thunderclap Emperor, the heaven-battling God Emperor, and the ancient Emperor of the extreme monarch realm were all shocked by the appearance of the Devil Ancestor statue. The Ancestor Devil statue's aura was far stronger than Qin Yu's. Even the Thunderclap Emperor and the others, who were also late-stage ancient emperors, were wary of the Ancestor Devil statue. They didn't dare to be careless. No wonder, so he has helpers. However, the Dragon Tiger Emperor looked at the Ancestor Devil statue, and a light flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu was actually related to the ancient demon clan. This gave the Dragon Lake Emperor an excellent idea. The invasion of the extraterritorial devil race had just ended. If someone related to the extraterritorial devil race appeared now, it would definitely attract the attention of the entire 9 prefectures. Kill, while the Dragon Tiger Emperor and the other 3 were having different thoughts. With a chilly gaze, Qin Yu held the dragon spear in his hand, turning into a ray of light. He charged toward the Dragon Tiger Emperor with lightning speed. The Ancestor Devil statue didn't hesitate either. Like an ancient demon awakening from its slumber, it charged towards the Thunderclap Heavenly Emperor and the others. It looked like it was going to fight the 3 of them alone. Dragon dominates the 9 heavens. Qin Yu, who was the first to attack, his entire body was surging with primal chaos dragon aura. His aura was soaring as he thrust out his spear. Dragon Tiger Divine Power. Sensing Qin Yu's killing intent locking onto him, the Dragon Tiger Emperor instantly came back to his senses, and mysterious Dragon Tiger Divine runes appeared on his fists. With a roar, the Dragon Tiger Emperor punched out with both fists. Countless fist lights shot through the sky like millions of meteors and completely covered Qin Yu. His figure couldn't be seen at all. Bang! 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 In the next instant, endless explosions rang out. Whoosh! Like a dragon emerging from the sea, a figure rushed out of the destructive fist lights and charged towards the Dragon Tiger Emperor at an extremely fast speed. It was Qin Yu. In an instant, he had shattered the Dragon Tiger Emperor's attack. Die! The Dragon Tiger Emperor's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he turned around and charged forward. Dragon roars and tiger roars rang out continuously. Rumble! Qin Yu and the Dragon Tiger Emperor immediately started an intense battle that shook the heavens and earth. How dare you? After the Ancestor Devil statue charged out, it enveloped the Thunderclap Emperor and the others with its demonic aura. Seeing this, the Thunderclap Emperor was enraged. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of lightning rushed towards the primogenitor demon statue, and a destructive Tao art raged. I hope the legendary ancient demon race won't disappoint me. The battle intent in the heaven-battling god Emperor's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He flashed through the air and slashed out with the divine sword in his hand. The power of the sword light was so strong that even a late-stage ancient emperor would be shocked. Emperor's might suppresses the world. The ancient emperor glanced at Qin Yu and the Dragon Tiger Emperor, who were locked in battle. Then he turned his attention to the ancestral devil statue and rushed out with a terrifying aura. Chapter 666. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was very strong, the threat that the ancestral devil statue posed to the 3 of them was much greater than Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu was being held back by the Dragon Tiger Emperor, the ancient emperor naturally had to seize the opportunity to work with the Thunderclap Emperor and the heaven-battling god emperor to destroy the ancestral devil statue. Once the ancestral devil statue was dead, it would be easy to deal with Qin Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ancestral devil statue wasn't suppressed in a 1 versus 3 battle. The seal on its 3 heads and 6 arms was removed, and its fists towered into the sky. Its eyes split the sky, and every punch and kick was filled with a vast demonic aura. Whether it was the Thunderclap Emperor's thunder, the heaven-battling god Emperor's destructive sword light, or the ancient Emperor's imperial providence, they were all shattered by the ancestral devil statue. The ancestral devil statue's attacks were bold and without much fighting technique, but they had the momentum to split the heavens and earth. The Thunderclap Emperor and the other 2 used their divine abilities and secret arts, but they couldn't do anything to the ancestral devil statue. As expected of the primordial devil race that almost unified the heaven domain, its battle strength is truly astonishing. The heaven-battling god Emperor laughed wildly, and his sword erupted with astonishing sword aura. Man and sword became one, and he turned into a ray of sword light that shot through the air like lightning. The sword was so fast that it reached the ancestral devil statue in the blink of an eye. Pucci, the ancestral devil statue, immediately moved to the side, but it was still hit by the sword light, and its middle head was cut off. The sword light paused, and the heaven-battling god Emperor appeared with a smile. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze, and his gaze froze. What's going on? Could it be that what was hit wasn't its true body? The ancestral devil statue's severed head turned into billowing demonic energy, and then returned to its body, where it became 3 heads and 6 arms again. The heaven-battling god Emperor's attack didn't seem to have done any damage to the ancestral devil statue. This person is extremely strange. Not only is his physical defense amazing, but he also seems to have an extraordinary healing ability. The Thunderclap Emperor narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned serious. In the previous exchange of blows, they had already seen through it. The fighting strength of the ancestor devil statue was far above the 3 of them. Even if it had not stepped into the great circle of the ancient emperor realm, its cultivation level was probably at the peak of the late ancient emperor realm. He might even have half a foot in the great circle of the ancient emperor realm. If they were to fight him alone, they would have no chance of winning. Now, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could only fight against the ancestor devil statue. Even suppressing it was difficult. While Chinyu and the ancestral demon statue were fighting the dragon tiger sovereign, and the other 3, the dragon tiger sovereign and the demon ancestor demon statue, were also fighting the dragon tiger sovereign's group. Pam Hong and Tai Shu Kong led the sacred dragon sex experts to kill the allied forces of the 4 superpowers. The sacred dragon sect, which had originally been at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, now had the absolute upper hand with the help of the 8 heavenly heaven-killing array laid down by Chinyu. Under the ambush of the killing array that had appeared without any warning, the allied forces of the 4 great forces had long been scattered, falling into the various heavens. Pan Hong and Tai Su Kong had seized the opportunity to appear mysteriously in the 8th celestial heavens and continued their massacre. The allied forces of the 4 great forces were constantly being nibbled away by the sacred dragon sect, and the number of casualties rose sharply. Rumble! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the void, and the entire 8 heavenly heaven-killing array shook violently. The Thunderclap Emperor, Heaven-Battling Emperor, and Ancient Emperor realm immediately sensed it, and their faces changed slightly as they quickly looked in the direction of the Dragon Tiger Sovereign. They saw that the Dragon Tiger Sovereign, who had been locked in battle with Chinyu, had been sent flying while vomiting blood. He crashed heavily into the boundary of the Heavenly Heaven killing array, and his face quickly turned pale. "It's really, cough, cough, it's you." The Dragon Tiger Sovereign coughed violently, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. There was a bowl-sized bloody hole on the left side of his chest, and emperor blood gushed out unstoppably. However, the dragon tiger sovereign did not care about his injuries. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. In that instant, Qin Yu's cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed, and his fighting strength had reached a level where he could suppress the dragon tiger sovereign in an instant. He had injured the dragon tiger sovereign with a single spear strike. It was also at that moment that the dragon tiger sovereign realized that Qin Yu was the dragon tiger sovereign of the past. That was because the dragon tiger sovereign had personally experienced the 9 esoteric battle dragon in Qin Yu's body, and he could not be wrong. The Eastern Continent's 7-star ancient emperor and emperor god Tian Yuan are already on their way. Now it's your turn. Qin Yu, whose body was surrounded by chaotic dragon chi, had ancient and mysterious green dragon scales growing all over his body. It was the green dragon battle heaven. When Qin Yu was an early ancient emperor, he could use the green dragon battle heaven to fight against a late ancient emperor. Now that his cultivation had reached the middle ancient emperor realm, he could use the green dragon battle heaven to kill a late ancient emperor. If not for the Thunderclap Emperor and the other 2, Qin, you would not have needed to set up the 8 heavenly heaven killing array. How can you still be alive? You should be dead by now, right? It's impossible for you to still be alive. How did you do it? The dragon tiger sovereign roared, and his aura became more chaotic. There was a destructive force in his body that was crazily running around, and the dragon tiger sovereign had to suppress it. I also want to know the answer to this question, but it seems like you won't be able to give me an answer. Qin Yu was too lazy to destroy. He moved his right hand and pointed the chaotic dragon spear at the dragon tiger sovereign. Terrifying chaotic energy gathered at the tip of the spear, and it emitted a monstrous fluctuation. You're lucky to be able to die under a pseudo-immortal weapon. Qin Yu had already become one with his spear, and he turned into a ray of light that flashed through the void. Dragon Tiger Divine Shield. The Dragon Tiger Sovereign's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of impending doom rose in his heart. He couldn't care less about suppressing the destructive force in his body. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and executed the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect's strongest forbidden technique. After the roars of the dragon and tiger resounded, an evil dragon and a fierce tiger turned into a dragon tiger divine barrier that surrounded the dragon tiger sovereign, leaving no gaps. The first dragon tiger emperor had obtained this forbidden divine ability from an ancient immortal ruin. It was rumored to be an immortal divine ability that was later transformed into the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect's most powerful technique. Only the divine masters of each generation could cultivate it. It was said that no one in the ancient emperor realm could break this forbidden technique once it was fully comprehended. Crack! But in the next moment, a ray of chaotic light flashed, and an extremely crisp, cracking sound rang out. A fist-sized spear muzzle appeared on the Dragon Tiger Divine Shield, and the muzzle happened to appear between the Dragon Tiger Sovereign's eyebrows. Naturally, a bloody muzzle appeared between the Dragon Tiger Sovereign's eyebrows as well. The spear had pierced through his head. The Dragon Tiger Sovereign's body stiffened in the void, and his eyes were still filled with fear. His life was quickly fading away. Qin Yu appeared behind the Dragon Tiger Sovereign with the chaotic dragon spear in his hand. The Dragon Tiger Sovereign had died under a single spear strike. At this point, all of Qin Yu's former enemies in the East Continent had been killed. Chapter 667. The Dragon Tiger Emperor is dead. How can this be? How can his Dragon Tiger Divine Shield possibly be broken so easily? Could that chaotic spear be an immortal weapon? Seeing the Dragon Tiger Emperor defeated and killed in an instant, Jing Lei Dadi, the heaven-battling God Emperor, and the ancient emperor's faces changed drastically. Although the Dragon Tiger Emperor Venerable's cultivation wasn't the strongest among the four of them, he was already a late-stage ancient emperor. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, they wouldn't be able to kill him so easily. They had thought that the ancestor demon statue was the biggest threat, but now it seemed like they were wrong. Qin was the one who truly posed a fatal danger to them. After all, although they couldn't do anything to the ancestor demon statue, the ancestor demon statue couldn't defeat them either. It wasn't like Qin, who had killed the Dragon Tiger Emperor so easily. This matter originally had nothing to do with you, so why did you have to get involved? Now, I can only send you on your way. He threw the Dragon Tiger Emperor's soul into the divine dragon ancient seal for the skeleton ghost king to refine. Qin cold and indifferent eyes looked at the Thunderclap Emperor and the other two. Since they had decided to invade the sacred dragon sect, Qin, you wouldn't let them go. More importantly, they had seen the battle between him and the Dragon Tiger Emperor. It was also precisely because he had the thought of catching them all in one fell swoop that Qin had set up the 8 great divine heaven array in the dark and used it to trap the shocking Thunder Emperor and his brothers. Who exactly are you? Hearing what Qin said, the Thunderclap Emperor naturally understood that there was a personal grudge between Qin and the Dragon Tiger Emperor. They were merely being used by the Dragon Tiger Emperor. However, to the Dragon Tiger Emperor's surprise, he was able to faintly sense a somewhat familiar aura from the current Qin. It was as if he had seen Qin somewhere before. Why ask so many questions when you are about to die? After Qin said those words indifferently, he immediately charged forward. All of them were late-stage ancient emperors. Who knew if they had any means to leak this news out? Right now, Qin did not want to reveal his identity as the Dragon God Sovereign. Boom! Following Qin attack, the ancestral devil statue immediately pounced forward, its demonic might surging and shaking the heavens as if it wanted to shatter this part of the world. Qin, who had become one with his spear, pierced through the air, although his might was far inferior to that of the ancestral devil statue. However, in the eyes of the Thunderclap Emperor and the others, Qin threat was far above the devil ancestor statues. Just now, the Dragon Tiger Emperor had died to Qin move. Ancient Emperor Huangji, the heaven-battling God Emperor, and I will hold them back. You are more proficient in array Dao than the two of us, so find a way to break this level of array formation as soon as possible. These two people are not easy to deal with. If we can't break the barrier, the 3 of us might die here today. Mysterious lightning symbols flickered in the Thunderclap Emperor's eyes as lightning crackled around him, exuding a boundless aura that made one's heart tremble. The heaven-battling God Emperor roared as an ancient sword mark appeared on his forehead. After the sword mark was unsealed, a torrential sword might swept through the sky. Vaguely, an ancient illusory sword shadow several thousand feet long appeared behind the heaven-battling God Emperor. The divine sword in the heaven-battling God Emperor's hand trembled as the illusory sword shadow merged into the sword in his hand, causing the sword to exude a destructive might. Clearly, the Thunderclap Emperor and the heaven-battling God Emperor were going all out, ready to fight to the death. Seeing this, the ancient Emperor Huangji's expression turned incomparably solemn as he quickly flew toward one of the 8 ancient altars. Although he had yet to figure out the structure of the 8 heavenly gods' formation. However, there was no doubt that the 8 ancient altars were an important fulcrum that formed the 8 heavenly gods' formation, just like the heart of an ordinary formation. As long as the 8 ancient altars were destroyed, the 8 heavenly gods' formation would collapse. Qin glanced at the ancient Emperor Huangji and ignored him, continuing to attack the heaven-battling God Emperor with his spear. Even if one knew the way to break the 8 heavenly gods' formation, one could only break it from the outside. It was impossible to break it from the inside. One had to know that each layer of the 8 heavenly gods' formation was equivalent to a layer of heaven and earth. The 8 altars seemed to be right in front of them, but the spatial Tao within the formation was so strong that even a late-stage ancient emperor couldn't cross it. He's not stopping us. Seeing that Qin Yu had no intention of stopping the ancient emperor Huangji, the thunderclap emperor, and the heaven-battling god emperor's hearts sank as a strong sense of unease rose within them. Qin Yu's attitude showed that he was confident that the ancient emperor Huangji couldn't break the formation. If that was the case, they would be in real danger. Dragon dominates the 9 heavens. However, the thunderclap emperor and the heaven-battling god emperor didn't have the time to think about it. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was one with his spear, had already charged forward. His target was the heaven-battling god emperor. Although the primal chaos dragon spear wasn't a true immortal weapon, it was already a quasi-immortal weapon. Compared to the ancient emperor weapons of the 9 prefectures, it was much stronger. The heaven-battling god emperor, who was locked on, felt his heart pounding. He didn't dare to be careless as he prepared for battle. As for the thunderclap emperor, he was completely suppressed by the primogenitor devil statue. A destructive battle broke out once again. Within the divine tier heaven boundary, everything became violent and destructive, and the void shook violently. Destroy. After a few breaths of time, the green dragon scales on Qin Yu's body shone brightly. The primal chaos dragon spear let out a deafening dragon roar. The primal chaos dragon spear seemed to have turned into a primal chaos ancestor dragon as it tore through the golden sword light. Puchi! In the next instant, the Tao technique collapsed, and his flesh was pierced. The heaven-battling god emperor was pierced through by Qin Yu's spear. His soul scattered as he died. Rumble! Almost at the same time, in the sea of lightning that covered the sky, a terrifying demonic shadow flashed and broke through the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. Not long after, the rolling divine lightning dissipated, and the primogenitor devil statue and the thunderclap emperor appeared. However, the thunderclap emperor's head had already been separated from his body by the primogenitor devil statue. With the thunderclap emperor and the heaven-battling god emperor dead, the only remaining ancient emperor left was the ancient emperor, who was still trying to break through the ancient altar. With a thought, Qin Yu brought the primogenitor devil statue and chased after the ancient emperor as if teleporting. 2 against 1, the battle went as expected. The ancient emperor was dead. At this point, the 4 older generation ancient emperors of the eastern continent were all dead. After Qin Yu sent the primogenitor devil statue to suppress the invaders of the 4 major powers, he dispersed the 8 heavenly gods' formation. When they saw the sacred dragon sect and the others appear safely, the thunderclap emperor and the other 3 ancient emperors disappeared without a trace. The countless forces watching from afar were dead, silent. There wasn't a single sound. Then, less than half a day after the battle ended, the news swept across the heaven region like a tornado. The 9 prefectures were shaken. Chapter 668, Sacred Dragon Sect. This battle had caused the name of Sacred Dragon Sect to spread across the 9 prefectures once again. Even the extraterritorial demon race and other forces had heard of it. Ever since the 7-star ancient emperor had died and the 7-star ancient kingdom had been destroyed, countless eyes in the 9 prefectures had gathered on Sacred Dragon Sect. After all, the fall of a late-stage ancient emperor was a huge matter to the 9 continents of the heaven domain. Later on, when an almighty in the 9 prefectures deduced that the 7-star ancient emperor had died in the extraterritorial demon race's invasion, many forces calmed down. However, Emperor God Tianyuan had led the Tianyuan divine dynasty to attack Sacred Dragon Sect. Emperor God Tianyuan, had been killed. This had caused Sacred Dragon Sect to become the focus of the 9 prefectures once again. Countless forces were secretly investigating. However, no matter if it was the 7-star ancient kingdom or the Tianyuan divine dynasty, they could not be compared to this. The shocking Thunder Emperor, the heaven-battling Emperor, the extreme Royal Ancient Emperor, and the Dragon Tiger Emperor had joined forces. Originally, countless forces in the East Continent had thought that Sacred Dragon Sect would be destroyed. However, the result was unexpected. The forces of the 4 ancient emperors had been completely annihilated. The result of this battle had caused the forces in the East Continent to fall into silence, whether it was those who had secretly coveted Sacred Dragon Sect or those who had wanted to take advantage of this battle. They had all disappeared without a trace. It was as if the death of the 4 ancient emperors had never happened. Even the territories of the shocking Thunder Emperor and the other 3 ancient emperors had not been invaded. In this battle, Qin Yu had pushed Sacred Dragon Sect's deterrence to the limit in the East Continent. Even the forces with late ancient emperors had taken the initiative to express their goodwill to Sacred Dragon Sect. After all, killing 4 ancient emperors in one battle was an unprecedented achievement in the history of the 9 prefectures. At this time, no force would be foolish enough to provoke Sacred Dragon Sect. After killing the 4 ancient emperors, the East Continent was no longer significant to Qin Yu. Hence, Qin Yu did not allow Sacred Dragon Sect to occupy the territories of the 4 ancient emperors. To the Sacred Dragon Sect, the resources of the 7-star ancient kingdom and the Tianyuan divine dynasty were more than enough for them to develop. After the battle ended, Qin Yu tossed the flesh and blood of all the martial artists from the 4 factions to the Skeleton Ghost King, so that the Skeleton Ghost King could increase its cultivation as much as possible. After that, Qin Yu prepared to go to the Eternal Sword Mound. As for Pam Hong and Taishu Kong, they were sent to the southern continent by Qin Yu. Among the 12 ancient emperors, there were only the 2 ancient emperors from the south region and 1 ancient emperor from the north region, besides the 3 ancient emperors from the middle region. Qin Yu had no plans to deal with Central Prefecture's Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, North Deity Wan, and 4 Symbols Tao Emperor. After this trip to the 1,000 Ghost Sword Tomb ended, Qin Yu would take the opportunity to eliminate the North Continent's Great Sun Heavenly Monarch. After that, he would deal with the South Continent's god Monarch Xian Yu and Emperor Monarch De Yen. Finally, it was the 3 emperors of the Central Continent and the Star Luo Empire. While Qin Yu was preparing to enter the Eternal Sword Mound, some factions in the Central Continent had their eyes on Qin Yu and the Sacred Dragon Sect. Central Continent, Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. Ghost Emperor. A wisp of ghostly qi entered the Skeleton Palace and turned into a man in black. How is it? Have you found Long Hao's whereabouts? The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, who had used some secret technique to recover his aura, opened his eyes. Vast power covered the sky and the earth, causing the void to tremble. The ghost curse imprint on Long Hao's body has completely disappeared. I have not found his whereabouts. However, I have found something else when I was investigating Long Hao. The black-clothed man replied respectfully. Speak. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor said sternly, Ghost Emperor, have you heard of the Sacred Dragon Sect in the Central Continent? The man in black asked. Of course, I have heard of them. They killed 4 ancient emperors in one battle. I wonder who is behind the Sacred Dragon Sect. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor nodded slightly. His eyes were filled with shock. Even with the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's strong foundation, it was impossible for them to kill 4 ancient emperors in one battle. Which of the older generation ancient emperors wasn't a wily old fox? All of them had life-saving methods on them. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was confident that he could kill an ancient emperor of the same level in a one-on-one battle. However, it would not be easy to kill all four of them. I have found out that the previous sect leader of the Sacred Dragon sect was Senior Brother Long Hao. He was the eldest disciple of the Dragon God Emperor, Pan Hong. The black-clothed man's words were shocking. The disciple of the Dragon God Emperor? The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was shocked. Although Pan Hong has changed his appearance and surname, I am sure that the one beside Pan Hong is the second disciple of the Dragon God Emperor, Tai Shu Kong. The man in black replied, "Could it be that the current sect leader of the Sacred Dragon sect is the Dragon God Emperor? No, this is impossible." The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. The Dragon God Emperor, Qin Yu, had been completely destroyed thousands of years ago. There was no way he could have survived. However, to kill four ancient emperors in one battle, such heaven-defying means, the Dragon God Emperor's figure lingered in the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor's mind. The sect leader of the Sacred Dragon sect has a mysterious origin. He appeared out of nowhere, and there was no trace of him. However, Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong were not the strongest in the Sacred Dragon sect, but they were the people in charge of the Sacred Dragon sect. Even the mid-stage ancient emperors had to listen to them. I think that even if that person is not the Dragon God Emperor, he must have a close relationship with the Dragon God Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have taken care of Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong. More importantly, the deaths of the East Continent's three emperors who ambushed the Dragon God Emperor were directly or indirectly related to him. The man in black replied, "Could it really be him? If that is the case, doesn't it mean that the killing array that I set up back then was not able to kill him?" The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor muttered to himself. His expression was uncertain. Where is the mad Dragon God Emperor? After pondering for a long time, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor asked, "In the entire 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain, only Xing Luo cared more about Qin Yu's survival than the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor. Moreover, to deal with Qin Yu, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor needed Xing Luo's help. This subordinate has already sent someone to inform Emperor Kuang-Long, but as usual, Emperor Kuang-Long is completely untraceable. Although a secret message has been sent through a secret technique, there has been no reply. We can't contact him, and we don't know where he went." The man in black had participated in the Battle of the Immortal God Graveyard and was a confidant of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. He knew that the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor would inform Xing Luo, so he had already made arrangements. What the hell is that guy doing? The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor's eyes darkened. How could he disappear at such a crucial time? Send a message to the North Emperor, and the 4 symbols Tao Emperor immediately. Send someone to keep an eye on the Sacred Dragon sect. I want to know the whereabouts of the Sacred Dragon sect leader. Since Xing Luo could not be found, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor could only look for someone else. Whether the Sacred Dragon sect leader was the Dragon God Emperor or not, the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor had to make the first move. If the Dragon God Emperor was the Dragon God Emperor, his cultivation must have not recovered to its peak. This was the best opportunity to strike. Yes, under the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor's arrangement, the hidden experts of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island moved out and disappeared.